let's play some dwarves. Chat, say hi, YouTube. All right, I need to dodge the... How the heck did I get a crumb on my glasses? Chat, I've streamed for an hour and 10 minutes. Hour and 20 minutes? Hour and 20 minutes, something like that. With a crumb on my glasses and none of you guys told me. That's what happens when you're blind in one eye. During your school for work, you had a student that was an extremely heavy sleeper, and he was the most hated in the... it was 4 in the morning, it was going for 30 minutes, and he would not wake up from that, and he slept like an... Wow. You thought that was a reflection? Nope. Apparently I had a crumb on my glasses. I can't see out of this eye. Crumb. C-R-U-M-B? YouTube, do not demonetize this VOD just because it sounded like I said something else in the first 15 seconds, thanks. All right, so, for full disclosure, we have enemies off right now. Because every single civilization in this world is at war with my fort. We were getting ambushed and sieged about 4 times a year, and I was unable to trade with the mountain home at all. Which means we'd stop getting migrants, and... basically the fort was just going to wither. I want this fort to not wither, and I want this fort to do well. So in order for this fort to do well, I need that to not happen. So something we've started down here is I'm building this little magma stack down here. We're going to pump lava up to this layer, and that's going to be the main project for the first bit of the stream. I'm giving myself until we hit about 120 dwarves, and I have about 3 squads set up and functioning, and until I have my lava moat / lava setup ready to fight. So basically, I'm going to give these dwarves like 4 or 5 years. Then we're going to turn the enemies back on. So the first half of the day is going to be primarily building and constructing and prepping. The second half of the stream is going to hopefully be combat. How do you turn enemies off? You go to settings, you click on difficulty, and you turn them off. That's how you turn them off. So nothing can attack us right now. You post as he gets distracted. What'd you say? What'd you say? New viewer from YouTube, you wanted to share your thanks for rekindling your enjoyment for DF. Love your long-form videos. Well, thank you. I mean, the long-form videos are just like an archive of the Twitch stream, right? But that forest is quite dense. Well, I mean, yeah. 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 It stops everything. Nothing can attack you. To my knowledge, I don't know about agitated giant critters, but it stops enemies from attacking you. So, I would assume everything by that logically. Will that renew them? I mean, it won't renew them, but you'll keep getting them if you are able to trade. Once I've read off the dwarf names, Oldswary. I'm not sure about Forgotten Beasts. I would assume it would. I'm assuming it just turns off anything that can attack you. But I don't care so much about Forgotten Beasts and whatnot. The like general assumption here is that it's good as long as it turns off the 2 sieges, Vile Force of Darkness, and 2 ambushes I was getting a year. I'll be happy. That's all I need. Just so that, because like for reference, everything's at war with me. It wasn't my fault. I didn't start these wars. It was this way when I generated this world. Every faction, with the exception of like these humans and goblins down here, are at war with me. So everything is attacking us. And until I started playing in this world, there was 9 dwarves alive. There's now like, I think 100 something. And most of them are living here in Iron Shores. We didn't start the fire. We're just continuing it. So my big goal for this fort, if you type an exclamation point goal, is to build a thing that can shoot minecarts through a waterfall of lava. But obviously that's very ambitious considering, like, you know, you can see all this blood out here on the surface, right? And all of this, like, bronze. I just want to get all of this stuff melted down. That's something else that I want to do today. But the fortress itself, we'll do a real quick tour, then we'll read the names that are of the dwarves, and then we'll turn on the redemptions and whatnot. There's a crappy farm up here which needs to be fixed. There's this, we're harvesting water from this aquifer over here, as well as this aquifer right here, which is flowing down into the fort that way. But we'll look at that in a second. But until then, over here is just kind of me looking for the aquifer, which is what all these are, and then that's where we just traded, I assume, because there's currently nobody set there, and we have we traded yet? We may not have actually traded yet. Let's just see if I can bring some goods over to the depot. Yeah, I can just trade for a whole bunch of shirts. I'm gonna throw in some that aren't, but that's fine. Give them some clothing. And let's also go into scrap components. I mean, actually, I could just sell them a bunch of corkscrews. Some gold weapon racks. Actually, I want to see weapons. I could sell them exotic weapons that I can't use. And all of the wooden ones that are worthless. I think we already did trade. Wood shirts? Elves! Although the game considers breastplates shirts, like armor is considered to be a shirt. Ammunition. Basically anything that's an arrow can be traded. Because I'm only using bolts for my hunting. All right, so that'll be fine. We can do a little bit more trading. And then for the fort itself, let's scroll down. This is some body disposal. If we go down to here, you can see kind of the actual fortress itself. We got these lovely little double-stacked bedrooms, which obviously need improvement and are unfinished. We have Craftsdorf's Guild back here, a little clothing industry, which is half finished, some offices, a open tavern, a very, very nice kitchen. And then above here are some temples, which are also very unfinished. And then down here we have power, which is flowing this way. And then we have a hospital over here in the corner with a were critter who just lives here. Oh, also, Angie Noodle, everybody's favorite Angry Noodle, who lives down here, who's clumsy. Angry Noodle, also known as Lethame, is a web-spinning winged python who lives here and sprays webs at our very repentant turkey. That's Angry Noodle. And then a little further down, where's my stairs? A little further down, we can just go down to here is where we go. So I just wanted to see where the lava sea was. Can you rename Forgotten Beasts? He knows what he did. What, the turkey? Yes, the turkey does in fact know what he did. You can't rename Forgotten Beasts, but you can give them a what's the word? A rank, a task, a title. The lower one, which is, we named them Angry Noodle. You can give anything an occupation, I think actually is what it is. So the currently named dwarves in the fort are Old Zwari, Asmog Black, Bert, Blind, Clayborn, Cold-Blooded, Diamond Destruct, Eats Cereal, Frazier, Gloves, Gobsnack, Ishmael, Kyre Asylum, Mac Body, Mad Wolf, Pop Leop, I almost said Giant Potato. Silent Potato, I hope it's silent. And Thanos. Now the important thing. Disney, who are you giving a dwarf to? Just at somebody in chat who doesn't have a dwarf already. Do I have a library? Not yet. There's a lot of things I don't have yet. Daddy Inspector. All right, chat. What kind of dwarf does Daddy Inspector get? Can't kick the captain of the guard. I feel like Daddy Inspector should be the Dungeon Master, which I don't have yet. But then I'd have to make a Dungeon Master setup. Actually, we could make him into the Hammerer. Diagnosis? Oh, true. Yeah, we could go the doctoring route. Bert's my diagnoser, though. Could be a bone doctor, which would be pretty funny. Did I spell that right? What in the... Congratulations, you're a dwarf now, Daddy Inspector. Inspector. I have a question, Disney. Did you have that one planned out, or did that just, like, land there? You know, you heard about you talking about the autopause feature in the file, but you can't for the life of you figure it out. Announcements screen, VWiz Slayer, or the announcements file in the... Okay, here, actually, I can just show you. So, autopause feature. Go to your game. Click on this. I'm about to get hit by an ad. Fuck. Go to local files, browse. Close this. Open local files. Go to data. Init. Announcements. It's all in here. All the instructions are at the top. Well, Daddy Inspector, you got a premeditated dwarf assignment. Let's read about you. You're currently preparing giant cougar. Or hauling prepared giant cougar. Now I think you're eating prepared giant cougar. She's a nervous wreck. Dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep her own counsel. Occasionally overindulges and is stubborn. Does not easily develop or does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and she could be considered rude. She is very humble and she acts with compassion. There's blood in that hallway. And acts with compassion. She is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She tends to hang on to grievances and generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and she has little interest in joking around. She holds her breath when she's nervous, and her voice trails off whenever she tries to remember something, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She personally believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs, and holds fairness as one of the highest ideals. It despises cheating of any kind, and would operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Values good craftsmanship, finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting, and sees working hard as a foolish waste of time, and dreams of raising a family. She likes calcite, sterling silver, yellow jasper, rami fabric, and the color mahogany. Battle axes and I can't read. Battle axes, anvils, and the words of the meditation of orbs, and the sound of the fuchsia silkiness, and the sight of the mellow intricacy. And when possible, she prefers to consume strawberry wine and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. Just T, thanks for the second month with Prime. I'm trying to figure out what chat's talking about. How'd you manage to tame a dragon last time? I didn't tame a dragon. I trained a dragon. You can't tame a dragon unless you can breed dragons. I clicked on the train button the same way you train any animal in regards to the dragon. Initially, they said tame, not train. You caught a dragon yesterday? So what? Build the cage somewhere, construct the cage that it's in, and then just assign a trainer to it. But anyway, I've got a dwarf to name. Eurist McJerby. Let's see if you let me know what kind of dwarf you would like. Do I have an armor smith? Unlikely. I do not have anybody with the current title of armor smith. No. I have a couple engravers, a couple miners that are mostly named, a couple animal caretakers, a bunch of random crafters, and a bunch of farmers, and a few military dwarves, and that's it. Bring animals you've taught your faction to train and embark later. So sometimes you'll get a notification, Ruin Maniac, that says your faction has gained some knowledge of taming what giant whatever or animal whatever. Once they've gained all of the knowledge, then yes, you can. But it takes a while. Give you a presser? Alrighty. McJerby. Yeah, no, so like if you go to the pets and livestock screen, you see these buttons. Assign a trainer to this creature, toggle war training. You just have to assign a trainer with this button. So once the cage that they're in is placed somewhere, you click this button and then you assign a trainer. Once you've assign a specific trainer, not any trainer. Give them a specific trainer. And then that trainer it'll become their full-time job to keep them trained. Dwarf Fortress has never had borderless windowed, and I would be very surprised if it got it. So, it's just something that I've learned to live without. You want it? Yeah, no, I get you. I get you. I wonder if borderless gaming could force it. Have you tried borderless gaming? I've never tried it. It's a free app that's on Steam. Makes some games that would never normally work with borderless work with borderless. Works kind of well, actually. 66 years old, is uneasy after spending and wants to spend time with family. Wearing some nice clothing. Do you have a shirt? Yes, you do. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and can sometimes act without deliberation. He is currently more thoughtless, and he is quite ambitious. He finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He has a greedy streak, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and tries to keep his things orderly. Yeah, it doesn't matter if they're chained or not. Like, I never unchained my dragon. Personally does not readily value skills related to fighting and does not care about friendship and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Like serpentine, tin, lavender, jade, crystal glass, and linen paper. The color maroon, socks, and hemp plants for their leaves and the sight of the mellow intricacy, and when possible prefers to consume bark scorpion and barley wine and quinoa flour and absolutely hates fire snakes. Animals can train skills too? Not really. Not entirely sure about what their skill assignments are, but like they're much more limited in what they can learn. Make a good mill dwarf? Yeah, I don't need extra mill dwarves in the squad right now, though, I don't think. I mean, actually, I could take some if he wants it. It wouldn't be bad. Well, I mean, crafting a masterwork someday is actually pretty bad for the military. But are you gonna put on your gravestone after you've passed away? In Linux, you can. It's actually one of my favorite, like, kind of making fun of the Linux memes is just the gravestone that just says he took it to his grave with him, which is, you should use Linux. It's just very funny to me. All right, so I'm pretty sure I've already traded with these guys. Yes, I absolutely have. I will buy one piece of giant swan parchment sheet. Except this is too heavy for them, so I will also buy this minecart. All right. Got rid of some extra garbage. Now I need to figure out what I'm doing. I think I'm literally just going to go down a little bit. We're going to go down to our forge. is right here. And I need to figure out where I'm going to put a bunch of crappy clothing that we need to throw out and melt. I know the feeling. Armor, I know the feeling. Plays no Suicide Squad? Okay, then I won't put you in the military. I mean, you didn't ask for a military dwarf, so I'm not going to go throwing somebody's dwarf in the military. Oh, also, we're using a little minecart shotgun for garbage disposal. So, giant bat neck. Giant bat neck! Garbage just gets thrown into this minecart where they can't see it. And then they walk over here and they kick this, and it just goes wee and fires it all out into this lava. Very efficient. Oh no, I'm not actually like making fun of people who use Linux. I just think the jokes are funny. Kick it, please. Right now? No, it doesn't create miasma in the minecart. At least I've never seen it creating miasma. All right. Borderless gaming doesn't seem to work. All right. Yeah, I mean, I didn't really expect it to. It was just kind of a thought. Yeah, I don't know. It's, when it comes to borderless mode on Dwarf Fort, not something I personally need nor care about, so it doesn't bother me, but like, yeah, I don't know. You're no longer poor on well, in my imaginary doesn't matter channel point system. What's up, Volgan? So, first project for the day is let's just get this pump stack sorted. That's the first project for the day, because I did kind of screw up this bottom layer. So, all of this is getting rebuilt a little bit. Let's just let them do that. You know, I'm starting to think that whatever that sound is upstairs, it's actually like some sort of construction. Like, maybe they're like repainting something or something. I mean, it doesn't exist, so what opinion is there to have? Like, why would people ask me for an opinion on something that isn't released yet? It's like asking somebody for their opinion on, like, the last Game of Thrones book. It's like, well, I mean, it doesn't exist, so how could someone have an opinion on that? Dr. Mac Daddy, thank you very much for the second month. They digging me up? Yeah, they're just gonna, like, dig through the floor soon. It does kind of sound like they're using a jackhammer up there now, though. It's gotten louder. You have a huge magma pool in your cave system, which somehow has reached the second level in caves, minus 16. That's a partially formed volcano. That's not a magma pool. Absolutely punching Kirby. You asked Chad if you should build something. Obviously, the answer is going to be yes. The game was paused, Chad. Don't worry about it. Borderless gaming works. You need to fiddle with the settings a bit. Well, there you go. See, streamer wasn't wrong all the time. All right, so now I can do that. So I can go up here. Go here. 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 And there we go. Fat Attack, thanks for the Prime for the second month. For anybody who cares, it's very, very easy to get number 1 on the bits leaderboard right now. It only costs you a penny if you happen to have any bits in your account. Just saying. And because people keep asking me about these sub goals on here, I think I might start setting it at 2,200, because looking at stats, it's maybe possible we could hold that. No monies, is life. Thanks for the bit. Cheers. Could I please stop teasing you with what? What, the bits thing? Just wait until there's a bunch of people on the leaderboards and then just demolish them, Endoro. All right, so what we're gonna do is this is the bottom. This is where the lava is gonna flow from. So what I need is I need to channel down this way, right here. So we are going to be pumping lava from right here, basic. Well, actually, yeah, no, not up there. We're gonna be pumping it from right here. So it's gonna pump out of this side and That means I can wall this off very easily. This right here is where the lava is going to flow into. So the lava is going to flow into here. It's going to flow under this and then up through this side. And we're going to begin pumping from down here. So we're going to place our first screw pumps. Gabbro, enormous, iron. It begins. The Last of Us, the first episode was banging. It's on Crave here in Canada, which is a service that I am not a fan of. So for me, it kind of doesn't matter how good that TV show is. I will never watch it because I'm not going to give Crave my money. Oh, are we back in this situation? Apparently a dwarf was injured, and they, for some reason, let them dehydrate. Do I just have no buckets? No, I have 2 buckets. I'm just going to build them a new well, because I actually have a water source over here now, and say screw the old one, because the old one's pretty far away, admittedly. I need another bucket. Okay, fine. We'll make buckets then. We'll make more buckets. If that's what you want, game. Iron bucket. We'll make 10 of them. That should be plenty. Got plenty of iron. Is that a were-dwarf? This one? Yes. This is eats cereal, who eats a lot more than cereal. He's a were-pangolin. Maybe we'll weaponize him one of these years, but right now he's just a dwarf. You had a giant cave spider sneak in while you were sanctioned off a small part of your fort and kill 3 dwarves. And also a blind ogre. You didn't watch where they were at, and they jumped out of the magma pool and well. Well, it depends on the elevation of your embark, Prabhu. Pangolins are lovely. Why do I keep leaving the game paused? What am I doing? I think I'm still waking up, chat room. I apologize for my lack of gameplay. My distressingly low amount of gameplay today. Were the human army infected? No, the human army were not infected, unfortunately. What? Why is there like a one that I didn't cut out properly? Am I misreading that? I might just be misreading that. The old game and movie arc of this stream? I mean, talking about Blade is not gameplay. Unless you want to, like, say that it's killing vampires, which I guess I could see how that's gameplay. I could logic my way around that. I was gonna say we have access to this, but no, we don't actually. The wrong layer. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put fortifications right here. That should be fine. Forbid those two so that they don't use them. For ice skating uphill. Yeah, some people always try to ice skate uphill for some reason. Definitely one of the better lines in that. Change first hour to Vampire Survivors. You know, fun fact about me, I kind of fucking hate that game. I don't think that I understand why people like them, but I find them extraordinarily boring. When somebody gives me a Blade mod for Dwarf Fort is when I'll ice skate uphill. They start up way too slowly. Well, I mean, the thing about Vampire Survivors for me is those games just feel like they're wired the same way that slot machines are wired. And I've never found that to be compelling gameplay design. What do you mean, sitting duck? Now I need a fort with minecart ice skating? I wonder if that would even work. Can you drift a minecart? Cats on amps? Wait a second, really? Is this just cats on guitar amps? It's cats on guitar amps. That's okay. Well, thank you. I'm joining that subreddit. Cheers. It's funny. I had a conversation with one of my teammates over the weekend, and we were talking about like social media that we actually use outside of work. And I was like, well, I mean, I will just sit there sometimes and just spend hours on Reddit. And she goes, that's not social media, that's Reddit. I was like, man, it's definitely social media though. You enjoyed Vampire Survivors during the required psychology class lectures you needed for your degree. That I understand. I think that's for the same reason. Like, I guess for me, when it comes to games like Vampire Survivors, it feels like I'm just playing Cookie Clicker, and I would rather play Cookie Clicker. Like, to me, a clicker is more engaging than Vampire Survivors. Vampire Survivors just feels like it's wasting my time sometimes when it kills you, which I don't like. Whereas Cookie Clicker, I can just click cookie and be happy. And I get like the same like brain chemicals that Vampire Survivors is. Runs on a brick? Oh, yeah, I mean... I'm really curious to know how much power this thing's going to use by the time it's done, though. I don't actually know how much power it's going to use. You enjoy watching people play those games? Fair. This one's golden. Ooh. I don't see a cat in this picture. So... not golden. Not a real cat. Don't I lose more playing Dwarf Fortress? But losing is fun in Dwarf Fortress. Losing in Vampire Survivors just means you need to do the exact same set of RNG a second time to get the achievement, which is decidedly not fun for me. Maybe it's fun for you. Dr. Rick DK. I'm assuming the DK stands for Donkey Kong. Thank you very much for that Prime subscription. I hope that you didn't miss Donkey Kong month over on Donkey's channel. It was a good month. I enjoyed it. Denmark? Probably. Well, it's just like I whenever someone has SC2 in their username, I always, falsely, generally, assume that it means Soul Calibur 2. And I applaud them for being a fan of one of the only good fighting games ever made. And then they always go, it's for StarCraft. And I go, what's that? I never heard of that. And then I move on with my life. So, fun fact, actually, one of my old, somebody I used to work with on this site a whole lot, who used to stream, lives in Denmark, and is one of the, he moved up pretty quickly. He's one of the higher ups, actually, organizing, like, passenger trains. Love Tekken. Tekken is the only fighting game that I will play in an arcade. Not because I'm any good, but it's the only fighting game that I used to actually see in arcades that I enjoyed playing. DF needs passenger trains? Bro, we got minecarts. They're just danger trains. Very danger trains. We've got the cooking guild. It's the launching minecarts through lava waterfall part. It's been kind of hampered by the fact that we were getting attacked like once or twice a season. So I had to turn enemies off to actually achieve this goal. No, BGA 9. You hate it, but you've played it for 2,000 hours? But, like, in Tekken, if you lose, the only person to blame is yourself. In League of Legends, if you lose, there's at least 3 other people to blame because one of them's probably AFK. You can't blame the AFK guy. He's not there. So obviously it's not his fault, right? Although, I don't know about you guys, but League of Legends was very important to the early days of Twitch. It was one of the games that helped grow this website initially. It's one of the games that brought a lot of traffic to this website. And Twitch probably wouldn't exist without League of Legends. But it seems like Riot Games, due to the lack of sponsorships for the LCS because of the bankruptcy of FTX, it seems like their production value has dropped dramatically. And it looks like League Championship Series might be on the way out. And it looks like Riot Games might be prioritizing other more profitable ventures for games that aren't League of Legends. And you know what? Nothing of value is lost. We shall continue moving up with these pumps. Exactly, Space Goosey. You hit the bug where you get the same petition pops up 30 times for an entertainer to join your fort? No? No, I've turned enemies off, actually, Sir Wabbit. But we'll be turning the difficulty back up once I actually build the shit that I need to defend this fort. Because getting attacked 5 times a year is a death sentence in this game, which is about how often we were getting attacked. I can do large sieges twice a year. I could maybe even do 3 a year, but 5 a year? That managed to conquer a settlement. If you make a messenger, Endoro the Insane, if you conquered it as part of your holdings, you can send the messenger out and request all but one of them back, and they will come back as migrants. Zealtra, thanks for the 2nd month. That entertainer has been watching the inspirational videos about never getting up. That entertainer has been watching those inspirational videos. I don't know what videos you're talking about or who you're talking about, but thank you for keeping that sub alive for a 2nd month. Yeah, that was probably right before I turned it off. Wabbit. It's probably right before I turned it off because I was like, you know what? Making functional forts matters more to me than repeated combat. Although it is nice to know that this world is capable of that for when I turn the combat back on. Because once I build what I actually want to build, oh, this will be a lot of fun. Cutest, it's good to see you. I hope you've been well. Or as well as you can be, all things considered. We're still going to be referencing that podcast in like 4 or 5 years, Armor. It's going to happen. Mark my words. Limited. Lava Mist Welcome Committee? You bet. Your current fort last night, you fought an army of about 200 elves and their animals, so much blood and bones. Yes. Especially the giant ones, right? Like the giant animals, they so much stuff just like spews out of them. Takes forever to clean. Such mess. Getting close. Make elf soap? That's not very dwarfy. Do I have to open up the Dwarven Ethics page again? You guys gonna make me keep doing that? Exclamation point ethics. Tropic Kami, what up? Good to see you, dude. How am I doing? I'm doing all right. Yeah, I'm doing all right. Slept weird last night. Slept in. Didn't produce any content for YouTube yesterday. Why are the dwarves all getting upset? What's going on? What are we all bitching about, guys? You weren't able to be extravagant for so long? What are you wearing? Fucking, like, hold on. let me fix this, guys. How much... Like, give me a second, Dachadian. You also know that, like, nobody's written in there yet, right? I should make those less frequent. Gold bars. All right, gold rings. Gold crafts. Just make, like, 200. You want me to, read the last word story? Well. All-consuming apples, why not pears? Nobody knows why not. Because violence breeds violence and pears explode. Lemons. All caught up. Dwarfs like good cloaks. I was thinking about making them like, well, we just built this clothing industry right here, right? And we do have a lot of, I screwed up some of these floor colors. Whoops. Oh, well. Let's just do cloth. Let's do cloaks and hoods. Let's do 80 cloaks. Make him into a bunch of little cultists. And 80 hoods. Also need to queue up more pumps, I think. Let's just do iron pipe. Let's do 50 more. And iron cork. 50. Yeah, me too. I'm very much looking forward to the interview on Thursday, and I'm also very happy with how the one with Putnam turned out. I hope you guys got to see that, because I think it turned out real well. Do missing entire Z levels drop, like what, mining entire Z levels? Well, it creates, like mining out an entire Z level doesn't drop your FPS. All of the boulders that are sitting there do, because they're all getting temperature checks on them. They're all getting physics checks on them. They're all sitting there and existing. So if you're using all of the items that are everywhere, no, it doesn't really affect your FPS. Okay, something is fighting too. If they are not being used, then yes, it will affect your frames. I think Putnam's a good fit for the team, frankly. A similar brain function to Zach and Tarn in the way they communicate, which is good. Forgotten Beast with poisonous blood that caused instant narcosis on contact. You've never been so happy to have coaxing on all of your dwarves. Oh, wow, yeah. Yeah, no kidding. Trying to think that like there's dwarves stuck somewhere. Because I've suddenly got like 8 dwarves that just got really upset. Yeah, it is Wanderlust. Hope your haulers work quickly to move those boulders. Well, I mean, so like, just make sure that you're putting them into a stockpile, and you're okay. And if you're using quantum stockpiling, just make sure that you're using quantum stockpiling that's going to dump them into a usable stockpile. Ah, I wanted to open that. Whoops. Oh. I know why they're upset. Angry Noodle's upsetting them. I keep forgetting to make a... This is what's upsetting them. Someone go pull that lever, please. Just someone pull that lever and don't get booked into the wrong place. Just give that lever a pull. Just somebody pull the lever, dwarf. Just okay. Now nobody's okay, perfect. I forgot to put a door here, which I should lock when I pull this lever. I could automate this, but that would be effort. Sorry, dwarves. That explains why everybody's so upset. Anyway, let's go back to doing our actual jobs. The fun corridor? It's the spook corridor, that's for sure. Was there somebody in my Discord doing that? You know, if someone in my Discord's rubbing you the wrong way, just DM screenshots of the convo to my mods. Right? Because I will be completely honest, I have my own Discord muted. Like, there's only so much work I can do every day, and communicating in my Discord is work. And I can't read everything that's being said in there. So if somebody in the Discord is saying things that are shitty or acting shitty, just let me know. Let a mod know. Let Cutest know. And if they're not sure, they'll ask me. Did I put a misgenerator in this fort? Not yet. I need to, though. You would go insane if you didn't mute them? Yeah. No, I get it. Oops. I clicked the wrong button again on that. Oh, well. Yeah, I should probably build a mist generator in this fort, which I haven't done yet. There's two places I should build them. I should build one up here, around the edge of this. The problem is, I've kind of built this fort to be really bad. I should move this tavern, actually. I should move it to, like, over here. Which maybe I'll do. That or build another, or extend it to, like, down here. Make this into, like, a dining hall or something. That or alternatively put it at the entryway there. But yeah, I do need to build a mist generator somewhere. But for right now, we're just working on this because I need to get this done. Yeah, you can use like a light aquifer as a mist generator. Just pucker a bunch of holes in it. You once ran a Discord, and after getting home from an 8-hour job, the last thing you wanted to do was moderate a Discord? Yeah, no. I mean, like, it's certainly not something that I think people should feel like. People who run big Discords should not feel like they need to be in there all the time. But the problem with that is then things can go a little bit wild. Like, I've definitely banned people. But I've actually been surprised about how few people I've needed to ban since the influx of people in my Discord. There's a clip of me from like the 6th or 7th day after Dwarf Fortress came out where I said, yeah, my Discord has gotten annoyingly busy, which is kind of true, but it's good. It's not a negative. It's just a lot of work to manage it. If there were chef strange moods that can make a feast of 200 meals and called the dwarves to the tavern to celebrate, yeah, that would be cool. Don't know really how that would work. Like, imagine that happen. Okay, think about this, old Zari. A siege is happening, right? Your army is actively fighting with soldiers. And your tavern is in a bad place and the army is halfway into your fortress. And then chef decides to go into a strange mood. Still be fun? Just asking. Fun. Just asking. The fun would be very inevitable, yeah. Jeeves Bunny, thanks for the 5-pack. Cheers. Huge thank you. Thank you much. You're glad the chefs don't get mad when people eat their masterwork meal. Yeah, I don't know. I just want necromancers to get their strange mood and make a dwarf into a necromancer experiment. That's the one strange mood that I want in the game. I want that. I want that pretty bad, actually. It was really fun. Your Fortress of 7 years only had one death, and the tavern brawl happened, and went up like 15. Yeah, that'll happen. Tavern brawls are pretty vile right now, but I kind of like the way that they're implemented. I think that they work pretty well. They're good surprise fun for quiet forts. I've never seen that cell phone. Does that actually happen? Like I have fell moods so infrequently now that I've never seen a necromancer in a fell mood. In your fortress, strange moods are the main cause of deaths. Yeah, that's something that stops happening as you learn more about the game. It's definitely a new player trap, but something that it's something that'll happen less and less as you learn the game. Cave-ins and being crushed by bridges. Accidental bridge crushing is definitely something I still kill dwarves by. It's fine. It's not immune to wooden cages, unless you plan on fighting it, in which case, good luck. Because dragons are pretty, Make sure your dwarves have shields, I'll put it that way. This is a slow process. Is it a bad idea to convict animals? It'll piss off every single dwarf that values the law. And very much piss off any dwarf related to the victim of the crime, and will leave dwarves that don't care about the law completely indifferent. They won't care, but they won't get happy. So yes, it is kind of a negative to convict animals of a crime. You always forget to provide bones. Just always have a couple pigs around that you can slaughter. And they rezzed a dead horse and then proceeded to kill all of your dwarves. Yeah, it's wild how strong, like, dead livestock can be. It is wild. Just don't want to see about job cancellations for a bit, because I know that there's a lot right now. And I know what they are, and I can fix them, just not right now. Is the animal guilty, though? I mean, yeah, then the roleplay question comes in. Was the animal guilty? Is your captain of the guard insane? I mean, if the captain of the guard is insane and the animal's definitely guilty, obviously the animal's guilty. Horses are scary. I completely agree. So I grew up in a family of people who all loved horses. And I'm, like, irrationally... Like, some people are, like, afraid of spiders and shit. I am afraid of horses. Like, it's not that, like, I will run away screaming when I see a horse. It's not that kind of fear. But, like, if there is a horse, I will stay as far away from it as I can. I mean, I wouldn't whinny too hard about that if I were you, Jeeves. They're just fucking big, man. It's the same reason I'm gonna stay away from, like, any large animal. You thought horses were terrifying and then you saw a moose? I got chased by a moose once. In a canoe. That was a journey. Let's make everybody in this fortress silk gloves. Let's make 80 of them. How am I alive? because I paddled the canoe quickly. Let's make a rock salt assault iron bucket. Well, hopefully we won't have any more dwarves starve to death. That would be very unfortunate. How's immersed learned canoe? By being a Canadian, it's a natural skill that we're all born with. We all know how to canoe. I'm gonna fix my flooring here now. Test received. Earthswiz. Reptile Museum of Dinosaur Loving Kind. Oh, with your dinosaur loving kid. I understand. Okay. Are you scared of like large reptiles? Cause like no shame if you are. Like they're big scary, but dinosaurs are cool. Test received chat. Yep. Loud and clear. Test mic check. We good? Now that everybody's done their mic checks, so what's going on? What's this bit? I missed the start of it. Snakes mostly? Okay, fair enough. I was looking at some pictures of some really pretty vipers. I'm not one of those people who's like, I want to pet dangerous snake, but my god, they are pretty. They are gorgeous critters. We checked on Mike. Mike, check. Anybody named Mike, wake up. Sorry, chat, if you're named Mike. It's been out for a bit, actually. They only just officially announced it because it's like relatively stable-ish now. But yes, I did see it. I don't really have any intention on using it, though. I don't use DF hack for many things. I usually have a second... What I used to do, actually, with DF hack is I would always have a second install of the free version with DF hack, just so I could, like, if a save got corrupted or something weird happened, I would load it up in DF hack and just, like, figure out what was busted about it. But I haven't had any save corruption issues in this version of the game, outside of that bug that got fixed. So, I don't see myself using it much. Yeah, that dwarf that's in the hospital is a werepangolin. What do they actually do? So Dwarf Therapist isn't a mod. It's an external piece of software that lets you manage jobs in a different way and rename dwarves and such, and gives you more specific information about dwarves, which I don't like because it removes a lot of the immersion of the game for me, which is just a personal taste thing. It's fine. It works just fine. Although I don't think you can actually rename... I don't think you can actually, like, manage jobs in Therapist right now for reasons, but you will be eventually able to do that. And it was mostly for when the UI was significantly less usable and the job system was significantly more obtuse, and most people were just too lazy to figure out how it worked and how to manage the jobs, so they would just do it with the spreadsheet style in Therapist. And then Hack is a RAM editor, which is basically just enables all debug tools for Dwarf Fort, so allows you to have basically 1,000,000,001 cheat codes, and gives you access to the game's console, essentially. So you can... It's for people who want to play the game in creative mode or for people who want to mod the game. It's like Game Shark for DF. That's not a deep reference at all. It's like a Game Genie. Yeah, like, you know, you plug the Dwarf Fortress cartridge into the top of the DF Hack cartridge, and then you plug that into the SNES. Dwarf got redeemed? Yeah, I think I saw it. Andoro the Insane, what kind of dwarf do you want? You probably already answered that question, actually. But yeah, no, it's like, one is just gives you access to dev console, and then the other one, Dwarf with Beard, don't care what job. Chat, what job do I give Andoro the Insane? Fish? Fishing is illegal in this fort. We don't fish here. Gelder, Captain of the Guards, Thanos, my guy. Military, Butcher, Doctor for the Iron. What, the insane doctor? Dancer? Pumper? Pumper, I don't have any pumpers currently. I'm seeing a bunch of people saying military. I don't have a library, so it'd be hard to have a scribe. Dear neighbors, could you please stop the drilling? The drilling is getting really annoying. Don't you just love living in apartments, chat? Although this one I actually need to cancel for right now. All right. Let's see. I got a soap maker. How about a soap maker, chat? I love that I'm pissed. Andoro the Insane. Andoro the Insane. Trimcoff, thank you very much for the 1 bit. Remember, it only costs 4 cents to beat Trimcoff for the #1 spot on the... I'll shut up now. This dwarf is 88 years old and has a pet boar. And is currently making steel balls and... Balls? Bars. I can read. He's currently making steel bars. He does not find most jokes humorous. Hey, just like me. And does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations. He is very greedy and he rarely feels discouraged. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. And he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He tends to think before acting. Nothing like me. He tends to think before acting, and he can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and he doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, finds obligations confining, and he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and he tends to hang on to grievances, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. Oh, also, completely unrelated, chat. We have a Baron, by the way, who I haven't even remotely begun dealing with. Just an FYI. He personally abhors where are you going? He personally abhors those that pursue the mastery of weapons of weapons and skill with fighting. And Kyra Asylum has made an artifact. I didn't realize that was my Baron that was making that. I'll read that in a sec. Values tranquility in a peaceful day and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. Has a negative view of those who exercise power over others and does not have does not care about family one way or another. Likes malachite bronze, precious fire opal, jaguar bone, suns, warhammers, and mail shirts and chickens for their clucking, nocturnal men for their shells, and the sight of the mellow meadow, and when possible prefers to consume blackberry wine, and you hate hamsters. Meanwhile, Kyra Asylum, the Baron of Sizzletongs, has created Letastithkel Tastrol Bakust, a magnetite bracelet, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Ushir Iron Realm. That's a really good name. Also, Granlith, you did Patreon things. I need to add you to the soundboard. If I haven't already. I don't think I have. There you go. Sound should work now. Under the command !annoy me. So let's see what this artifact is. And thank you, by the way. Iron Realm would be a good fort name or a good faction name. I'm so gonna Patreon. That sounds bad, cutest. This is a magnetite bracelet. Our craft dwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval magnetite cabochons and decorated with pigtail and encircled with bands of cushioned dolomite cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of magnetite, giant bat leather, and brown zircon. On the item is an image of Erish soaked page, the dwarf, and Vinya grooved shark, not groove shark, chat. Grooved Shark. Very different. Not the early 2000s music software. In giant bat leather. Eresh Soaked Page is cringing. Grooved Shark is striking a menacing pose. Eric relates to the ripping of the dwarf Eresh's left lower ear by the elf Vienna. Grooved Shark in the midwinter of 151 during Wathamia, the Singed Sieges. On the item is an image of an icahedral icahedron in giant bat leather. Also, I think I'm going to give that to the Baron because they just made it and they're running off with. So you can have it. I'll actually give you a couple of these. You forgot Groove Shark was a thing? To be fair, I did until I saw the words Grooved Shark in one sentence, so... So don't worry, I also definitely forgot that Groove Shark was a thing. How much power are you creating for us? 1,200? Why are you suspended? Unsuspend. What the fuck? It's one bigger than the default. Might as well set up more power gen while I can. Now played the Steam version for 77 hours. And you love the soundtrack, but you haven't heard the favorite Kogan song a single time. Kogan song plays when your fortress dies. So when you succumb to a siege or every dwarf dies, Kogan song plays. Which, if you play the game very proficiently, that's not going to happen a lot. An entire fort of Gordon Ramsays. Well, I mean, that was the goal. Have we achieved that? Fuck no. Also, chat, thank you very much, everybody, for all the resubs and whatnot, and gifted subs today, because we're holding above 2,000 still, which is fantastic. Same world. What, this fort? Yeah, same. I've been playing the same world for, like, most of January. If there's a way to mix it into rotation. I want somebody to make a mod that just adds all of the Simon original, like, sound sense tracks into this soundtrack. I want someone to do that. Please. Spoonchild, thanks for the prime. Cheers. Yes, the constructive orb will rise. Can mods interact with the game OST? Well, I mean, the game... For those of you who haven't looked, the game OST is just, like, in the game uncompressed. So you, like... No, I mean, you can change the song frequency in the audio settings right here. Average seconds between tracks and interludes. The default is, like, 300, I think, which is kind of long, so I have it set to, like, what, 50? Which is quite frequent. Oh, like the condition? Oh, they like as in like, okay, I understand what you mean now. So whatever they're doing in the apartment above mine, it's definitely like got to be some sort of renovations or something, because the drilling hasn't stopped, chat. It hasn't stopped. That or they're filming a really long video for OnlyFans. But it's moving around their apartment, so I don't know what they're doing up there. It's been so not only is there a 10-hour drink in industry video on YouTube, it's been up there since about 4 months before the game came out. And if you go to gremlinformayor.com, it's linked right here. We did that. We did that before it was cool. And here's a link. Shoutouts to Diamond for uploading it. But essentially what I need to do right now is I need to figure out what direction my power is going to go. I'm thinking like up here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to connect this whole setup together. We're going to finish these building. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically start digging up above it so that I can connect power to the pump stack. Also going to need on-off switches for all this. I really hope that this works efficiently. Really, really hope it does. A deep pit? I mean, fun might come out of it, but you found a deep hole. Congrats, you found America's money hole, where America throws the money into the big hole. That's my favorite Onion bit. Should America stop throwing money into this really big hole? The economy will go under if we stop throwing money into this really big hole. But yeah, I'd go explore that hole, see what's in there. It was a good bit. It's, you know, that was my favorite era of The Onion, when they actually had, like, money and, like, a video team. All right, so this is going to take a little bit for it all to get connected, but something has collapsed on the surface. And a dwarf died. Well, I guess that's what I get for, like, clear-cutting densely packed trees. Rest in peace, Zuglar. We hardly knew ye. Why are the dwarves so pissed off right now? Because I accidentally was forcing them to gather silk from in front of a forgotten beast, and they weren't so happy about that. Onion News Network used to be fun. As a Canadian, I'm a big fan of the Beaverton, which is just the Canadian Onion. It was accidentally. Prove to me that that was intentional. Sheesh. Come on, what do you take me for? Some kind of monster that would intentionally kill my dwarves and have zero remorse for them? Come on. What do you think I am? Yes? Sad. As in, I'm sad that you think that, not sad because you're sad. I think we can have, like, a maintenance access from the kitchens. That makes some sense. Number went way up? Which number? Is the onion still alive? Yeah, the onion still exists. Jeffries too? Pretty much, actually. Yeah, that's not too far off. What? You know what? It really sounds like somebody's just using a belt sander on, like, some floor up there. That's really what it's starting to sound like now. All right, so let's do this. Do this. Wait for them to dig down to here. Are they digging from this side too? Yeah, okay, so we can put one right there. One right there and one right here. You're looking forward to ticket inflation? The tree did, in fact, kill 2% of my workforce. That is, in fact, a fact. The sun just came out. You should get your dwarf. Wait, did everybody insta-drown? So there was one time I embarked on a glacier, right? It was like half glacier, half ocean embark. It was a really cool embark. All right, chat. If you want to say we're back, YouTube, you can say that. And I get to rebuild this. I get to rebuild this and the... All right, chat. Gotta stack them pumps. Cool. Yay, extra content. Yeah, pretty much. It's like Groundhog Day content. All right, let's make more pumps. Did I name Andorro in this timeline? Nope. Nope. No, I didn't. What dwarf did we give to Andorro? Soapmaker? Suntier? That looks right. All right. Don't need to do that again. Honestly, like, power going out is like the bane of the existence of a streamer. I'm pretty sure clothes was done before. Yeah, no, clothes was... We did the gold crafts, the cloth cloaks, and the cloth hood. I think I queued up silk gloves after that, but let's just get this done first. Honestly, the pumps are my priority currently. The pumps are my priority for probably pretty obvious reasons. Demolition Man, greatest Stallone film? You know, I have to disagree with you purely because I think the first Rambo is the greatest Stallone film. Since we're talking about like 80s action movies still for some reason, and 90s action movies. I just, yeah, I don't know. Every other Rambo is just like diminishing returns into like utter garbage, but that first Rambo is incredible. The first Rambo is like an incredible commentary on like PTSD. And then they're just dumb action movies from that point forward. You liked Rambo 1, but it just wasn't fun. It's not supposed to be a fun movie though. It's supposed to be traumatically horrific. Like it's Rambo 1 is kind of like saying that like Apocalypse Now is supposed to be a fun movie. It's not supposed to be a fun movie. And like that's also a fair reason to not like it as a movie. A perfectly fair reason to not like it as a movie. Apocalypse Now is your favorite movie, actually? Fair enough. It's actually, it's also like saying, like, is Full Metal Jacket a fun movie? I mean, kind of. Until it stops being a fun movie. Stallone doesn't act. Rambo 1 was just simply before we realized that he only could play one character. Maybe I'm being too mean to Stallone there. Oh shit, we still have that one dwarf left. The question is, will they die to the falling trees again? Can't compare Kubrick with anything. Yeah, true. He's kind of like his own thing. I've not seen this, McJerby. I know what you're referring to, but I've not seen it, so I can't really have an opinion on it. You think he did better as Rocky than Rambo? I don't know about that. I also didn't really like Rocky, I don't know. Kubrick compares well with Tommy Wiseau. No, because Kubrick knows what he's doing. Tommy does what he wants and thinks he knows what he's doing. This was before I made The Well, though. All Rocky movies in 5 seconds? Isn't it just like a training montage with them winning the fight? Although my favorite dumb YouTube thing about movies, Sitting Duck, is the B movie, but every single time they say the word B, it doubles in speed. It's like 6 minutes long. It's very funny to me. God, that was the... 2012's Judge Dredd is the only good Judge Dredd, in my opinion. Absolutely. That reboot had... Like, I remember seeing that movie... Like, I want to say, like, the day I got dumped or something. Like, it was... I remember just being really depressed and drinking and just being like, I want something dumb. And I just put on Judge Dredd, and I was like, this is a very, very good movie. What the... No, it wasn't. Go drink more, like... Oh, yeah, no. Carl Urban as Judge Dredd is the only comic book movie that I'm mad didn't become a franchise. I don't like comic book movies, really. With the exception of, like, a few rare examples, like Blade. But... Carl Urban is... Oh, look, it's a penguin. Look at him. He's so good. You got a mad face. His mad face is cute. Anyway, yeah, it was just called Dredd. It was literally just Dredd. D-R-E-D-D. He's the greatest anti-hero actor? Yeah, he's one of the... Maybe not the best, but he's one of the best. He's up there for sure. I was about to say, like, the entire cast of The Boys would like to differ, but then I was like, actually, I think Carl Urban's just straight up the... So the trees collapsed again, but nobody died this time. Wait, nope, somebody did die. Population went down. Nope. Yeah, the newest one's the one with slow-mo. It's the same dwarf that died! Well... And it was inevitable. Yeah, it's true. It was very much inevitable. Get this power hooked up. I'm thinking so this is just an idea. I'm thinking I mine this all out and we put windows along here so theoretically the dwarves from the kitchen could like watch the axles moving. Does Thanos say it was inevitable at any point? I'll be honest, I kind of tapped out of the MCU at that point. I'm also building this way faster this time. Oh, I am inevitable. Okay, fair enough. But one thing that I will say, after talking with Putnam for like an hour and a half, and recording about 50 minutes of it, what I gotta say is basically all the crap that you guys have been complaining about is getting worked on. Like, there's a lot of problems with this version of the game. They're aware of it, and it's being worked on. Like, my confidence in this version of the game just, like, skyrocketed after that conversation. The line? What, Neum? Or whatever it's called? I mean, it's kind of hard to miss it. If you follow any hipstery portion of YouTube, it's kind of hard to miss it. There's problems with every version of DF. Yeah, except now we have a programmer who's actively just like looking for old bugs and has a list of notes that they've been keeping for a very long time of weird old bugs that Tarn doesn't know how to fix, that they're like, yep, it's my job to go fix these. So an artifact asymmetric lead breastplate. Huh. Sounds like very expensive gear that you'd get from endgame battle passes in an MMO. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. I forgot to pull the lever in this timeline. Whoops. Pull the lever, Dwarf. Okay, just don't stand there and you won't get flattened. This is the source of all the bad moods. There we go. Better go to work. That is important. Get to work. We'll see when we see you. Sitting duck. Yeah, web. Play Store. Yeah, I know. Dwarves still doing bondage games? I mean, they're into what they're into. I'm not one to judge. All right, so let's go back to working on this. The pump stack. Gotta get those pumps stacked. God dang it. Misclicked and it canceled the thing, so I gotta open the thing up again. Redeem a dwarf. Apparent bliss. What kind of dwarf would you like? Hopefully my power doesn't go out and kill the timeline again. I'm not sure what you're referring to, 6 pairs of feet. I renamed you when we restarted Endoro. It's like one of the first things I did. I was like, shit, is Endoro still in this? But fortunately, there's only one soap maker in the fort, so it was easy to find you. You're the same dwarf. No, it's available. It was still on cooldown. I nuked the other one, but it is in fact available, and you did in fact get it. So, do you have basically let me know if you want a dwarf with a beard or not, and approximately what job. I don't have any metal workers in the fort currently, though. Brewers, probably. Beard or no beard? Okay. Just let me place these so I don't get out of my groove, and then we'll go find you a brewer while these jobs work. Or at the very least, somebody who works in a brewing adjacent job. Llamas with hot hats. I'm pretty sure I've seen it, but I mean, there's a lot of internet videos I'm pretty sure I've seen. Would I say that my favorite anything comes from an internet video? No. I was wondering why it was so dark in here. All right. Brewer. So I don't currently have anybody with the brewer job. I got planters and other farming related things. I'm looking to see if there's any dwarf that is actively brewing. If I queue up a brew drink from fruit repeat job and see which dwarf takes the job, we could give it to that dwarf. How to set up police. Have I done a video on the justice system for Dwarf Fort? No. It's in my tutorial playthrough. So Bert Clues took it. Well, let's queue up another one. Why is it dwarves that are already named that take those jobs? Planter's good too? Okay. Could go with that one that doesn't have a sprite on there for some reason. I was just like, why don't you have a sprite? Are you dead? Are you dead, Mang? So, would you like, Mang or Doran or Mang? Would you like a farmer or a planter? Because I got 2 farmers and a planter down here. Yeah, the thing is, it's a big system, and it's also really, really, really hard to explain. Essentially, it's just build dungeons and assign a captain of the guard, and then press J, and it's all in that screen. The justice screen, which is up at the top of this. If crimes are witnessed by dwarves, they will go to the captain of the guard's office, and they will report the crime. And if they witnessed who did it, they will generally tell you who did it, and then you can convict them. And if you have prison cells, then they will be put into prison. Farmer with a sprite. All right, let's go with the one that isn't extraordinarily pissed. Apparent Bliss is 85 years old. Feels strong need to pay back any favor done for him, and often feels envious of others. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living and is assertive, and he tends to think before acting. He is stubborn and rarely happy or enthusiastic, and conflicted by this, as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He is conflicted by this. He does not often feel lustful, and he can handle stress, and he has a greedy streak, and he is often nervous, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind working outdoors, at least for a time. Swimmer 7-Up, so no Sprite there. Oh boy. I haven't thought about that in a bit. Personally values nature and prefers a noisy and bustling life to boring days without activity, and disregards tradition. Dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes native silver, black bronze, and pipe opal, apricot wood, and crundle horn, maces and shields and bracelets, and ballista arrows, and boogeymen for their terror-inspiring antics. A horror fan, I see. And prefers to consume polar bear, single grain wheat beer, and single grain wheat seeds, and absolutely hates toads. You like to eat polar bear. Exotic tastes, I would say. Do I really not have any woodcutters left? Sure seems not. Sure seems like we don't. Okay, well. Dear neighbor above me, I don't trust your drilling sounds. Please make them stop. Crundlehorn is best. I used to always read that as Crundlecorn. For some reason in the old version. I think it was just the font that I used. Sup, Berber? How thing? Why is it turkey fighting? Oh, it's literally the turkey that's getting webbed. Got it. Okay, that actually makes a lot of sense. Crundlecorn by Kraft. Yeah, exactly. It's like, it sounds like cheap, crappy food. All right, I'm going to put a very important emergency on-off switch for this gear assembly right here. In case, you know, for reasons we need to turn off the flow of spraying lava from the surface. Kids say it's crundelicious. I hate it. Thanks. What, calling them Crundlecorn? I mean, checks out, Crundomatic. I could understand why you wouldn't want that. Commitment issues galore. Hey, you're the one who always just mocks me. Come on. Gotta bite back sometimes. Now you gotta change your username? I mean, it's like the person who basically so I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but there was somebody in my YouTube comments who basically said that they were too dumb to play Dwarf Fort. And they had and in their username they had the word but. It was something but. And I got a notice on my YouTube dashboard saying potentially offensive comment for review, and I was like, great, okay, who's being a twat? And I looked at the comment, and the comment was just like calling this person a butt. It's just like, you're a butt. Like, hold on a second. YouTube's flagging that as offensive? It's literally in their username. Crundelicious is way better than Crundomatic. Crundelicious definition make me think all evil. How dare over the So I'd just like you to know, if like you think that your comment's been shadow banned on YouTube and you called somebody a butt, it probably got caught in YouTube's auto moderation tactics. I don't know why YouTube just decided to make all of YouTube a Christian Minecraft server, but it's just the world we live in now, apparently. It's kind of true though. It is wild how like sensitive YouTube became all of a sudden. It's like we permit soft curses like damn and hell. Okay, wait, those are curse words? Awesome. I didn't even realize. I thought those were just words. Hecky darn. Well, then, see, here's the thing, right? If you force us to use other words for curse words, those are just going to develop the same meaning. Like, that's how language works, right? Like, if they don't let me say fuck constantly, and then I have to replace it with heck, in a decade or two, the word heck is just going to mean fuck. That's how language works. Words adopt meanings. Like, it's not like it's gonna stop people from cursing. You miss when YouTube had literal porn on it? It still does, Mr. Burner. Go to YouTube and type in nude yoga. I'm not joking. Do not do that on stream, and definitely maybe turn safe mode on. Literally just go to YouTube and type in nude yoga. It still definitely has very much porn on it. Don't ask me how that one channel has the rights to just post naked people doing yoga on YouTube, but... I mean, I was raised very, very Lutheran, which is pretty chill when it comes to Christianity, CP Falcon, but, like, hell and damn were never really considered bad words by anybody. People just kind of said those words. I think I need to eat more of these pigs. You definitely got in trouble for calling another kid a Twazok? Twazok. You should just like change your Twitch name to Twazok and see if you get banned. Or make a Twitch account just called Twazok and see if you get banned. Because I don't think you would. Is it? Huh. Cool. Did you just like teach me like a UKanism for cursing? JY Harifer? I'm probably butchering your name, but thanks for watching the stuffs on the YouTube. Also, what's up, Nutwick? Putnam's laugh is contagious. Got some very funny comments about Putnam's laugh. It reminds me of somebody else I know through Twitch. Very similar laugh. What was I doing? I just completely forgot. Right, I was slaughtering some pigs. Pets and livestock. Pork's back on the menu, boys. Also, I feel like this is another one of those streams where I need to recommend that everybody watches, if you happen to have Netflix, don't subscribe to Netflix for this shit. But if you happen to have Netflix, watch The History of Curse Words, hosted by Nicolas Cage. It's very good. To me, it just sounds like a weird, edgy wizard from somebody's D&D campaign, Sprango. That's what it looked like. That word just looks like, yes, that's the elder wizard, whatever that word is. Specializes in, I don't know, zap magic. I mean, it's not illegal. It's just the Swedish Public Library. That's perfectly legal. Since when is the Swedish Public Library illegal? Come on. You want to watch things, just, you know, go to Sweden. It's totally fine. That's definitely your next character name. It has to be like a really... Oh, it's pronounced Giraffer? Giraffer? Probably still butchering it, but I'm like... I feel like all streamers are just like notoriously bad at usernames because there's so many of them and they're all different and unique. And then somebody from like... or one of the handful of people from Wales that watch my streams tune in, and then I just give up on the spot. It's like, all right, I quit. I can't do it. This isn't possible. Usernames, yes. Nicolas Cage would definitely be a warlock. He's too deranged to be a wizard. I don't know if I'd refer to Nicolas Cage as deranged. He's just really good at playing deranged characters. Well, it's just like Finland and Poland ran away with everybody else's syllables for some reason. Watch the trailer for Renfield? I mean, I've seen the trailer for Renfield. You want to hear long words? Try Hungarian? I've seen plenty of words in Hungarian. Got into shamanism for Ghost Rider. Has anybody here seen Mandy? Because that's my favorite recent insane Nicolas Cage. That man gets so mad that his wife dies, he forges a frickin' battle axe out of a motorcycle. That's a movie that Nicolas Cage is in. It's very good. Well, it's a good movie. I'm not going to say it's a very good movie. It's actually maybe kind of a bad movie in a lot of ways, but I really like it. I mean, it's an LSD trip. Is it the LSD trip? I don't know. It's very pink. You took all the consonants, Finns took all the vowels? Gotcha. I mean, to quote my teammate Bellinera, the Finnish language exists because a bunch of crazy drunkards were locked inside all winter, and they had to figure out how to communicate. This one blocked? No. Okay, they're just waiting for pieces. I will let them work on that and smooth this. Well, maybe a bad movie, but Nicolas Cage is great in it. Every Nicolas Cage fan ever. You mean it's not the overbearing weight of massive talent, it's the unbearable weight of massive talent. And I haven't seen it yet, but yes, I should see that movie. Or rather, I need to see that movie. Aw, Rex has risen to haunt the fortress. I don't even know where half of these dwarves' bodies are. Oh yeah, this menu not being color coordinated is another one that I complained about that's being worked on and is aware of. There it is. Bonk. I mean, my favorite recent Nick Cage video or film was Willy's Wonderland. Is it any good? Eh. Is it fun? Oh, yeah. Did I love it? Absolutely. No. Well, see, the way it used to work, NetJam Jr., is ghosts that were currently ghosts were just surfaced to the top immediately and highlighted in red. So you don't need to type in ghost. You just open the menu and you can see how many ghosts there are. And you just memorialize the ones that are highlighted in red at the top. It's the way it used to work. Did it fuck shit up? Yes. It's for the same reason, Berber, that I really want to see that Blood and Honey Winnie the Pooh movie. Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. I want to see that. It's just Winnie the Pooh eats people. the movie. That's all that movie is. Congratulations, Winnie the Pooh's in the public domain. I actually made 2 memorials. Hold on. Yeah, it's a movie. Why is this listed as a 2023 film? I thought that it was already out. Guess it's not. Hold on. Let me just. Yeah, apparently it's out in February 15th. I thought it already got like an online release. Maybe this is the theatrical release. I don't know. Anyway, there you go. That's Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. Sherlock Holmes entered the public domain this year? Noted. I have too many work orders right now and not enough dwarves, so it's taking a while to get things done. All the dwarves are busy. We're all slaughtering pigs. We're making pig iron. My military's training. At least my military's all happy. I don't like their jobs. That's good. A lot of these jobs are also being taken up by these stupid smooth wall jobs I decided to queue up. I think I'll just erase these for right now. Go do something actually useful, dwarves. Chatner, thank you very much for the Prime for the 2nd month. Welcome back. Cheers, dude. Where pangolins still? Cocaine poo. I don't want to know anything about your cocaine poo. That's all I have to say. Alright, well that lever's been pulled. That's good. Anyone have any ideas for you to mod into this game? You love using DF hack for role-playing and storytelling purposes? I don't know. Smoking. Let the dwarves smoke. And because it's the dwarfy thing that dwarves do that they don't do in Dwarf Fort. And it drives me nuts. Bobtron, what up, dude? It's good to see you. Hope you've been well. Like, dwarves should be able to, like, smoke the way Gimli does. I want to be able to make pipes for my dwarves out of rock, wood, and glass and metal. I mean, it doesn't need to be actual things that we smoke in real life. Like, what do they smoke in Lord of the Rings? It's like smoke leaf or whatever? Yeah, I mean, hemp is, it's pipe, yeah, pipe weed. Yeah. I mean, they could probably smoke, like, rat weed or something. Like, there's definitely uh-oh, there's a ghost. There's definitely things in the game that we could absolutely logic our way into being able to smoke. Sakzul Tekut. I got 2 slabs engraved. There are a particular reason we haven't constructed them yet, dwarves. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not somebody who generally mods the game, but there are a few, because, like, a lot of mods are a bit much, in my opinion. Like, I don't really think Dwarf Fortress needs more races or factions. I think Dwarf Fortress is kind of a pretty complete package in its content variety already. At least for me. With the exception of, like, total overhaul mods. But it's very rare that those actually interest me. So I don't usually end up using them very often. But, like, little things like that are just kind of neat. Is gambling in there? What, for the dwarves? There's no currency, so gambling would be weird. Well, I mean, there kind of is currency. Like, one of the things that Tarn has talked about doing for years, and I'm starting to wonder if it's ever actually going to happen, is tavern games. Because there are procedurally generated sports in Dwarf Fortress. And the procedurally generated sports are things like crossbow throwing and running competitions and such. And he wants to have those in Fortress mode, as well as procedurally generated tavern games. So games that they would play in the taverns. A strange mood. Right here, you. Let's follow you. Will you go make your strange object? So I would really like the procedural tavern games to be in the game, but I don't want that in a mod form. I just want Tarn to make that. Or Putnam or whoever, really. Table throwing competition? I mean, duh. Of course we need obviously we need a table throwing competition. Amused by crossbow throwing? It's like shot put. That's all it is. It's just shot put. Of all of the rock salt blocks you could have gone for, Dwarf, is that really one you had to go for? Why not a Crundle throwing competition? Edit dwarf skills and attributes in an existing save? Not that I know of. Absolutely not for me. I'm sure other people would be interested in, like, more decorations, but I don't care. To me, that just makes loading other people's saves more difficult. And that's just frustrating to me. Launching things by bridge and seeing what goes the furthest. What about a minecart throwing competition? It's just like you start off by training with wooden minecarts and then eventually work your way up to iron minecarts. Or silver minecarts and lead minecarts. Dwarves don't ride minecarts for fun, so a minecart roller coaster is pointless, but yeah, you absolutely could make one. Dodge spike ball. You're the number 400th viewer. I mean, we had like 550 before my power went out. We're crawling back up there, though. You made a slot machine recently? What, like a random number picker using, like, switches or something? Where was I this morning? Streaming? Should make a mod manager mod so that Blind can load people's mods faster or easier. There is one already for graphical mods, but the thing is, I don't give a shit about mods for Dwarf Fort. Like, people are talking about the workshop like it's this big new thing for Dwarf Fort. There's been more mods than you could play for Dwarf Fortress as long as I've played Dwarf Fortress. They're just all on the Dwarf Fortress file depot, right? Very much publicly available, and you can just go download them and play whatever mods you want. I've never felt the need to mod Dwarf Fortress outside of Total Overhaul mods. Because unless, like, I really want to play a completely new themed mod, it's like, Yeah, exactly. Most of the a large portion of the mods on the workshop are old. Like, people are like, have you seen this mod? It's like, yeah, it's existed for like a decade. So, you know, thanks for stating the obvious, Grin. So, you know, sure. I mean, like, go ahead, install mods, have fun. But like, I'm not that kind of person, really. And like, adding more furniture or like more decorations is like, cool. Well, you also need to remember I've played this game in ASCII for a very long time. You're gonna go get another boulder, aren't you? I'm just gonna let this dwarf make their thing. I'm not gonna watch all this. This is gonna take forever. Also, this is a bit of a change of subject, but chat, I've got a question. Do you feel like it should be harder to increase the number of dwarves you have in your fort, or do you think that it should be, like, it should give warnings? Because I had somebody in my YouTube comments the other day asking why I don't turn up my dwarf population. And then also asking if it's to do with performance. Because they said that their 300 dwarf fort is getting kind of laggy. I will never go above 220 dwarves. Because it is stupidly fucking easy to just suddenly have 500 dwarves if you turn that number up, and your game will just run like piss garbage. I think it should absolutely warn people. You lock yours to 75? Yeah, it's like, if anything, you should turn it down. Like, I wish that there needs to be a warning on that. No, it's got nothing to do with state of your civ. It shouldn't have anything to do with state of your civ. If you go above 200 population, your game is just going to run like a slideshow. It's like if you're playing City Skylines and you set your city to 85 tiles mod. It's like, yes, that's a mod that's included by the game in the game by default, but it gives you a big ass warning saying the game's gonna run like molasses. And just because you spent several years locked down in a protracted undead siege, oh, that sucks. Yeah, those long-term undead sieges are rough. Muddy water doesn't matter, so you don't need to worry about avoiding it. Well, I mean, Songs of Six is a very different game. A very, 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 very different game in its code structure, its gameplay, its design. Comparing the two is goofy. Speaking of Songs of Six, that game's getting updates soon. We'll be streaming some of that soon. Looking forward to it, actually. I've also been I've been meaning to play some more Zero Sievert, because that game's gotten a bunch of updates too. Currently working on a 50-pop all-male monastery? Huh. Interesting. I've played way more of any game that any game that's kind of like Dwarf Fortress that Vinny has played once, I've played significantly more of. Fanyogs has now made it cost $1.01 to get #1 on the leaderboard. Large pop warning should be disclaimer: game will run. Don't ask how well. Maybe not. Don't ask how well. But I think it should be a similar warning to like when you set your map size to be really large. Can you deconstruct a mood-claimed workshop? Yeah, but it'll kill that dwarf. Quite literally. Like, that dwarf will die. They will immediately go insane when you do it. DF game speed will approach real time. This is true, actually. Why do you, like, are you asking if you want to kill the dwarf? Or... But yeah, no, that is a way to kill a dwarf. I once was building a cavern fort in like 3 or 4 versions of the game ago, and I had a dwarf in a strange mood down in, and obviously in the caverns, and I'd built a small wall around the area that I'd settled, and then a troll vaulted the wall and toppled the crafts dwarf shop that this dwarf had claimed. The dwarf went berserk and beat the troll to death. It was pretty great. Not gonna lie. Pretty fucking great. The sad part was, the dwarf may have gone insane and beat the troll to death, but then he also killed 2 of my dwarves and then died. So it was kind of sad. But pretty awesome for that one moment. I have hiccups. Please stop. All right, so that's going to need 520 power. Hopefully it's not too much power by the time all these are done. So essentially what we're going to do is thank the mountain home. Praise the sun. Shout to the high heaven. Hallelujah. Hey, baby Blueford. Friends, praise the mountain homes. Exactly. We're not totally fucked. It's been like 4 years since we got migrants. I know they want a Weaver Guild. You know what? Okay, we can do that. Does each pump stack have to be linked or just one? Just one. They power each other. That's what that alternative pattern that I'm doing is here. So they transfer power from the front to the one above. Or via the one above. So the gears on the back here act like a mechanism. So it's actually powering this one with that mechanism, which powers this one with this mechanism, which powers this one, which that... all the way up. All right, let's go build a Weaver's Guild. Could put it right there. Kind of thinking... Is it worth... Oh, I'm past where I was. I don't expect the, the power to go out a second time. That doesn't happen very often. That happens maybe 3 or 4 times a year. If that. So I'm not too worried about that. I was like, why did my population just go down by 1? It's definitely because of the werepangolins, a pangolin right now. Famous last words. I mean, if my power goes out a second time today, I will just end the stream for the day. I'm just not worried about it. Did I try to do an experiment square and symmetric forts? That's not an experiment. How's that an experiment? Have I built square and symmetric forts? They're boring as shit to look at. But yes. I just don't like building square forts because they're boring to look at. I build things I like to look at because I have to look at them for hours every day. So I... You know. Build forts I like to look at. If I don't want to look at them, I'm not going to build them that way. Also, like, you're talking to some, like, there was jokes made about Roller Coaster Tycoon in the chat earlier. This channel literally started off as a heavily modded Roller Coaster Tycoon channel. That's what I did back in the day. That's where I got my start and where the original audience members of this channel came from. Was Roller Coaster Tycoon. Have I ever made a triangular fort? I did an entire fort that was entirely on a diagonal once. Where I built square rooms, but I built them like diamond shapes and like rectangles on an angle. Even before RimWorld. RimWorld hadn't been kickstarted yet. I've been streaming for a long time, dude. My first streams were in 2012, and I got into streaming in 2013, and RimWorld got kickstarted at the end of 2013. I've been around for a long time. You've seen me in Randoifsky's channel for years? Are you talking to somebody else, or are you talking to me? Because I don't know who that is, God Emperor. Like 5 artifacts so far, and 3 of them are iron maces. That's pretty good. Ever fired 2 guns at the same time while driving through the air? While diving through the air? I mean... I played Enter the Matrix once. Does that count? Yeah, you gotta be confusing me with somebody else. But yes, Hot Fuzz was in fact a good movie. I rewatched Hot Fuzz during the pandemic, and that was a good choice. Drone ant people are fighting. Was this plant's job done? Depends on the artifact. If they're like armor or something, you have to specifically tell a dwarf to use it. But if it's like clothing, armor, or a weapon, then they are usable. Same with rings. And if you hit N, if you click this button on one of your nobles, you can assign a particular item to a noble. And then whoever has that role will carry that item around. A screw pump tutorial? I have several, actually. I've got a pump stack tutorial for pumping water. Although it's a bit manic in its pace. Probably should have made it like an 18-minute long video instead of an 8, but eh. Also, hi, Key Tracks. How's the Dwarven life? Pretty good. Building stuff. I mean, I'm making pump stacks right now. Pump stacks are one of those things that I think a lot of people super duper duper overthink in Dwarf Fortress. Like, it's not actually, they're not actually that complicated. I think they're actually quite simple. But because everything in Dwarf Fortress appears to be super complicated, people overthink them and get all worried when they try and make them the first time. But pump stacks are actually quite simple. Especially once you kind of figure out how they operate. Yeah, that could be our little Weaver's Guild. Put a door kind of on that side. I just want things to look interesting. I mean, this base has a long way to go before I'm actually happy with the way it looks. I think this base is ugly as hell. This whole thing needs to be removed. This is going to be a big old central walkway if I actually get to build it the way I want to. All right, let's go to the bottom of this and work our way up. Seeing if all of these are done. Looks like it. All right, let's put a cork in it. Actually, that's probably a bad idea. I should not use closest material. Because otherwise, they're all going to get stuck. I should just use bricks. Do I accept all petitions? No. I accept very few. Especially if they're soldiers. It depends on what faction they're from and like what they actually provide for the fortress. If they're just random mercenaries too, unless they actually have skills, I generally don't accept them. It's not relevant outside of the beginning of the stream, the choose a duck thing. Tune into the first 45 minutes of a stream and I'll explain it. Tyrandis, what kind of dwarf would you like? We don't have that great of a selection right now, unfortunately. We do have a lot of crafts dwarves and quite a few farmers and a couple military dwarves. But your actual options are pretty limited. So... I don't think I have a single dwarf with the brewer job. I do have a mechanic now. Let me see. Yeah, I don't have a single dwarf with the brewer job. They're all just various other farmers. But if you want bearded... Got a pissed off bearded farmer. Mechanic doesn't have a beard. You okay with the mechanic? You know, Sniper, one of these days you'll actually listen to me stating that I really don't like that emote. But it's okay. One of these days you'll remember. So, oh, you said not bearded. Okay. Missed the not there. Iron Death. Tough. Sickly. Poor intuition. She often neglects her own well-being, having no interest in material goods, presents herself modestly, and frowns on any flashy accoutrements. Prefers to be alone, and she is greatly pleased by her own looks and accomplishments. Finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. Yeah, like I said, Sniper, one of these days you'll remember. She tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and she likes a little excitement now and then. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this, and she dislikes the natural world. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Are Titans trappable? No, they're like Forgotten Beasts, so unless you have web traps, they're not trappable. Titans are literally Forgotten Beasts, but for the surface. You forgot that we added the Gifted Dwarf? Well, we haven't. Well, now you remember. Let me know who I'll look into that in a second, Claiborne. She personally doesn't particularly respect commerce and doesn't care about art one way or another and dreams of mastering a skill. Likes garnerite, brass, pink jade, and the words of the meditation of orbs and the sight of the scintillating silkiness, and when possible prefers to consume custard apple cider and absolutely hates hamsters. You're enjoying the Road Torch video? That's an older series. Like the thing that you'll realize about those videos is like they're stream archives, right? There's a lot of them. So like that's like a month old set of streams. Claiborne, who am I gifting a sub to? Or not a sub, a dwarf to. Who am I gifting a dwarf to? Captain Walmart? All right, chat. What kind of dwarf is Captain Walmart? We've got a metal crafter. I got a hunter, animal caretakers. A fish dissector. Going through the VODs in order to start from the start of premium, that is, and you're on Road Torch. It's good to know about where people are at. Trader or bookkeeper? I should probably split. Okay, bookkeeper is currently Fraser. Broker's got. I could actually give a dwarf broker, which is the trader, because it's currently just my mayor. So I could give it to this peasant. We can make them into Captain Walmart. How time flies. Time does in fact file away behind us into the cabinet. Craftsdorf, 100%. Broker. I think broker seems apt. And then you saw how long it truly was. Just remember, long death is 2.5 times as long as One Piece. Just hours-wise. Don't watch Long Death. Not the manga, the anime. Just hours count-wise? We looked it up. Would I like an incompetent broker? I don't know. I think Walmart's probably pretty good at brokering deals. So, give you this peasant. Walmart, you get to be the peasant broker, who's also pretty good at her job. Not exactly the happiest. 27 years old, you have a spouse named Deduk. He's also a peasant. I kind of like the way this gifted audience member a dwarf thing works. Yeah, and long death is like 1,500 hours. So, you're currently meditating on mercy. I need to make better temples. She personally believes that the idea of acquisition of power over others is something to strive, is one of the highest goals in life worthy of the highest respect. She has the highest regard for loyalty and is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting and sees perseverance in the face of adversity bullheaded and foolish and values and dreams of raising a family. Is quite polite, and she is troubled by this, since she, by this natural tendency in herself, since she finds dignified society to be stifling and silly when properly considered. She often feels discouraged, and after seeing a goblin's dead body. Also, this dwarf has been in my previous forts. I'll figure out where in a second. She is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and she is conflicted by this, as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and she is a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, and she likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. She is slow to anger, and she has a sense of humor. She has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others and is stubborn. She is conflicted by this part of herself, as she has a greedy streak. She generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future, and often touches others during conversations when she's excited, and scratches her head when she's nervous. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Preference-wise, she likes schist, pinfire opal, penguin tooth, coffins, chains, reindeer for their large herds, boogeymen for their terror-inspiring antics, and prefers to consume giant wolverine, perry, and barley flower, and blood amaranth leaves. Hates jumping spiders. All right, so your husband is that dwarf, and apparently Old Swery is your younger half-sister. By the way. You were a member of the Long Key, so you came from Ironshore. A lot of dwarves in this fort like boogeyman. I think that's just this faction just likes scary things. Like, quite literally, I'm just convinced that this faction just likes scary things. Let's just use the surrounding marble boulders for that first bit, and then we'll use blocks for the rest of this. Alright, so let's just make sure that there's nobody stuck in this. If there's somebody stuck in this, they'll get a fiery death. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sweet. So now that we're down to here, we can block this off. And then we can channel out this. Could be a good time. Petrified wood looks so good. It really does, doesn't it? Petrified wood has looked good in like every version of Dwarf Fort. It used to just be like bright fucking red. I'm gonna figure out how I can make, about as safe as it's gonna get. About as safe as it's going to get. And thank you, Vegeta NC, for the 2nd month. Thank you for your content. You've been following your YouTube channel for quite a while. I've seen your name around for quite a while. Like I certainly recognize the name. Am I vegan? I'm a weekday vegan, but I'm not strictly vegan. I ate a steak yesterday. I eat meat very infrequently and don't generally have it in the house. But I do eat meat. Pablo Rasta _ shiny. How are you, sir? How are you? Speaking of dumb things to ask Twitch chat. Chat, what should I set the sub goal for? Because I've been trying to figure out approximately where we're going to end up sitting. And I'm trying to figure out what this channel is going to be size-wise going forward. Because currently I have no idea, if I'm being honest with you guys. We're currently sitting at 2,148 subs. And by my math, we're going to lose another, like, 300 this week. And then at that point, after that, it's going to stabilize a little bit. I'm thinking 2,000, which is a lot of money. But I'm thinking that might be doable. It's a fun little nice number. Let's actually just do one of these. I don't want somebody to get torched. Going to the moon. Amazing interview with Putnam. Just wait until I get one with Tarn and maybe Zach as well up next week. But I'm glad that you enjoyed the chat with Putnam. 2069 is nicer. Well, 6969 is even nicer than that. Make it 1999. Party like it's 1999. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna make all this stuff invisible. It's not gonna melt. It's Gabbara. God, lava looks so cool in this game. So this is just going to fill until right there. And we don't need to worry about it bubbling up because lava don't have no pressure. Do you get banned for spamming emotes? Have you been banned yet? I generally prefer to just ask people to do something less if I don't like something that they're doing. And I don't like you spamming emotes for no reason. If there's a reason to spam emotes, then spam emotes. But otherwise, it just wrecks conversation for zero logical reason. So yes, that is annoying. Jamma Bama, thank you very much for the Prime sub for a 3rd month. All right, well, let's turn this thing on. Let's give her a test. See if it has enough power. 871? Oh yeah, we got plenty of power. There we go. We pumping, boys. Just remember, Sniper, if you're spamming random emotes with no logical reason, I'm going to ask why eventually. Because there's always a lot of conversations going on in the chat, and if you're just here to spam shit, go to your own chat and do that. You can hear the sound of your own voice without having to bother other people. I like to think that this is a channel that's watched by adults generally. So unless there's like reason for celebration, like somebody throws a gift sub bomb into chat or something, like there's no reason to. You can't make brass into weapons? Have you ever actually messed with brass in real life? Shit's not exactly very dense. I mean, you only have to wait another 18 minutes. Just take a while rolling your joint and you'll be good. There we go. That's what we need. Nice quick lava flow. That funky monkey? Looks pretty good. All right. So now that that's pumping, I can go up here and we can figure out where we actually want to put this lava. I've got this little thingy here filling up. So we can do this very easily from the layer above. But I'm probably actually going to pump it higher because I do actually have all this flowing water right here, so I can make another power supply. Squeetus with the Prime for the 2nd month. The giant brass spiked ball. I mean, who would really? Who would really? All right, so speaking of wood, really, let's clear some of it so we can dig. Rip the VOD. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. I might actually just get my editor to stitch it together. Just like, being like, dude, just can you stitch these two VODs together for me? Thanks. Because I just don't want to wait for the rendering time. So I'll pay him to do it. Well, just think about it this way, right? Sniper? If there's reason to post emotes, post emotes. If you show up just to spam emotes, you're not going to get banned, but I'm going to ask you why you're being an immature child eventually. It's not the point of this channel. It's never been the point of this channel. This channel's always been super chill. There's a reason why the vast majority of the Pepe emotes and things like Keck W show up as I'm stupid, is because that's not the kind of culture I want to build. If you want that kind of culture, watch other streams. If you don't want that kind of culture, you're welcome to stay. No problems. To be blunt, the point of this channel is to be sharp. Hey, Green Dude, thank you. Bruh. Do you get my point? Hey! Let's make that Weaver Guild. What happened? Nothing. What if it's sharp as an egg? Do I look like Northern Lion to you? The hell, man. I'll have you know, I have more hair right now than Northern Lion has had in the last 20 years. That's actually not true. I don't know when he first started shaving his head or if he just went bald. Bulb it. God dang it. Fallout Rain. That's mean. The interview with Zach and Tarn will be live, yes. And can you ask questions in real time? No. If you would like to submit a question, type in !interview. Every now and again, I will source a few questions from chat, but that's pretty rare. !interview will give you a link to a Google form where you can send in a question. And you have to have them in by like tomorrow afternoon, because I will be trimming them down tomorrow afternoon. But keep in mind that because it's going to be a curated list, do not be surprised if your question doesn't get asked. Because currently, how many questions do we have in there today? Currently there is 165. Which, not so many. It's less than last time. Bronze Brain, yes. Actually, I think it was originally Bronzed Brain, but... Oh, you're such a bronzed brain. I like that this guild hall is called the Creative Guild. Did I ever make any statues? I can't remember. Nope. There's a community member of this chat named Vinsati, who you might see around every now and again. He hangs around Hazaz's stream a lot. But Vinsati, a while ago... Oh, am I just straight up out of gold? I think I'm just out of gold. Vinsati, a while ago, went on a quest to create a bunch of Dwarven swear words. Cat Herder was one, but, like, translated them into Dwarven. So they were, like, Dwarven swear words written in Dwarven. Cat Herder was probably my favorite one. You need this list? Hold on, let me see if I can find it. I never saved it, so. There is no word for dwarf in Dwarven. Can't remember if it was posted on my Discord or not. I'm not seeing this conversation. actually wonder. Ah, here it is. Because I forwarded it to Krug Smash. That's how I actually found it. Dwarven Profanities. Amun Mess, Night Creature. Actual option during adventure mode. Teigenstein, Dungsmith. Those with poor crafting skill, generally poor, or other races are nonetheless prolific manufacturers. Boblin, a pet cloud, spoken of those who are followed by an army of cats disrupting dwarven traffic. Idrom Drad, Shortbeard, Zakarlim, Snotface, Tigdeb, Dung Eater, ew, Aril Cossack, Water Drinker, River Drinker, insert liquid here, Drinker. Rain Lover. I like that one. Hill Dweller. Ooh, that's harsh. Dimhead is also pretty good. Just failure. Limp Hammer is also pretty great. There you go. But I mean, there's just the link. You don't need to clip it. You can just have the link. Farmer's gone berserk? Did I fail an artifact? Oh, I must have. Dang. That's a shame. Sorry, Mang. This dwarf was pretty pissed, though. I actually got punched in the head, or got hit in the head with a copper pick. Got beheaded by a copper pick. What a way to go. A surface digger. Yeah. I'm kind of surprised that vampire. Yeah, literally. Okay, so it was an artifact. I'm kind of surprised that vampire just isn't on that list, like blood drinker or something. All right. Well, now that this is fully dug out, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start digging up here once these get dug down a little bit. I'm also going to go... Ooh, actually, very convenient. Trying to figure out how I want to do this. I kind of just want to do this way. Because there's water flowing right here. So I'm just going to generate some more power right here. Because this should have enough flow that I should be able to just generate more power down here. Let's test it with a couple, see if it works. Yeah, blood drinker would be covered under liquid drinker, although vomit drinker is something far more vile. Metal, well, melt. Let's just do melt a metal object. That on infinite. But a good idea. I mean, you can just straight up give your combat dwarves pickaxes and they will demolish fools. Pickaxes are extremely good weapons. Bet you like wood more than rocks, you stinking water drinking. There you go. Do I use Dwarven Radar? I'm convinced that I'm the person who reminded the community that that exists. Do I use it? Not really. It's an exploit. I don't like using exploits. And it's Dwarven Sonar. Get it right. But literally, like, I showed that on stream, and the next day, 4 different videos popped up from random tiny channels showing that off, and I'm like, okay, cool. Now everybody's suddenly asking me about it. It's a really old bug. It's been in the game since, like, 2012? As long as I've been playing. You saw it on a random small channel this morning? Yeah. But no, it's when you make a farm and you scroll down. Yeah, I would call Dwarven Sonar a feature at this point. I just think it's really... So the goal that I want to do today is I want to build a lava fall. That's the goal. I want to build a tower coming out of the top of this, if not the top of this, maybe off the back of this, that flows lava about here over this and across a thing down into here. That's the goal. So this is where I'm farming. Farming is actually in a very suboptimal spot right now. We should probably actually move my farms down here. So I think that's what we're going to do first, is I'm going to move my farms. So I'm going to dig out an area, maybe about yay big, and this is going to be where we're going to start farming. Except I'm going to remove the majority of these. And get a Necromancer Monarch. Not really the goal. Yeah, I mean, Moat. Moat comes with this. Always AFK. Moat absolutely comes with this. But the first thing we need to do is move the... We need to move our water. Or we need to move our farms. Tower Dweller? Yeah, that could work. I don't know. There's a lot of really good, like, things that could be Dwarven curse words. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like when it comes to my videos, there's 2 things that I kind of refuse to do. One of them is just straight up making videos of things that I know for a fact are just a straight up exploit/bug. I just don't want to do that. If you want to go figure those out, they're all on the wiki. Like, literally, they're all on the wiki. But I kind of feel like using exploits like that to a degree kind of take away from the game. So things from my perspective that take away from the game are things I don't want to make videos out of. I like my DF Ideas series because it lets me be more wide with what I can call a tutorial without actually making a fish milk. I could talk about milking fish in a second. So, like, there are certain things that I will make videos out of that are kind of exploit-y, which will just go into the Ideas series, but that I'm not going to make straight-up tutorials about that sort of stuff. In regards to milking fish, I've actually milked a fish before. By that, I mean, I volunteered for the salmon spawn here. It's a thing. Salmon spawning. It's a thing. Basically, you grab the male fish. Well, you grab the lady fish, you gut it, you let the egg sac out, you put it into water, and then you grab the male fish and you squeeze its sperm onto the eggs. I've actually done that. It's quite a interesting experience. I jerked salmon off 3 years in a row. It was something I did as part of Scouts, and we also did it as part of Cadets, actually. It was fun. And then, like 6 months later, you then go to the fisheries, and you take all the baby salmon, and you release them. Like, yes, in real life, I've done this. It's a very important thing if you want to actually have wild-caught salmon to eat for the rest of your life. Tyler Wen is insane. Like, this is just the reality about keeping fish alive in real life. If you like eating fish, you'll thank the people that do that. It's a very important public service that needs to happen. Otherwise, we just won't have fish. Because overfishing is destroying what they have left. I don't want to do this. Let's just push it forward this way. Okay, so this isn't generating power. Got it. Let's try the other end. This area will generate power if that one doesn't. Which is fine. This is still close enough. It's always been roe, from my knowledge. And I've actually never eaten caviar. I don't actually know what type of fish eggs is caviar. Well, I mean, some of them are even edible. Walmart. Like, the best part about working in the salmon spawn is you get a giant fucking salmon barbecue afterwards. Captain of the Guard has been bitten by a cave spider. Oh no! Permanent illness incoming. No, they're dead by the time you're doing it. Yeah. Literally, like, just go look up salmon spawning in controlled fisheries. This is a legit thing. By the time they make it to the salmon spawn, they are dead. Like, by the time we pull them out of the water. Or by the time I used to pull them out of the water, I suppose. I haven't done this in years. Yep. Jerking off dead salmon. It's literally what it is. And chat can make it as weird as they want, but it's not weird. It's called literally working in Fish and Wildlife. It's legitimate volunteer hours. It's very important. Fish life is brutal. So is real life in general. Chat makes anything weird? Oh, yeah. Naturally. I mean, I've told this story before. Like, this isn't, like, unknown knowledge about me or something silly like that. You dig into an aquifer and make sure it all leaks into a pond, Sniper. How do you make, Pando, thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for a second month. Welcome back. Yeah, no, but see, here's the thing, right? We're also when I used to go out for the salmon spawns, with the guys that would organize it would already have a bunch caught. So, yeah, no, they go through very physical changes before the salmon spawn and they're generally not edible by that point. Or I mean, I guess like they could be, but you wouldn't want to. Like they look all sickly and it's not that pleasant. Go, that's that going. More migrants have arrived. Yay! Edible but taste shitty. Bears like them. Do I ever reclaim forts? Yeah. One of my favorite fort styles to do, actually, is to reclaim an abandoned fort in a faction that my faction, or close to an area that my faction is at war with, and then basically start, like, a bandit camp there, forced to trade with all of them, like, demand tribute, and then start killing their caravans. It's a really fun way to play, actually. Which maybe we'll have to do at some point once we're kind of done with this world, but I'm just enjoying this world so much right now. I have this problem where I never know how long to play a world for, and I can, like, play a single world for, like, multiple months to years. Physical constraints on transferring the water wheel to power, or does it work like a grid? What do you mean by physical constraints? Why stop playing a world? I mean, like, if you want to play a drastically different theme, sometimes you do have to stop playing a specific world. Like, there isn't that many necromancers in this world, just as an example. So there's not a lot of necromancer experiments and such. And this one's inactive, so this one doesn't quite have enough water, which is fine. Oops, no, remove that. Cancel that construction. These ones are all moving, though. Means I could probably go along here for a couple more. It currently is, yeah. I like kind of the sad story of these dwarves, honestly. It's kind of neat. I'd do this safer. I don't really want to drown a dwarf. We'll do this safer. I'm not going to pump it manually. I'll just connect this to it. Jerry Gord, thanks for the tier 1. Cheers. Yes, this is powered by a light aquifer. This is powered by this right here. And this right here. This is 2 chunks of a light aquifer that are spilling water down into this hole down here, which goes down into here, which powers these water wheels right here. And also powers these water wheels right here. You just need to make sure that the water goes somewhere. Otherwise, it's not going to work. You just need to give the water somewhere to go, basically. And as long as the water has somewhere to go, it's fine. Where does the water drain? Off the side of the map. You can just do that? Not directly. So in order to, air quotes, just do that, you have to do this. You have to dig right up to the edge of the map, smooth the edge of the map, and then carve holes in the wall, which is fortifications. So you have to carve fortifications into the wall, and then it'll just flow off the map. I gotta say, I love that this conversation has, like, gone from, like, you know, we're talking about Dwarf Fortress, like Cuddly Ray is asking questions, and, like, all chat's just, like, asking questions about Dwarf Fort. And then there's also, like, still this conversation about, like, river health and like, fish spawning and stuff going on in the background. It's like, yeah, I like this. Good news, though. The weird drill sound from upstairs has stopped. You carve these into the wall. Carve a gap in a smooth wall. Arrow slits. They're called fortifications. What's the ETA on the fire alarm? What? Oh, upstairs? It's not 5 p.m. yet. Although I haven't heard the fire alarm all weekend, so. Also, Lunar XYZ. Thank you very much for that, Prime. Something has collapsed on the surface. Okay, this is weird. So this is a tree, right? The top of this tree has sand on it. What? Excuse me? What are you smoking? Where did you get that sand from? They're trying to drill it. I swear he's got like some sort of like belt sander or something. Kia dropped. Yeah, Kia dropped a bag of sand. No problem, DBG Word City. Oh, that's not what I want. You're not blocks. I also didn't. Well, that's the first adamantine ballista arrow of the day. Similar interests, Crundlematic. Also, by the way, my brain is still trying to figure out what the lyrics to a parody version of Fergalicious, but with Crundalicious would be. And my brain is still kind of going, like, Crundalicious definition, make your dwarfs go crazy. I'm getting there. We're workshopping it. You're looking at Lenderns and wondering what you need to change in World Gen to get less demon thrust spire up from the... That's just what demons do. Demons thrust spires. Even better, Word City. We could workshop this. We could make this happen. And then if I hit 3,000 subs again, I will do a dramatic reading of all of these. Yes, they thrust towers that pierce the heavens, yes. And that's how the goblin hordes spawn. Only if you have a strange sense, like... Well, maybe not strange, but, like, maybe if you assume that everything sounds like porn. Yeah, it's probably more goblin than dwarven. Name I can't pronounce. What kind of dwarf would you like? Because you got it. Yeah, you did get it. You did it. After all of these months of, or not months, weeks of complaining, you did it. How does it feel? Your dwarf won't drown immediately, I swear. But what kind of dwarf would you like? We got weavers, we got some jewelers. We got planters. We got a couple swords dwarves, a few peasants. If you want a blank slate. Someone kind. What does that mean? Beardless anyone. How about this kind of happy peasant? Erdem. Gushy. I think I spelled that wrong. I'm staring at it, and I think I wrote it wrong. Ariyagushkha. I think I got that right. No, but yes, but no, but yes, but no. They're not bugged. They're just extraordinarily fucky, William. Like, they work. You can make them work. They're just a pain in the ass. She only forms rare and fleeting emotional bonds with others and is very curious. Sometimes to her detriment. She is slow to anger and has a sense of duty. She has little interest in joking around and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, enjoys the company of others, and rarely feels discouraged, and is grateful when others help her out. She tries to return favors and tends to consider what others think of her. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. She generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and she can easily fall into love or develop positive feelings. And she often tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally respects the law and does not care about family one way or another, and doesn't care about art one way or another, and does not care about friendship, but dreams of mastering a skill. She likes alabaster, tin, dementoid, and birch wood, knuckleworm, leather, and the color crimson. Maces and backpacks and figurines and spiked balls for reasons. And giant hippos for their strength. And the sight of the clear heather. And when possible, you prefer to consume banana beer. And you hate snails. You were a former member of the Long Key. But now you're a member of the Chunky Orb. Welcome to the Chunky Orb. I'm going to just say that banana beer is really yum because I've had it. I've actually had banana beer. Banana beer, very good. Okay, so that's inactive. That's inactive. This one works. So what I could do here is I could see if I can make these work. Doing this might actually give them flow. Oh, never mind. They do work. Are they just working on and off? Oh, I see. They just flicker on and off. Can you harvest boulders? I mean, like these, yeah. The ones on the surface have to be smooth. What's up, Braybrit? What do I have going on so far? We're pumping lava. And fiddling with water. Various things. I'm moving my farms down here. We've got multiple projects going right now. Dwarf, please don't drown. There we go. That's what we like to see. I don't actually know how much power this whole thing's going to take. Hoping not much. I mean, it does nothing because you don't harvest boulders. Can you make butter in DF? I mean, you can cook fat, but it's not really butter. They don't make bread, so not much use for butter. So just don't chop down any trees. Problem solved. Then everybody wins. A good time. So this is just probably a really bad idea. This is probably a really bad idea. YOLO. What could possibly go wrong? Just gonna like throw a gear into here and just let it pump a bunch of liquids up in here. Epion, what up? How's thing? How's life? Thank you much for keeping that sub alive. For a 30th month. Been a long time. It's been the longest 6 weeks of January ever. I know, right? Clino? My God, dude. The longest January is the horror film that I'm not ready to watch yet. Arunamos CD. Thank you very much for the prime. Cheers. Well, wasn't as dangerous as I thought it would be. Minor incident? I mean, nobody drowned. What? I mean, I think we're good. Yet? Well, yeah, obviously. In case you didn't notice, this was intentional. I'm filling this all up with mud. This is going to be where I farm. It's going a little this way, but eh. Yeah, I could use levers to cut off the power to this, but I just kind of want to get this set up. So why not have a little fun in doing so? Just want this to get to the end here. We'll just have to pave this. That's fine. Not using cavern soil? I mean, this is just as efficient and significantly safer. I mean, it's not the end goal to make a water park, but it's a side effect of what I'm doing. It's also pretty shallow right there, and they'll be able to get out of that quite quickly. Corner up. Yay, there we go. Now, don't you fall, dwarf. Come on. Well, you did in fact have a shower, so I guess that's good. Somebody else come in to do this? You know, we could also just set this for deconstruction. That would actually be smarter. Because then they'll just stand right there. Godan's coming to destroy building. There you go. See, perfectly safe, chat. No danger whatsoever. There definitely isn't like an enormous iron corkscrew flowing down the creek now. No danger. I don't know why all of you guys are panicking. Super safe. Soggy Socks. That is a pretty good fort name. See, perfectly safe. Nobody died. Not a single dwarf died in this particular project. Yet. I do have a ghost, though, apparently. Cog! Ghostly farmer is haunting the fortress. Well, we should deal with this ghostly farmer. Wet socks is not. You know, I will never fully understand why people try to actually come up with some logic for why dwarves don't like being in the rain. They're just like, they love this, but they hate this. It's like, don't worry about it. They're dwarves. It's fine. Like, legit. It's fine. They're dwarves. Don't worry about it. Some things exist for arbitrary game mechanics. I'm really starting to love how this tomb looks, though. Unrelated, but... So this area right here is going to be moved. This whole zone right here is going to be moved. Moved to down here. And as for the livestock that's currently living here, that I don't know about. That I'm not sure about. I need to figure that out. Has risen to protest the new pumps for agriculture. I think that COG would like what we are doing with modern dwarven farming. I think COG would approve. Chat, do you think COG would approve? Because I think COG would approve. All right, farming. Farm plot. It's a bit big. Can actually get some variety going here. That'll be fine. Actually, we can nuke this one on the end and use that as a seed stockpile. Fill this one in with some flooring, so it looks a little nicer. Cool. Ghost has been put to rest. I mean, to me, it's perfectly logical because of the way the time system works in Dwarf Fortress. A day is like 30 seconds. If your boss at work, chat, was like, go work outside in the rain for 6 weeks before you can have lunch, you'd be pretty pissed too. I don't think the amount of mud matters, no. It used to just be mud or no mud. I'm pretty sure it's just sprites, but I'm not sure. I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, please tell me. Oh yeah, absolutely, lizard eats flies. This is like Dwarf Fortress 101 right here. Who's bleeding all over the fantasy? Freshly laid floors? Probably nobody there. Oh, it's Goden. So Goden was somebody who died after failing to make an artifact. Not sure why someone just got struck by melancholy. And so my assumption... Oh, geez. Great Padinsky, the Sword Dwarf, has risen and is haunting the fortress. Wow. It's a good thing we don't have any... What's your last name? Padinsky? Zacitonal. That's a problem, because one of my military dwarves is possessed right now. Or was possessed. Padinsky's like, I'm listening from the world of work. How's that partner application going, Padinsky? Actually, mods, if there's any mods listening, can I get a proper shout out for Padinsky, please? And anybody who doesn't follow the Great Padinsky, please go give the Great Padinsky a follow. Padinsky's very close to Twitch partner. No, he named his shield, I think. Said Brighton. The dead rise in favor of traditional bucket-driven agriculture. God damn it, I will use my pumps. My modern technology! There we go. Also, because Padinsky was my militia commander, you get to have your slab in the barracks. There we go. The mods awoke. Is what I do, Padinsky. Do the changes for cavern mud fertility affect ground farming? Ground farming? You mean like above ground farming? Yeah, above ground farming always sucked and still sucks. It's just significantly more efficient to farm underground. Actually, where are you getting those metal objects from for melting? They'll just farm very slowly. Like, you'll still be able to farm them. Like, there's nothing stopping you from farming those items. They just farm really slowly. It's not the dwarf's specialty. That's the human's specialty. It'd be like asking the Irish to grow something that isn't a potato. Or Italy to grow something that isn't a grape. Okay. I'm being very general, I'm sorry. No, but I watched Tekid do it in real time. Irrigated and caverns are identical from what he could find. No, not that. Armor. We want. Italians farm olives. Shows how much I know. Noodle trees? Sorry, it took me a second to realize that was a joke, Stokill. Italy also farms noodle trees. How else would they get all that pasta? Yes, from noodle trees. Absolutely. From the great plains of noodles. Also, hey, Victory. I know, Victory and Solus. Potatoes came from the New World. Which is part of the reason why the potato famine happened. Noodle tree, but real? BBC did it? Oh, okay, I understand what this is. Now I understand what you're talking about. So I need to figure out where to pasture my livestock. We're going to make a seed stockpile here. No barrels. Pigtails. Pigtails. Plump helmets. Plump helmets. This one can just be cave wheat. Cave wheat. Plump helmets. Plump helmets. This one can be, let's just do plump helmets year round on this one. That'll be plenty. I'll even do sweet pods on the last one. House hippos to be a thing? I mean, so someone on Reddit a while ago on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit was like, Dwarf Fortress has excellent varieties of giant animals. Why can't we have excellent varieties of miniature animals? And you know what? I feel that. You know? Like, why can't we have just, like, I don't know, like, micropotamus? Vermin-sized elephants. Exactly! Maybe something for myths and magic. All right, I'm going to just make a pen pasture up here. And sieges are turned off right now. Mini frogs. I don't know about that. That might be pushing it. Micropotamus. It's. Do you guys know that scene from Spy Kids where he's just like, I think it's Spy Kids, where there's like a tiny elephant like this big for like half a second in the background? I think it's the first one. Like we were trying to sell these as pets. Maybe it's Spy Kids 2. Spy Kids 2 is when everything was just absolutely on acid. But like, there's just like a tiny elephant like that big. Besides, like the world already has mini fluffy cows. That was Spy Kids 2? Okay, cool. So I'm not like imagining that. And mini fluffy cows are something special. They're like the size of a large dog. They have the best ears. These need to be added to Dwarf Fort. Dwarves should ride them. I'm just saying. They should ride these into battle. It's literally a dog that's also a lawnmower. It's a dog that's also a lawnmower. Who doesn't want a dog that eats your lawn? It's great. And a poop factory. Well, everything's a poop factory. Just about everything. Apparently I have a llama? Turns out most historical figures like that are horrible people, so. I'm just gonna normal talk to you. I hate it. Thanks. Why do you do this to me, chat? All right. Okay. Well, I'm going to go up to here. Just going to select this whole thing right here. We're gonna dig this whole thing up. And then I'm going to replace all of this with walls. Because I have so much marble. Narble? Marble. It's Nurgle's weird cousin. Oh, is that all, Pablo? Thank you. I mean, that's a very large amount of hours. Thank you very much for watching the stream for so long. All right, yeah, on this account. Yeah, actually true. That is fair. You had Pablo Rasta. Initially. You've been here since RimWorld? Yep. Yeah, no, I feel like your hour count should be way higher than that, but yeah, it's because I always forget that you swapped accounts. Oh, geez. They might cancel trading if they can't get there. We gotta get this built. No, actually, they could just walk in this way, but... You claimed a bedroom... new arrival claimed a bedroom of a dead... woodcrafter, and after a night's sleep got a strange mood to make their own wooden artifact? That's kind of cool. Wiz the God! Who am I giving a dwarf to? You get to pick somebody that gets a dwarf in this stream. Or in the chat, I guess. Who am I giving a dwarf to? That seems like reverse psychology to me. Everybody's just like, hey, we best friends now, yeah? Just give me the dwarf. We've known each other for years, right? Right? I'm just going to start building the thing that I've wanted to do with this for a little bit now. Basically, for reference, chat, when it comes to this construction project, I'm giving myself to the year 250 before I turn sieges back on. That's kind of my personal cutoff point that I need to get to. The highest investor, so the person who invests the most tickets? All right. Who invested the most tickets in the last invest? Because they're not up anymore. I could restart the bot to run it again, unless I'm just giving it to Pablo. But I guess that's up to you. Do you mean from the most recent investment, in which case then it goes to Pablo, or am I doing a redraw? It's Pablo? Okay. Just wanted to confirm. So chat, what kind of dwarf do I give to Pablo? Let's see, we've got miner available, we got a boyer, a woodcutter, we got an engraver, we got some animal caretakers, we got a metal crafter, some gem cutters, many weavers and things, we got farmers, herbalists, a couple military dwarves, a few peasants, some children. I don't see a single... I don't think I have nobody with the Gelder job. The meanest child? I could give him Rakust, the most upset kid down here. I think chat seems to be leaning child, so Pablo it's two A's. Rasta. We'll just go Pablo Rasta. Pablo Rasta is stressed and unconscious because she's sleeping. She is shameless and absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others. She is always tense and jittery, and she is stingy with resources when working on projects and refuses to spend any extra effort. She often feels envious of others, and there's a ghost in the fort. Fuck. And they bypassed the fortress due to it being inaccessible. God damn it! I will finish reading Pablo's thing, and then we'll, She often feels envious of others, and she sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. She doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and is quick to anger. She's brave in the face of imminent danger. Ooh, future warfort. Brave in the face of imminent danger. And she finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and she And she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She is when she is nervous, she often interrupts others during conversations and scratches her ear when she's thinking. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Personally views any show of emotion as offensive and is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting. Strongly values tranquility and quiet and is put off by family and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way and dreams of mastering a skill. She likes horn silver, platinum, lace agate, green glass, and the color cream. Armor stands and ballista parts and crows for their hunting moose. And when possible, prefers to consume flesh ball and mead. And absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. Definitely future militia. She lives that long. Flesh ball? Do you not know what a flesh ball is? Oh, I think I understand why. I'm assuming this is blocking it. That's a little awkward. I'll just remove that for now. We'll worry about it later. You down here. Yeah, flesh balls are things that pop up in the caverns sometimes. They're just balls of flesh. You almost click my alert to see what it's been. Yeah, that happens when you watch too much of a video game. You start trying to play it from within the stream. It's gonna become more of an issue as you play more of Dwarf Fort. It's just notifying me that there's traders on the map, that's all. Let's just send in a whole bunch of gold earrings. And also I'm going to get rid of this stockpile right here because it's just seeds. I'm building lava falls. We're currently in the construction process of building some lava falls. Lividra, thanks for the prime sub. Cheers. Enjoy the dwarfy emotes. And hope you enjoy your time here. That's interesting. It deconstructed the floor underneath. Huh. To make lava mist. That is one of the goals, yeah. That is, in fact, one of the goals. Let's just continue doing this. With some forbidden items down there. Diplomacy. They say, I'm really an outpost liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. You continue to impress. I've come empowered to elevate this land in the eyes of our realm. The world is the same as ever. Bring me steel anvils then. Thank you. What do you want? Tanned hides and scepters. Tan your hides, dwarves, because we need them. Why do you build staircases like a 5? It's good for frame rate. It's the best frame rate option staircase you can build. That doesn't look like utter trash. I will take all their bars. I actually just buy out the whole thing. Buy the rope because I'm lazy. Buy the musical instrument. I don't need any of those. Buy all those. Nah. Buy some fancy shoes. Some socks. I'll buy all of your bags. I'll buy your anvils, all of the meat, all of the fish, all the plants, all of the fruit and leaves, all of the thread, all of the cheese, and trade. No, not quite everything. I don't need everything. Just most of it. I don't need all of it, just most of it. Every billionaire ever, probably. I mean, who doesn't love fruit and leaves? Are you a deer? I mean, that's a pretty logical question. That is actually a logical question, the "are you a deer" question. Crocodile people don't like leaves and fruit. Well, I mean, that would be weird to ask somebody if they're a crocodile, I would think. I think that all my woodcutters are dead. Yep. All right, who's my next volunteer for death? I mean, woodcutter. Well, that's awkward. Okay. Did I just give you hunting? I think I did. Yeah, I gave you guys the wrong job. Woodcutter. Okay, so no, I do have woodcutters assigned. Never mind, they're not all dead. I was just clicking on the wrong thing. I have axes. They should be able to make those. Weird. OSHA, what that? That don't exist. Chat, I think it might be sandwich o'clock for me. Are they all hauling something? Probably. The population of this fort has been decimated several times, so the result is I have sad dwarves who have too much to do and not enough free time. Ambiguous amphibian! Thank you very much for the raid. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the raiders? Please and thank you. Give them a warm welcome. Hello, everybody. How was this stream? I saw you guys were working on waterfalls. We're trying to build one. Not water, though. More spicy stuff. Lava, specifically. We've got all of the power we need. I've also got the lava itself in place. It's right here. Just have to move it a little bit. Have to move it right here. I'm going to build a tower over here. And it's going to have a walkway across here. And I can push a button to turn on and off the lava falls. And the idea is going to be that I can set up minecarts that I can shoot, probably out of a railgun type setup, through the lava waterfalls to create nice lava mist on anybody who attacks me. A very hot rockfall. Yeah. You made horrible set of mistakes? Ooh, do tell. I'd love to know. Anything particularly fun? Or just, like, mistakes? How many dwarves died in the waterfall? That's the important one. Imgran, thank you very much for the 8th month. What sub? Is that like a pun? Not much. What's up with you? Think that's what I'm supposed to say? Also, my dwarves are about to not be able to get into my in and out of my fort. I think I should probably remove that so they can. But the fortress itself, if you guys would like a little tour, this is kind of the outside area. We've got this little pyramid thing that chat says look like a nipple. I think it looks like a volcano. I mean, you say it looks like whatever you think it looks like. I think it looks like a volcano. So, you know. Down here we have farming. We are harvesting liquids from these lovely, lovely, lovely aquifers on either side of the map. There's one over here and one over here. So they give us waters, which goes down and powers a couple of these water wheels and then flows down there, which powers other things. Over here we have the top of a pump stack that filled that little thingy up with lava. And as we go down, well, we have a body disposal spot there, which is still working, by the way, slowly. Also, then we get down to here, and this is kind of the more main entryway area. We've got several different guild halls. We've got bedrooms that need to be expanded badly and unfinished bedrooms down there. We've got possibly the gaudiest tavern I've made in a while. It's got some cave spiders that live there. It's fine. And also, it's full of gold tables. Up here, we have the kitchens, where Iron Dwarf America is shown. It's a very great show. You should watch it. It's on the Biscuit Network. And then up here is some other stuff. And then if I go up a little higher, there's like very unfinished crappy temples that are garbage. Don't look at them. And then if we go down a layer, you can see the Angry Noodle, who's very angry, who is... Oh. Well, that's a little sad. I was shooting webs at this here... was shooting webs at this turkey, and we would go and harvest silk from it, but apparently the turkey died of old age and decomposed. So the Angry Noodle clothing industry is currently malfunctioning. We'll get it functioning momentarily once I put a new animal on the chain. We'll put a raw boar on there, and I'm sure that'll do just fine. And then like down here we got water draining off the side of the map. Jelly Belly, what kind of dwarf would you like? You have probably a pretty good idea of what kind of dwarves we have. And then as we go down a little bit, there was a way into the caverns, but we sealed that off for safety's sake. I'm using minecarts to dispose of garbage in the lava. Then down here is the forges and the reservoir for the forges. And then over here is the pump stacks where the lava gets pumped out of. Oh, the way up to here. No, up to there. Last fort. It's pretty small. Change it to a dungeon room? Nah. They'd all be terrified if they were in there as a dungeon room. If a turkey dies of old age, I mean, it's certainly a victory for the turkey's life. No beard? Is that your only request? Do you have other requests? Or is it just no beard? Also, MXE. Thank you for the 2nd month. Welcome back. So just no beard, I think. All right, so a dwarf with no beard. Any profession is fine. Okay. I like how we just have a peasant with an axe down here at the bottom. That's pretty good. Scrolling up. I'm looking for a dwarf that isn't pissy. How about a brewer? Let's give you a brewer. Currently brewing drink from plant. Can a book be written as an artifact? No, but you can get artifact book bindings. Although technically all books are artifacts in their own weird way. Because they're unique items. Which is why they don't burn. Jelly Belly. You are married and you have a child. And a pet goose. You're one of my people. You're married to Zass, who's a woodcutter. And let's see what other groups you've been a part of. No, you're a member of the Farmers Guild called the Teal Company, and obviously just a member of the Chunky Orb, our group. Are books Magma safe? No, they burn, but they don't burn up, if that makes any sense. She's easily moved to mercy and easily falls in love and develops positive feelings. She is very stubborn and doesn't generally think before acting. She is always tense and jittery, and she has a low sense of self-esteem. She rarely feels discouraged, and she tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. She likes to brawl, and she has an active imagination. She is often cheerful, and she doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and she tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. She is pleased by her own appearance and talents and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of creating a great work of art. Personally considers a craft store ship to be relatively worthless and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. Likes native silver, copper, and green tourmaline, kumquat wood, and jute fabric, and the color dark taupe, and the sound of the meadow of summer, and the sight of the tress of rhymes, and when possible prefers to consume char and two-humped camel cheese, and garden cress and purple amaranth beer, and absolutely hates large roaches. We don't have a werewolf, but we do have a werepangolin who lives here. He's fine. Kind of stressed. I should let him engrave the floor or something. Oh, right, yeah, Einod went nuts a while ago. I was like, why did a dwarf show up dead? I've seen one werewolf once in all my years of Dwarf Fort. I've seen a single werewolf. I don't even know if they can get out right now. I'll be honest. Yeah, no, they straight up just can't get out of the fort right now. That's kind of funny. Awkward. Are you stuck in ads? Seems like it. I'm not really doing much. Has a were-kangaroo problem. You should call Australia. Tell them to take their people back. Do were-pangolins bite? Every were-creature bites. Yes, he's contagious. No, I'm not letting him out. One of those, like, classic, nice try, Twitch chat. 1, 2... One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Twitch ads are psychotic. I don't really have much option, unfortunately. It's either get shunned by Twitch for not showing ads or show ads and get yelled at by the audience. I don't really have much option. I mean, there's not much happening on screen. I try and keep note of when they're happening and not do anything of value at that point. Your audience has a no ad button. Costs money, though. Any way to thaw a frozen river? Theoretically, if you put lava one layer below it, it will thaw it. But it's not as easy to set up as you want it to be, I guess. All right, so I need all of this to drain if I want this to actually work. I need a well thought out plan. I see what you did there. Game? You okay there? Dwarf Fortress is thinking. Which is a nice way of saying it's frozen. I think you thinking about, oh, there we go. It finished thinking. It went to bed. Yeah. Dwarf Fort went and took a nap. Just need these little things to drain out and dry up. Which they should. Pretty quick. So what I'm thinking about doing, starting right here, and just building a tower like right here, that goes over to this side. So it would be kind of like a lava aqueduct, which sounds way fancier than it actually is. Any tips? Actually live your dwarves underground for a while. Don't try and like have them above ground initially. That's my tip. Because if you start living them above ground, it'll be really tedious to actually get enough housing and such. Maybe limit your population for the first 2 years, artificially. I'm thinking about just like filling this up with lava, actually, and just like getting rid of this water that way. It is actually something I'm considering doing. Some migrants have arrived. Now the question is, how many do we get? You want obsidian form? Oh, yeah. But that's not a problem. Make a lava mist generator. That's kind of one of the long-term projects for this fort. Because I've never tried it. I don't know if it works. Like, I genuinely have no idea. But while that is doing its thing... All right, so let's just cut those out. Start building a tower over there. Yeah, I do want to try that, but I've never tried it. It's like one of those just like, hey, I got a weird idea that would probably work kind of things. Oh, it absolutely burns the dwarves, but that's the point. Are you playing make-believe, or are you standing there intentionally? You're playing make-believe. Cool. Not a wise place to play make-believe, Dwarfy. Just saying. You might want to leave this zone. It's not going to be a very kid-friendly space for much longer. While it might be right now, it won't be soon. Not high enough, theoretically, but not a wide enough berth of mist. Are non-noble dwarves generally content with a bed, a cabinet, and a chest? Oh yeah. No, you don't really need to give dwarves more than a chest, a cabinet, and a bed. Like, that's essentially what every dwarf needs. They don't really need more than that. More than that's like just being generous, really. I mean, they also need like clothing and food and such, but. You have a good night, Jam Jalopy. Thanks for hanging out as always. It's weird that like that road's an open space right there. It's like it shouldn't be. Kind of makes me want to deconstruct and rebuild that road. Moat, yes. Lava moat, but there's many other projects involved with it. You'll see what I mean in a little bit. You'll see what I mean in a little bit. We're building a lava moat and a lava tower. Three by three bedrooms with a cabinet and a coffer, and 2 if the said dwarf has a partner. They do share stuff, and they don't generally sleep together, which is a little sad, but dwarves' lives are also pretty sad in general, so. Apparently I made an artifact? Did you guys hear an artifact start? I didn't. Blind, the chief medical dwarf, has created Atzul Nagarak, a llama wool tunic, and claims it as a family heirloom. Cool. I made an artifact. This is a llama wool tunic. All cross-door ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with llama wool and pig leather, and encircled with bands of cushioned magnetite cabochons and brilliant-cut brown zircons, and round shale cabochons, and table-cut dendric agates, and is made from llama wool cloth. And the thread is midnight blue with dimple dye. On the item is an image of a mountain in magnetite. On the item is an image of a dwarf and a goblin in steel. The dwarf is embracing the goblin. The artwork relates to the acceptance of the offer of peace between the sins of difference of the constructive orb and the sins of difference. Sorry. And the constructive orb in the late spring of 106 during Evisceriflathia, the disemboweled conflict. That's a cute bit of lore. I like it. Makes sense that the chief medical dwarf would make something like that. It kind of is touching, yeah. They were literally touching in that image, so. I think that, I'ma keep it. There it is. There it is. All right, chat. I'm going to take a 2-minute break and go grab me some food. Let you guys stare at the tavern here. We'll just let the game run. I'm sure it'll be fine. Nothing terrible will happen, right? But I'm just going to go grab me lunch. Please behave yourselves. I just need to go, like, grab a sandwich, and I will return with a sandwich in, like, under 2 minutes. So please behave yourselves. And make your number go up. BRB.
fun, she dims those leg on no ball. Legon, bush lam raffle, mama sirap gatol.
Because I turned it up? I have a sandwich in my mouth. I apologize. I definitely got back right around the time it started, and I was like, well, I can just eat my sandwich.
Yeah, I definitely sat down like right as it turned on. That was a good sandwich, too. It had a pickle on it. All right, who's this ghost? Oh no, Semtexagon is toppling stuff. You're supposed to be making cool forts for the community fort videos, not toppling stuff. Come on. Pickle? I like pickles. Pickles are good. Okay, from fine to ear bleeding? I mean, that's usually the volume level I turn it up to when I turn it up, so. Trying to figure out how I can do this smartly. I know what I can use these for. What was that music? That was the tavern music that plays in the game? It's called Drinkin' Industry is the name of the song. It's from the game's soundtrack. Because I pack a lunch like an adult. I know that I live and work at home, but like I pack a lunch to bring to work. I actually meal prep 3 days worth of dinners before these long streams so that like I just have dinner ready when I'm done streaming. It makes things significantly more doable. It's not clever. It's how like society has functioned for the last forever. You have a theory that he prefabricates these sandwiches before the stream? Yeah, and I keep them in this Tupperware sandwich box my ex's mom gave to me for free for some reason at some point. She's literally like, you eat sandwiches a lot. Do you need a sandwich box? And I was like, sure. I mean, you are my boss. Chat room is the boss. If chat room all decided to leave simultaneously, I would be unemployed. So, you know. Okay, guys, in 3, 1, 2, 3. Chat's just like, all right, guys, year-end party, go! You're the boss? I mean, sort of. If you take it in like the customer is the boss kind of setup, which is not totally accurate, but... That's why I make sub sandwiches on company time. Technically, usually I make less money when I take lunch breaks. Because usually what happens when I take lunch breaks is people leave, right? So my ad revenue goes down. So I'm already losing money there. And also usually people leave, which means it's less likely or slightly lower odds that people will prime sub or throw bits or tip or whatever else makes me money. So technically I do lose money by taking long lunch breaks. Actually, since this burst in popularity in my stream, I take significantly shorter lunch breaks. I used to take 15-minute lunch breaks. Now I take like 80-second lunch breaks because some of you guys are flaky as hell, and I gotta like make sure that you guys are sticking around because that's how this industry works. You live in a paradox in which you have all the power and no power at the same time. Yeah, and Amazon could just like turn the website off and we all die. Sub goal to have blind eat on stream. Well, I already ate. Not you specifically. I said some of you. No names mentioned. It's not a personal attack. Some of you are flaky. It's true. Sounds really stressful. Believe it or not, being an independent contractor for a large corporation can be pretty fucking stressful. Don't tell my boss, chat. Wait, shit. No, it's not a bad thing. It's very true. I mean, audiences move around, right? And this is why streamers try to be friends with other streamers who stream similar games. Because audiences move from stream to stream. So it's like, if you're bored of watching me, then you go watch my friend who's streaming the same game or a similar stream. And then maybe my friend raids me and then you come back, right? It's like we all shuffle audiences around. This is just kind of how this industry works. I mean, that is true. That you are the ones who boss. I've never really understood the appeal of games like Rust, personally. Do not like the way this road looks at all. Don't care if it gives dwarves happy thoughts. They need material colors so bad. Bring out the worst in humanity. Does it? I don't know. I've never really seen the appeal. The community is the absolute worst. I'm hearing a lot of real good things about the Rust community from you guys. The road will be red from the blood of your enemies. More like a bright orange from the lava. Okay, let's dig this back up. I mean, every PvP game is going to have a relatively obnoxious community. Because I kept removing access to the surface with this, so that has something to do with it. And then these just have a bunch of stuff on top of them, which is also canceling it. Ooh, it sounds delicious. I know. It got to the point where it take 5 minutes just to load the main menu. Ooh. Can't say I've ever had a game take that long to load anything. Modded Rim 5-minute loading? I guess. I mean, I played modded RimWorld, but I never modded it that much. Kind of realized I fucked up. Not majorly, but a little bit. Kind of don't like it. It's fine. So we're going to do that. I'm going to connect a screw pump going that way. Cut that out and cut this out. Actually, yeah, I think City Skylines is probably the closest to that level of load time for me. City Skylines load times got pretty ridiculous at a point when I was playing that game a lot still. Do like that general Dwarven happiness has gone up though. Are you asking me, Budgie, or somebody in chat? You know people who mod Skyrim and it takes 20 minutes? Yeah, there's a point where I enjoy modding games in ways that improve the game. That doesn't sound like it improves the game to me. So to me, it kind of defeats the whole point. You know, like I want to, if I'm going to mod a game, I want to mod a game in a way that's going to actively improve the player experience and my experience playing that game. But a lot of the ways that people mod games for me detract from the game just as many ways as they add to it, and that's not a positive thing. I've never actually modded Mountain Blade 2. I have played Mountain Blade 2. Fun fact, I got Mountain Blade 1 in a boxed copy for a penny. True story. It was in the discount bin at a Zellers here, back when Zellers existed, which they don't anymore. And inside of that dollar bin for DVDs and Blu-rays and maybe probably just DVDs at this point. For DVDs, there was a couple video games, and one of the other ones in there was Mark Echo's Getting Up, if anybody remembers that game. Another game that I picked up at the same time, which did cost $1. But when the lady was ringing them all in at the counter, she looked at Mountain Blade and she was like, "So this one isn't in our system, so I can't charge you for it, but I have to charge you a penny." And I was like, "Okay." And then she just like scanned in the rest of them, and bang, I got a video game. It's like genuine, like one of the best video game purchases I've ever made in my life. I lost like a summer to that game. Having worked at a Zellers, that track. Yeah. They do act as walls, yes. The front side, like this side, acts as a wall. You lost a month to Ark? I'm sorry. Trying to figure out how to get... I didn't actually think about how I was going to get power into here. And now I'm like, crap. Bannerlord as good as Warband? I never really played Warband, to be honest with you. So basically like right here, where I need to dig to. And then we'll just get rid of those stairs, I think. It's missing some features. You know, it's funny. So many people have said that Dwarf Fortress had a really, really, really long development cycle. I don't know. Doesn't hold a candle to Bannerlord. Bannerlord wins when it comes to ludicrously long development cycles that shouldn't have been that long. That's just personal. I mean, it looks better visually. But I don't know. I didn't play enough of the... I played a lot of Mountain Blade. I played very little Warband. I played thousands of hours of Mountain Blade. I played like 8 hours of Warband. So... the romance was basically over by that point. Afternoon, Poplio. Hello. You hope that the fort is going well? Yep, it's going a lot better now that we turned enemies off. I'm giving myself until the year 250 to get this project done, though. And we'll turn the enemies back on. You enjoy Star Sector a lot? Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, Mountain Blade and Warband and all that are kind of like Dwarf Fortress in that there's really nothing else like it. You know, if you're playing Mountain Blade or Warband, you're playing it because there's nothing like it, really, with the exception of, like, Star Sector. Oh, no, actually, I don't want to do that. We're pumping lava, so I have to use lava. Oh, okay. This is like, well, that makes sense. They have to dig through that first. You accidentally bought flour instead of edibles? I don't see a problem here. Simply cook flour. Forehead. You prefer edibles? You can make flour into edibles. Get better bang for your buck. Now you just need to buy some Oreos and you'll get the best edibles you've ever had. Also, like, making your own edibles, you get so much more bang for your buck. The problem is you'll have to stank up your whole house in the process, but, like, it's fine. Who cares? I don't know. I don't know what your life is like. Somebody might. You never know. Use your friend's house. You have to have friends first. Kind of fucked this pretty badly. This should be fine. Oh, we're naming our shields now. That's good. I'm trying to figure out exactly how I want to build this tower, I'm not gonna lie. Very much figuring out how I want to build this. What's the project? Well, you could type an exclamation point goal, which will just give you the project. But what we're trying to do is, or what I'm trying to do, I don't know what you're trying to do, chat. I'm trying to get lava into here. But in the process, holy shit, that water froze. But in the process, also, what's the word I'm looking for here? Build a waterfall of lava. You press escape, Pablo. You go to settings, you go to difficulty, and you turn them off. I'm surprised so many people keep asking me this. Previously, you would just go into the init files and disable invaders and disable hostiles. I'm surprised so many people haven't seen that button. I'm actually like kind of amused by this. Oh my god, I know, right? And for the reference, the reason we've turned them off is I'm at war with like 6 civs in this world because every single faction that lives in this world is at war with the only dwarven faction, and it's us. So I was getting sieged 4 to 5 times a year, multiple times a season, plus like a couple dozen Forgotten Beasts because this is a very savagery-heavy world. So it was like virtually unplayable. What did I do to piss them off? Nothing. It all happened in World Gen. I haven't started a single one of these wars. When I started playing this faction, there was 9 dwarves left. There's now like 600. Yeah, I did get attacked by 3 Forgotten Beasts at the same time. I'm just blind to it? Ouch. That's mean. Be very careful when boiling olive oil. That's all I'll say. To anybody reading that line of text, be very careful when boiling olive oil. Just as somebody who knows how to cook, be careful. Don't burn your house down. Can I not click that? I guess not. So let's go from down here. 1, 2, 3, 4. That'll be enough. So I'm saying, be careful when boiling oil. And maybe don't boil olive oil at all. But you know, I'm not a food scientist, so what do I know? You might burn your house down. This is all I'm suggesting. I knew it would be boring and bad for us viewers, so this isn't blaming you for not doing it, but how hard do you think it would be to bunker down and become fully self-sufficient and take a few years to prepare before breaking all sieges? For what I'm trying to do in this fort, not possible, because I was getting sieged so much and so frequently, no migrants could arrive. And if you're getting sieged that much, all that's going to happen is your population is going to slowly go down and the enemies are going to clash on the surface. And as the enemies die on the surface, you will lose total population, because there's a soft cap in the game right now where if you hit 3,000 total entities on the map, I've discussed this many times. If you hit 3,000 total entities that have crossed your map, this is living, dead, but generated entities in the world that cross your map. If you hit the number 3,000, you stop getting migrants ever again. After pestering and asking nicely, they are changing the way that's balanced in the game. But essentially, like, this fort would just become unplayable. So no, I'm not going to do that. I would like to complete this cool project, so I'm going to complete this cool project. I could complete this cool project if I was getting sieged once a year. I could complete this cool project if I was getting sieged twice a year. But 5 to 6... I would have to just, like, make a new world, because it's for what I'm trying to do, it's not possible. It affects everything. It affects everything, Moogie. Everything. Stancom Wills, what kind of dwarf would you like? So I basically what I did was I asked chat what they would prefer to see, and they said, turn enemies off and build the cool thing. So I'm turning enemies off and building the cool thing. Because this is a game about building cool shit, not necessarily a game about actually caring about min-maxing, and I'm certainly not a person who cares about min-maxing. So I'm building cool shit. Bearded Smith. I can tell you right now I have, like, almost no smithing industry. I do have a metal crafter who doesn't have a beard. Smithing is like my... Here, I'll scroll through so you can see. I have a single miner, a couple woodcutters, tons of clothers and crafters, tons of farmers. I got a couple swords masters. I got a peasant with an axe. Be a hobo with a hatchet. Any beard will do? Okay. I haven't been doing much in the way of metalworks industry. Let's make Jerby. Who's this? That's an animal thingy. But you. How about Tekid the Weaver? And Wills. There's supposed to be an S there. I can type. What? How did that happen? You're currently hauling marble blocks. Completely unrelated to Marble Hornets. I don't care about games that are multiplayer survival crafting games. And I do not care about first-person building games, generally. Because I get motion sick. Like, fucking Minecraft makes me want to throw up after 20 minutes. Like, I basically can't play Minecraft. And Rust is very much a multiplayer, like, first-person progression game. And that's not what I'm in for at all. Did you? I don't think so. Zycrom, thanks for the 17th month. Cano, thanks for the 2nd month. I've got to read this dwarf's description. Give me a second. Is frightened when reliving being haunted by the dead. I'm sorry. Is given to rough and tumble brawling, even to the point of starting fights for no reason. Oh, so it's your fault. Disturbed by this, since he values quiet, so at least in the abstract. He is very greedy, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and is curious and eager to learn, and generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He is slow to trust others, and tries to keep his things orderly. He isn't particularly ambitious, and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, and is shrewd and greatly respects the shrewd and guileful, and sees introspection as important, and values a harmonious existence. He likes native copper, iron, and tiger eyes, squares, and picks, and rabbits for their ability to burrow, and red pandas for their large striped tails. And the words of the Tomb of Dying and the sound of the amethyst rhythm, and when possible prefers to consume river spirits, and he hates lizards. You have no friends? No spouse? You've never killed a thing? You're still playing DayZ. Hey, you know, you live your life, right? There's something that you need to know about me, chat, right? My username isn't a joke. It's not self-deprecating humor. I am legally blind. So any game, for me, that is focused on multiplayer, especially if the game has a large multiplayer component, might very well be virtually unplayable. Not that the game can't be played, but because if it has a multiplayer component, something like Rust, just to use as an example, if you don't see 80% of your screen at one given time, you're at a severe disadvantage. Which is why games like Escape from Tarkov or DayZ are not only frustrating, but virtually impossible. And Terraria has the same issue for me, riffraff. Terraria is very bullet hell focused and has all kinds of tiny little fucking projectiles that can kill you. That's not fun for me, right? It's the same issue that I had with Noida. A cool as hell game. I can't play it, which is why I play a lot of games that are weird, that are very text focused, that are very not moment-to-moment skill-focused, but like knowledge-focused, which is why I love games like Caves of Cud, and why I love games like you know, Dwarf Fortress, because I can just pause and read and see what I'm doing. So yeah, any bullet hell game is off the list, basically. Bold, I'll thank you very much for the raid. We'll get to that in a second. Bod's gonna get a shout out for the raiders, please. Zero, actually. Zero have tried to swim in the lava so far, Bold. Bold Viking, thank you very much for the raid. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the raiders? But yeah, so when people ask me about, like, do you play Satisfactory? Fuck no. Well, first off, because I just don't like conveyor belt management games. But that game made me motion sick, you know? Do you play Deep Rock Galactic? No, because it made me motion sick. There's a very particular type of game that I like playing because I can see and I have no competitive disadvantage, right? And if a game requires hand-eye coordination or has a multiplayer component, I'm almost immediately uninterested, purely because I will just get rolled. Did I play Werven? You mean like that, like, kind of old MMO? I don't like games like Town of Salem. I mean, Mafia, actually, more specifically. It's that kind of social deduction isn't something that interests me, really. Also, didn't those devs break that game? I seem to remember that entire community getting pissed simultaneously at some point. That or they were just one of those communities that's always pissed. I'm not sure. No Among Us? Nah. Good. I would rather just, like, play literally anything else. I mean, Among Us is a Canadian treasure, and I love the memes, but actually playing that game? Nah, I'm good. Can I play 7 Days to Die? I've never tried and have no interest. I don't like open world survival crafting games, though. Like, just to kind of, like, expand on that a little bit, I don't. Open world survival crafting games are just go up, punch tree, arbitrary XP number go up, do it again. And it's like, fuck off. I don't want to do that. That's boring. Not fun. I like Dwarf Fortress because it has none of that. There is no, like, arbitrary limitations on what I can do. I can just build a thing. So, Pando, who am I gifting a dwarf? Or whom are you bestowing a dwarf name upon? And chat shall decide who. Or what job, I guess. Who are we bestowing a name upon? You would like to give a dwarf to herself in the hopes that she be renamed Bob. What? I mean, I'm not sure I understand the request here. Has your partner ever tried playing the game War Sim? Lightning Roger? It runs in like a command prompt window. Because in order to just like name a dwarf Bob, you'd need to get the other redeem. This is for gifting somebody else in chat. I mean, there is a Bobtron who hangs around this stream sometimes who I could give it to. That's a Bob. Kenny Robertson chat. This is the game I'm referring to, Lightning. Give it to the stream that rated. I mean, I could just give it to Bold. You'll get Bob later on. Yeah, you have to get the... If you want to name a dwarf something specific, you got to get the other one. But I could just refund it if you like, because that's a lot of channel points for you not getting the thing that you want. So I will refund it for you. But we could give Bold Viking a dwarf. You got points coming out of yours. I already refunded it. It's all good. Let's give Bold a cooking job. It's even got an axe. Bold Viking is watching a cooking demonstration. Seeks out exciting and adventurous situations. Strongly prefers discussions and ideas of the abstract over abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues, and has a strong tendency towards privacy. Is sometimes cruel and lives a fast-paced life. Isn't given to flights of fancy and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and is often nervous and likes to brawl. Dreams of mastering a skill. This dwarf would be really good in the military, I think. Minus the fearful part. Personally sees the denial of impulses as vain and foolish, and sees working hard as a foolish waste of time. Values sacrifice. It's sitting at 50 centimeters? It's pretty close to this dwarf, I think. He likes graphite, zinc, and precious fire opal. Narwhal leather and alpaca tooth. Little penguin bone, whatever that is, and Rami fabric. Bolts and bucklers and scepters and cows for their long horns, and mountain goats for their long horns, and cows for their moos, and the sight of the tress of rhymes, and when possible prefers to consume passion fruit, wine, and rye flour. And you hate worms. He's a psychopath, aren't we all? Adding him to the military. There you go. You get to join the military. Gordon Ramsay Fandorf, pretty much. Goden Dorfsey. Let me just scroll up here. Lemons make standing carps realize why they fear the fire. Necromancer zombies power batteries like hamster wheels. Take my beer. Bananas stink like... All caught up. What was that? A weaver's been taken by a famed? Interesting. Quite intriguing. But anyway, I feel kind of like I completely glossed over the raids. So Raiders, what were you guys up to today? I hope the stream was good. Hope the entertainment was quality. Conveyor belt games? Ah, yes. And I probably was like, and I hate Factorial, which is true, I do. I really very much don't enjoy those types of games. Not for me. I get the appeal, though. If you jump into the Discord, there's a room called Add a Word Stories, ! Discord. And then once every 2 hours, chat can be like, Blind, read it. And then I read it. Although if it's just a wall of curse words, I will skip. I'm an adult. That's why. And I'm more mature than chat sometimes. Does that happen often? I skipped a bunch today, but not that often, fortunately. More mature most of the time, sure. Thanks, Talir. Someone said that it really helped their confidence in the next few years of Dwarf Fortress development, which means, yay, I did my job. To quote that one guy from YouTube comments, blind is a shill. He's just a very effective shill. Which, I'm not totally sure I agree with that, but fanboy, yes. Shill, I don't know about that. Maybe a bit mean. Guys, why is there blood everywhere? Oh, it's lynx blood? Grizzly bear blood. I'm sorry, where'd you get grizzly bear blood on you? Exactly? That's mildly terrifying. Oh yeah, then there was that one that one screenshot I sent to you, which I haven't told or shown anybody else that screenshot. Only you've seen that one. Africa probably? Australia? I'm trying to think of other parts of the world that do not have grizzly bears. Definitely no grizzly bears in Antarctica. It would be really strange if suddenly people found... India. Yeah, there's another place that shouldn't have grizzly bears. So anyway, this bear just showed up and started mauling. And that's the trailer for Cocaine Bear, everybody. Thanks. Just import the bears. I've tried, actually. I normally do that from the humans, and all the humans are at war with me, so... Antarctica literally means no bears. I don't think that's true. I'm not accusing you of spreading false information, but I do not think that is true. I still need to, like, build stuff for my Baron. I have this Baron in this fort, and I've done nothing for him. I feel kind of bad. Spending all of today just building defenses and just being like, Barony, we'll get to you eventually. Don't cry. Much. Not that kind of bear. I mean, metal as fuck, riffraff, but... Also, are you named Riffraff because of the rapper Riffraff, or are you just named Riffraff because Riffraff? Near Bear Northern is grave from... I really hope that is an elaborate bullshit. The rapper stole your name? Really? No. Well... Sounds like a lawsuit, then. It's real? I feel like it would be better if that was just, like, somebody, like, typed that up. I mean, I'm leaning to believe you. You've had riffraff since 1983? Really? That's impressive. Marble. There are no cats in America, and you can't convince me birds are real. No, that's the moon, DX Pong. Come on, we learned this from the documentary Wallace and Gromit. Everybody knows that the moon is made of cheese. Did I really just make those out of... Yes, I did. Great. Yay me. Yes, and it's made of cheese. Where else do you think we get cheese from? Come on. So are your eyes, Starlonian. But we also learned from the documentary Iron Sky that a lot of things. I should rewatch Iron Sky. That movie was funny. When the moon hits the sun and it causes a lot of fun, that's Dwarf Fortress. Oh, absolutely, yes. So I'm going to go up one layer higher. And then we're going to build a walkway that's going to go to right here. Or not a walkway, but like an aqueduct, I guess, that's going to go to right here. And it's going to spill down. And I'm also going to spread some of the lava over to here, but that's unrelated. And that's where we're gonna load the fire cannons over here. And I might actually lengthen this a little bit. Actually, yeah, let's hack down a few more trees. Elves don't care, it's fine. This is the most dwarfy mega project you've ever seen. You should see more mega project. Ketchup's illegal in this chat for a reason, I'll have you know. Because you don't want it on your desk. I'm not even joking, like that's literally like the only rule I have for this stream is that ketchup is illegal. It's mostly just a shit post, but... Alright, I'm making a steel bridge for reasons. Your desk is now all dressed. Well, then they'd also need to add mustard and other things. The pickle is pretty important, yeah. Did I connect a lever to this thing yet? I'm not actually sure if I did. Okay, I did build the lever. I did not connect it. Let's link that lever to that. In case I need to turn this thing off. When you're relying on Goblinite for yours? You know, everybody talks about this Goblinite, but have you ever tried Humanite? Pretty good, I'm told. Whatever upsets the elves the most. I mean, here's the thing, right? This is a fortress of equal opportunities. We're here to piss off the elves, the humans, and the goblins. Because they're all at war with us. That's how I like to run my forts. Equal opportunities. When go to war, why not all? And then complain that the game too hard. Even 3 of the dwarves are pissed. Look at that. Sounds like I already succeeded in pissing them off. I'm so good at this video game, I succeeded at pissing them off before the game even started. All right, I'm just going to make a little pen pasture zone right here, and I'm going to pasture all those stupid sheeps like right here. Like this llama, that sheep, this sheep. Grubs, you chop down trees, and for goblins, you have culture. You attack them? Oh. Just checking in on this weaver. I've got a dwarf throwing a tantrum, apparently. Wow, you've grabbed a lot of stuff. What's the name of that dwarf? One of my weavers. There you is. What you haulin'? Magnetite? Well, I mean, you piss off the elves the same way you piss off the dwarves. If you want to go to war with dwarves, you attack them. If you want to go to war with humans, you attack them. You're trying a new thing and settled next to a dwarven tower. Do the undead ever leave? No. You have to have some way of dealing with them. The intelligent undead leave, but the undead are just too stupid to, so they'll just kind of wander around until you kill them or, like, something kills them. I'm glad you enjoyed it, 101. I'm really, really proud of it. I mean, like, I basically took yesterday off because I was happy with that video. I was like, yay, happy about something I made. I'm gonna just, like, sleep for a day. Which is what I did most of yesterday, was I napped. And also, on the 19th, it's currently the 17th. On the 19th, at the very least, Tarn, maybe Zach as well, if he happens to be in the room, will be joining me on stream, and we will be talking about dwarfy-related things. So if you're interested in dwarfy-related things and would like to ask a question, you can do that by typing an !! interview in the chat. And there's a link to a Google form where you can send in a question for Tarn. Don't worry about repeats and doubles. I'll be going through them with my helper on Wednesday night. Also, I can confirm now because he's confirmed. My guest host this time, because I always like to have a different guest. My guest host this time is going to be Waylon Snedker, who's developed a little indie game called Odd Realm. Which I personally like to describe as kind of like Terraria if Dwarf Fortress was Minecraft. It's got a lot of similarities to Dwarf Fort, but also some extraordinary differences. They're looking at it right now. It's neat. Yeah, it's neat. It's also got a similarly quirky learning curve for completely different reasons than Dwarf Fort, but it's a neat little game. Oh, interesting. I didn't know you can build trapdoors if it's surrounded by empty space. The more you know. ODDREALM is Odd Realm. And also, if you miss the actual stream itself, it'll go up on YouTube the next day. This is Odd Realm. It's a neat little game. And it does have floor tiles. What do you mean? It very much has floor tiles. It's also got, like, roof tiles. It's also pretty cheap. It's like 15 bucks. gonna say it does technically, but not in the way Dwarf Fortress does. I'm trying to figure out what you mean, because like you can make bricks, and you can make brick walls. There's palisades, there's tiles, and there's shingles, which are all separated differently. No, I'm powering the pump stacks with this. Well, I'm powering one of them with this, and then the other one is powered with this. This is way too much power. It's only using 1270 and using 2700 pretty consistently, so I'm also gonna make some, like... Cool. And mysterious construction. Make sure. Did I not set up the... Yeah, I did set up the justice system in this fort. Well, Catan, you're getting your forehead caved in a whole bunch. I'm sorry. Had a beast name rather than an animal. Oh, you mean like, because like someone's necromancer experiments might be hungry? It just means that your world is populated with fun. Don't worry about it too much. I mean, obviously worry about it as much as you want to, but I personally wouldn't worry about it too much. Well, no, it doesn't handle... Oh, I understand what you mean now. I thought you were talking about constructions. You mean when, like, you mine out a block. Yeah, no, I mean, it handles its Z levels completely differently. I understand what you mean now. I thought you were talking about constructions. Because, like, constructions, it handles them pretty similarly. But you're talking about, like Z level blocks. Yeah, like, when you mine out a block, the whole layer disappears. But it also has piling snow, which is pretty rad. So things can crawl over your walls if the snow gets too high, which I kind of love. Not even a decorative windmill on top? I mean, I could add a decorative windmill. I hadn't really thought about it. Maybe not on this tower, maybe somewhere else. I was just gonna kind of stick to like the pyramid aesthetic that I've been doing. Yeah, no, I understand. I understand what you mean now. Yeah, no, for me, Odd Realm and Dwarf Fortress are two very different games, so I don't really think of them in the same thought space. It's like I said earlier, it's kind of like the difference between playing Minecraft or Terraria. It's like they're both games about building a house and slowly crafting a world. But, ooh, a lovable right glove. And crafting a world and discovering a story and fighting bosses. But very different in their execution. Yeah, and that's why I'm saying that's the difference between Dwarf Fortress. Here's the thing. Quote, if Tyler 1 is insane. I'm not saying Terraria is like Minecraft. I'm trying to give you an idea of what Odd Realm is. I'm not saying they're the same game. I'm saying if Dwarf Fortress is Minecraft in this analogy, Odd Realm is Terraria. Do you understand the logic, brain, that I'm trying to connect here? Yes? Maybe? Fingers crossed? Dusum, the Weaver, has created Ganzoka. A lovable right glove. It's not a wrong glove. And claims it as a family heirloom. It's a hammer or a glove? Maybe. Could just give it to the captain of the guard. This is a lovable right glove. All Crastor ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of rectangular brown zircon cabochons. Ow! And steel. Ooh! That would hurt. It's basically just a brass knuckle. It is made from llama wool cloth, and the thread is midnight blue with dimpled dye and magnetite. On the item is an image of dwarves, and it relates to the foundation. The dwarves are traveling, and the artwork relates to the foundation of Sizzletongs by the chunky orb of the Constructive orb in the early spring of 240. On the item is an image of 2 giant hares in jasper opal. On the item is an image of Witchyond, the queen ant woman. Cathla Mind Fates. And Cathla Mind Fates, the Forgotten Beast in sterling silver. Cathla Mind Fates is striking down Witchyond. The artwork relates to the killing of the Ant Queen woman, Witchyond, by the Forgotten Beast, Cathania Mind Fates, in Sizzletongs in the midsummer of 245. During the Rampage of the Forgotten Beast, Synthuma Mind Fates in Sizzletongs. Don't let the wearer snap their fingers. Oh, you should see the golden gauntlet that we have in this fort already. There's a reason my captain of the guard is named Thanos. Which also, you can have this too. Chat insisted. No, I don't have one, but one died in my fort. Although ant woman queen or queen ant people are not actually of any importance, I've learned in this fort. It just means that it's a lady ant person. What time zone? Pacific time. So it's 3:38 Pacific time currently. Can't wait to see the lava moat. It's gonna look pretty badass if I'm able to build it as I want to. We can do this. And that. Lots of red. I'm not pissing them off deliberately. I am prioritizing other things. Also, the noble themselves is actually quite a happy dwarf. They just have things that I haven't built yet, and that's fine. They have a decent enough bedroom, and they will survive until I get this done. I'm simply prioritizing other things. I am, however, completing the items as they ask for them, so. I almost never piss off my nobles deliberately. But, Kyra Asylum, how are you doing? Last time I checked on you, you were totally fine. Yeah, see? Not pissed at all. Count of Sizzletongs? Mostly happy. Just fine. And as for items, want me to make shields again? Well, I was making shields. I'll make some more. Steel shield. 10. There you go. But no, they're fine. You're quite a happy count. I'll have you know, Kyra. A count we can count on. Mm-hmm. Since that's disengaged. Nobody pull this lever right now. If somebody pulls this lever right now, we're gonna have a problem. This is just gonna dump lava down into here. Oh, what's this lever do? Yeah, pretty much. It's like that meme template that my artist made for us the other day. People on the YouTube channel had a great old time with that. Why am I making, like, everything out of marble right now? I'm running on too much muscle memory. You know, I think I'm just gonna click things rather than trying to search for stuff. There you are. Cue the gremlin or the Taming kid. The kids tend to hang around the toy stockpile I built in the kitchens, so it would be weird if a kid was this far up. Also, I would be impressed if a gremlin managed to make it out of the, up this far as well. For similar reasons. Vote gremlin? Always. What else would you vote? There's only one electoral candidate for mayor, and it's always gremlin. Trying to build this as quickly as possible. Sorry if I'm not talking to chat much. With a gremlin from mayor, no lever shall go unpulled. You know, I've been trying to figure out what my last emote should be. I'm thinking I might just like snag that better Twitch TV emote. Gremlin for mayor and just use that. Cause I don't know. I got one open slot still. And we're not gonna be getting another emote anytime soon. Because I think I need 3,400 sub points. Katana's throwing a tantrum again? Well, is to be expected. Make it a DF alert notification? Isn't that kind of just the fun thing? Like the emote that just says fun. Aren't too dissimilar. Guess up here I could just go to the doors. There we go. Bunk. Ooh. I forgot we made that. Are you supposed to safely deal with deadly blood, noxious air, dust for a forgotten beast? What, you mean like kill them? You kill them with pointy sticks, the same way you kill anything. But what do you mean by cleaning up the caverns? Do you mean like actually going out there and removing dead bodies? Oh, I mean their essence, once it's on the ground, it's a non-concern. The dwarves don't go like stick their faces in it and rolling around. That's like a non-issue. Like, don't worry about it. What's up, Sonic? Oh, do we have a nice spooky ghost? It's that whole squad that got lost out in the caverns. Wait, hold on. Oh, I see what's happening here. Meng, the ghostly farmer, is battering Daddy Inspector, which is unfortunate. Hang in there, Daddy. He'll be fine. Got a mean ghost. Can ghosts get lost in the caravans? They don't really get lost. They just kind of teleport onto dwarves that they want to annoy / irritate / traumatize. Sometimes they hang around where they died, though. How are all the named dwarves going? Like just the dwarves that are named. We got Old Zwari, who's kind of pissed. Succum Wills, who's fine. Andor the Insane's fine. Parent to Bliss, Asmog Black, Bert are all fine. I'm kind of pissed, but that's normal. Bold Viking is fine. Captain Walmart's fine. Claiborne's a little meh. Cold-Blooded is fine. Daddy Inspector's been better. Diamond Destruct is fine. Eat cereal, considering they're a were creature, is fine. Gloves is pissed. Our mayor is pissed. Ishmael's fine. I can't pronounce it, is fine. Jelly Belly is fine. Kyra Asylum is fine. Mac Body is fine. Mad Wolf is absolutely ecstatic with every single second of their life and can't stop smiling. McJerby is fine. And Pablo Rasta's pissed because they're a kid. Blame hormones. Oh, wow, you got a dwarf. Why does everybody ask for, like, the one task I don't have any of? I have Alban, who doesn't have a beard, who's also kind of pissed. I'm not really doing much metalwork right now. So, like, all jobs have moved over to crafts. So if you want to be a kind of shitty metal crafter, I could give it to you, or I could give you somebody who's, like, valuable. Crafts, then? Do you have a preference of craft type? We've got clothers, which are very valuable. Weavers, general crafts dwarves, a paper maker, apparently, which is kind of neat. Most kids are generally pissed. We also have a few gem cutters. You'll do a clother? We'll give you Urist, then. The dwarf's dwarf. Z29V is lonely after being away from family for too long. Well, that's sad. 66 years old, has no family, but is friends with Mick Jerby, Almost, and Volbach, which is all good. Is very friendly and always tries to say nice things to others, and is stingy with resources when working on projects and refuses to expend any extra effort. He is curious and eager to learn, and there's still a ghost about. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold up, chat. Just gotta... Fuck. Can somebody, like, give us a option in this menu so that there's just a construct engraved, like, slab instead of having to cycle through all of them. All right, let me go back to this dwarf. I just don't really want a dwarf to die. Due to being battered to death by a ghost. That sounds real shitty. There you are. Always tries to say nice things. He doesn't often feel envious of others, and he is grateful when others help him out. He tries to return favors and acts with compassion, and he is conflicted by this since he sees these tendencies as an impediment to the quest for power. He tends to think before acting, and he is very humble. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and he is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and his hands begin moving when he becomes exasperated, and he begins to talk in monotone when he's bored. That is a way to entertain yourself, I suppose. He personally truly values merrymaking and parties and strongly believes that peaceful and ordered society is best without deceit. He values romance and respects power and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Urist likes rhyolite, rose gold, red tourmaline, giant vulture leather, color pearl, dresses, weapon racks, rings, and impossible for furs to consume, steelhead trout, alfalfa, and guava wine, and hates fire snakes. I don't know why I'm sticking to this bit, but I did. Voobot. Okay, Jurist. Yay! Spooky ghost gun. Alright. You know, it's funny. Sometimes I think that I'm funny, and then sometimes I realize, like, the jokes that I'm making and, like, the way that I talk. And I'm like, I'm not funny. Why does anybody watch this shit? What the fuck? Neither. What's up? Good to see you. I'm not questioning your tastes. I'm questioning mine. Mine. I'm the one making the jokes. Lava duct, damn right, gloves. I can't wait to get some of that lava duct tape, though. You disavow every take I ever had? Well, that's good. That's probably what it is. Crazy Canuck, thanks for the prime. You have a bunch of dwarves that are complaining about wanting martial training. Put them in the military. Let them train a martial art. Put them in a squad. Usually what I do when dwarves want that is put them in a squad with no uniform and just let them go practice wrestling. They're just a bunch of roid heads. They want to practice mixed martial arts. That's literally it. Yeah, that's the plan, is to make the bridges open to like that. But we'll have like a thing where they walk around the edge. I'm not entirely sure how we're gonna set this up, but long story short, if I set it up the way I want to, mist will spray. Mist will spray. I'll just say that. Mist will spray. Basically, so here's what I'm going to do. So you see this lava duct that I'm building? This is going to go all the way around, right? But there's going to be two of them. There's going to be this one right here that just goes to here and acts as kind of like kind of a permanent waterfall. I'm going to build my entryway around it. But I'm going to have a separate one, or a separate setup that is a wall that goes around the outside of this, okay? And along the top of that wall is going to be a separate lava duct that is full of lava. And what's going to happen is when I pull a lever, pumps all the way around the edge of that lava duct are going to start pumping one tile of lava all the way around in a circle. In like a mist generator format. My hope is that it's going to just create like a cloud of lava mist around the fort. No, but like I know how the combat system works in this game, and that I completely believe that that would happen. But no, I didn't see that particular fort. Except it's going to be around this layer that the pumps are going to be. So what I might even do actually is use the edge of this right here. If I just put like a wall here and a wall here, I could actually just straight up use the edge of this, like this ridge right here, as the lava flow. Rev Up Raise! Thank you very much for the second month. Welcome back. So that's That's kind of what I'm thinking. But I got 2 years to build the thing before I turn enemies back on. Early Gray. Thanks for the Prime subscription. We're only 1 sub or 100 bits away from a hype train, which would be the first of the week. Plenty of room on those leaderboards. Streamer's being a sellout asshole now. Please tell me that that player renamed that dwarf to Thunder Thighs, though. Like, if they didn't, they're missing an opportunity. I think that we just either agreed to a ceasefire or they thought that we all died. Because the last siege that they sent at us, we sent down into the caverns. I forgot. There you go. Jerry Gord, thanks for the $10. Cheers, friend. Love the YouTube content and the wisdom you share about this crazy game you've become addicted to. Well, look forward to Thursday or Friday on the YouTube side of things, because we'll have the devs on. Did the stream die earlier? My power went out for like 3 minutes, which I wasn't thrilled about. Rev Up Rays, thanks for chucking out a 5-pack of gift subs. Massive thank you. Choo choo indeed. Thank you. Yeah, the power went out and it cut the VOD and blech. You hope that this inspires more and more? I mean, Dwarf Fortress's inspiration influence is already, like, kind of unparalleled. I mean, Dwarf Fortress is the main inspiration for Minecraft, first and foremost. It's, like, the easiest one to point at, right? Actually, I just got an idea on how I could fill multiple things. I got a pretty good idea. We have to immediately start shutting down servers when it happens. Yeah, I feel like every time this happens, people are like, when do you get a universal power supply? And every time I'm just like, well, this only happens like once or twice a year, maybe. RimWorld's probably the most blatant one, but I think Minecraft is the most important one. Infiniminer makes me feel old. And we will put an iron door right here. It's going to be badass when it's ready. You're going to I mean, I'm assuming you work in like some sort of server structure. I don't quite know if I need that, but we'll see. Infiniminer based its map generation on Dwarf Fortress the same way that it generates its world gen. So loosely, but Infiniminer is more a stretch, I would say. But also, just as a note for anybody who's maybe not paying attention, there's a hype train happening in chat right now, so if you happen to have a Prime sub, now's the time to get free emotes. If you somehow don't have them all already because Twitch hasn't changed them in like a year plus. It feels like maybe longer. You're unemployed and poor. It's fine. Victory and Solace, thanks for the $10. all video games were inspired by Dwarf Fortress? You know, I would believe you if you said all video games were inspired by NetHack. And the reason I would believe you on that front is because Diablo wouldn't exist without NetHack. And also, Malgu, thank you very much for that tier 1 subscription. Cheers, friend. I'm a fantastic content creator. That means a lot. Thank you. But please don't give me money if you don't have money to give me. That would just be silly. There's literally a quote that flies around the internet pretty frequently, Clino, that's just, we need to make NetHack, but fun, which is, I disagree with that because NetHack is plenty fun, but we need to make NetHack. Let's make iron grates. But I would agree that it has way more in common with... You'll know when that changes. I'll appreciate you. Sysco as well, thank you very much for the prime. You know, honestly, what I'm looking forward to right now, chat, is every year around my birthday, which is in June, I raise money for juvenile diabetes. And I'm looking forward to seeing how much we can do now with the audience size that we have. Because back, like last time I did one of those, I think we did about $2,000 with like, you know, 100 people. Really curious to see how much money we could raise for charity now. Now, is that going straight down into my underground layer, or is there just like a tile of water there for some reason? There's just a tile of water there for some reason. I mean, I don't get tax credits for charity streams. I don't touch the money. Touching the money when you're doing charity streams is a bad idea, to put it nicely. Are they stuck here? Yes, they are. Why do I keep, like, locking... Why am I so dumb? I just keep locking these dwarves outside. Guys, just let yourselves back in, please. You were diagnosed with carpal tunnel yesterday? Oh, no. I was actually getting, like, worried about that with this version of Dwarf Fort because I was getting wrist pains and then started doing my stretches again and it helped, but... That's one hell of a dwarf emote, Oily. I could do one against it. Hardy, hardy, har. Carpal tunnel surgery in both your wrists a few years ago? What does that entail? Get back to the old mouse. I miss playing Dwarf Fortress with this mouse instead of this mouse. I am one of those people who misses the keyboard controls. They're just way better on my wrists. Just typing, I can do that indefinitely. Work at a cycling center, disassembling electronics that's rough in your wrist. Okay, yep, I completely believe. Yeah, that makes sense. You want that same mouse? What, this mouse? It's like $30 on Amazon. It's not worth it. It's like, actually, I think it's actually like a... It's an Aurora, which is like a name brand plushie. It's surface washable, not machine washable, apparently. It was literally, I spent, it was like $25 I spent on that mouse purely as a visual gag so that I could tell people I played Dwarf Fort with a mouse. It was the only reason I did it. And also, this camera is the second camera I used for streaming when I started streaming. The camera that you can sort of see up there on the edge of that record player, which is this camera, was the first camera I had. And this is a GoPro, which is the third camera. No, because that would damage my records, and I'm sorry, but my records are worth more than your entertainment. I've never had children and never intend to. So I'm quite positive that I'm not a father. There's a world where I adopt kids, but never having my own kids. I got too many genetic problems with me. How deep should one start their base? As deep as you want to go. Dwarf Fortress isn't a game where you should play in any one particular way, and there is no one way that is correct or incorrect. Simply play Dwarf Fortress is the correct way of playing Dwarf Fortress. So if you're playing Dwarf Fortress, congrats. You're winning. I'm a genetic liability. I mean, I don't know about that, but I wouldn't want to curse another human being with like one of the 4 major birth defect problems I have. Apparently. Well, genetical I don't think is a word. So. Come all of our migrants. I mean, if it happens, it happens, but it wouldn't be intentional in my case. What an emote to get, Clayboy. No. Serpicon. Do power wheels work in lava? No, because lava has no flow. It has no flow. So there's nowhere for that lava to go. Surely doom your offspring? Yeah, like my eyes are genetic. Diabetes is genetic. Bipolar disorder is genetic. And I'm not even going to talk about like the heart murmur issues and the other issues I have. You could give the lava flow? Yes, but because it's like hard-coded to not work that way, it doesn't work. 2 p.m. Pacific time. I mean, it's not an option. I love it when people say, would you change your mind if this was a realistic safe option? It isn't a realistic safe option. So it's not like something to even consider as an option. And if it was, isn't something that I concern myself with. Yeah, no, I tend to agree with that. I think that there's plenty of humans in this world that need homes more than idiots like me need to make more. All right, someone's gonna like be skimming this VOD on YouTube and just like land on that line and be like, what the fuck? Which is why I don't. Quote me if Tyler 1 is insane. Which is why I don't concern myself with what could be, because like whenever I talk about my eyes and my vision issues, chat immediately always starts talking about like, oh, but like what if like ice or like bionic eyes were a thing? It's like, yeah, okay, cool, but they're not. Like, yeah, of course that would be phenomenal. That would be wonderful, but it's not a thing. So It's gonna be like blind IRL's pro eugenics. No. I'm pro human. I want people to just be people, and people should be allowed to have choices that they want to make about themselves and their lives and how they spread what they are. And I know that I'm a broken person. I'm pro-dwarf. That's true. I'm also pro-choice, but that's the different subject. Someone's going to yell at me in the next 45 seconds that streamer's talking about politics. 2. Not yet? Okay, cool. Trans rights or human rights while we're at it. You'd rather not pass on your shitty mental health to other humans. I think that's more of a problem with society than anything. People should be allowed to be people and cat girls if they want. You know what? Agree to disagree on that one, Clito. I'm gonna be the bad guy now. I don't know. Fucking live your life. Cat girls are people too. Sad face. Weeaboo emoji. It's like the streamer who I watch who has cat girls are ruining my fucking life as a tag on Twitch. I'm anti-furry? Well, I mean, I'm not a furry. But, like I said earlier, I think live your life. Which one is the weeaboo emoji? The trash bin. I think there's a trash bin. Trash. Yeah, there you go. That's the weeaboo emoji. There you go. Found it. I'm literally just waiting for these dwarves to finish building this stupid thing. Rock salt roof? It's pink. I don't know. I like the look of the rock salt roof. No, because I'm in Canada, Monotug, and I generally do my best to ignore everything that America does with their military because it just makes me kind of sick. So, no, I haven't seen that. Well, hello from Vancouver. Monotug. Might not even need bionics. There's some ultrasound technology, and I saw at a conference that one could correctly correct some conditions. It's far from that now, though, and they're using it for cancer treatment. Well, I mean, that's because cancer's the priority, right? For a lot of things. Excuse me. Jesus. Although, like, there is actual treatments for, like, diabetes, theoretically. Like, the gene... Like, the CRISPR-Cas9 is a hell of a piece of tech, shall we just say. And there's definitely, like, a world where, suddenly... parts or people could be temporarily freed from the shackles of type 1 diabetes, theoretically. But, you know, we don't know for certain just yet. CRISPR's wild, and it scares the shit out of me, but... You can literally just get new genetics. You know, it's kind of wild. If they could give me wings while I'm at it, that would also be pretty cool. And, like, the ability to climb walls. And maybe go invisible. And jump through walls. RNG, what up? How goes? Just the usual existential crisis. How's your Tuesday? I'm building a lava waterfall. Nothing compared to your crazy projects, though. Speaking of crazy projects, I got something to reach out to you on the DL soonish. I'm planning things. One superpower? Are you asking me if I could have one superpower? What would it be? The ability to ignore chat. Actually, like if I could have a superpower, it would be my dream superpower actually would be to be able to turn off my ears. Growing up, when I was in an orchestra, Yes, I have I do in fact have bipolar disorder. When I played in orchestra, my first violinist was completely deaf, and he had hearing aids, so he could work just fine. He could play. He was a fantastic violinist, but he had hearing aids. And so whenever we would go on trips, or in between practice sessions, he would just turn his fucking ears off and sit in a chair and fall asleep. I want that superpower. I want that superpower. I want to be able to turn off my ears and turn them back on. That's it. And maybe also sleep anywhere. If I could just like snap my fingers and fall asleep on command and wake up and not feel like I wanted to throw up in the morning, that would also be pretty great. So those are the two superpowers I want. Very mundane, boring as hell superpowers. But if I could have two superpowers, I would want that. The Teal Company has many members in Sizzletongs and now requires a grand guild hall. Location must be built and furnished. I'm going to just let that sit for a little bit. We're going to finish this up first. Eyelids. Ears. I'm just imagining somebody's ears flapping shut and open like they're blinking. Guy who turned his glass eye into a flashlight? As somebody who has one functional eye, do not ever wish to be missing an eye. Although when I was growing up, when I was younger, there was this one like summer art class thing my mom put me in the library with my sisters, which I think was just like free babysitting basically. And one of the instructors had a kid and he was missing an eye. Kid was actually pretty cool. He sold me a copy of Sid Meier's Civilization 2. Fantastic. So that's like the main good memory I have of that whole thing. Was this guy sold me a copy of Civ 2. Well, because he just bought Civ 3, so he didn't need Civ 2 anymore. He had a glass eye. And it was very funny because, like, he would just fuck around with people with his eye. So he would just, like, walk up to your, like, if you had a cup of water, he'd just, like, walk up to you and smack the side of his head and drop his eye out into your water. And just walk away. I was like, what the you motherfucker! It was very funny. And just, like, pretend to stab his eye out and shit. Him and me got along great. He was, like, 4 or 5 years older than me, but, like, I don't see it all in my right eye, and he didn't see it all in his left eye. So it was all kinds of jokes all the time. About not seeing shit. And quick, think fast! I'll keep an eye on you. Oh, yeah, no, he definitely, like, took his eye out and, like, put it on somebody's shoulder a couple times. Yeah, he was a interesting person. All right, so they want us to build a farmers guild. So let's expand this farmers guild. Part of the reason I'm doing things kind of one at a time is the dwarves are kind of pissed. And so I'm just kind of letting them exist. So what I could do is I could push this up a little ways because this is the farmers guild, right? The Hall of Fields. So what I'm thinking we do is I check my gold supply. Well, Lumi Blade, thank you very much for the prime at the gym. Get that swollenness. Or that general fitness, whatever you're there for. Okay, so most of these are just those gold bars. I might just need to go get some more gold ore. Yeah, we just need to go get some more gold. There's more. Just going to go and automate all of this. Well, I mean, that one we won't get to. That's fine. A couple gems, I think. Yes, it did. This. It did, in fact, refill. entire asylum has been possessed. I think we need to focus on this and see what Kyre Asylum makes. After all, it is the Count. Very important, dwarf. In your cavern project, it's going to be so satisfying. Yeah. There's few things better in life than finishing a dwarven mega project in Dwarf Fort. Rock mug is your bet? We don't even know what shop they're gonna climb. Okay, masonry shop. Stone furniture, could be. I mean, they are an adequate stone carver. Rock bed. Oh, that would be awesome. It'd be awesome if they made like a rock salt bed and then asked for a rock salt bed. Speaking of, are they demanding anything? Shields. Hatch covers. Okay. Steel shield. I'm actually just going to, I think, make iron furniture. Let's make iron table. Let's do 20. And iron throne. 20. Tropic Communist, who am I gifting a sub to? Or not, why do I keep saying sub? Who am I gifting a dwarf to? My brain just like associates the word sub and gift together. But anyway, who am I gifting a dwarf to? It's going all right, Cersei Matron yourself. But apparently we are gifting out a dwarf. Who are we gifting a dwarf to? Old Zwari already has a dwarf. I'm not giving them a second dwarf. I do appreciate the notion, though. The craziest artifact I've seen? The Pink Impaler, and it was a pink tourmaline scepter. It was very funny. It was like flesh something the Pink Impaler. Yes. Can't remember the first half of the name. It was flesh something. You'll take one only to name it Bob. Tyler 1. What kind of dwarf do you want? Or chat, what kind of dwarf is Tyler 1? Definitely a military dwarf, right? A super, or either the most pissed off dwarf or a military dwarf, right? Can I not name it Tyler 1? I mean, we could name it Bob and bring it full circle because Panda wants a dwarf named Bob. We could call it, quote, if Bob is insane or something. Then everybody wins. You did some experimenting last stream and you were able to test out the slowdown on mass canceling orders and you haven't tested it yet, so you know 100% sure on mass chances. But 4+ miners going in parallel, switching in ASCII mode removes the blue transparency, which seems to cause the lag. Wait, are you talking about like channeling? Because channeling's always caused lag. Same thing. It's gotta be a beardless dwarf named Bob. Quote, if Bob is insane, and then beardless dwarf? What do you think, chat? Or is this too many layers of bullshittery on top of each other? Yeah, I mean, channeling has always slowed the game down. Always. Channeling is like one of the most FPS intensive things you can do in the game. Like, you should go back in my VODs to like the first 10 episodes of Long Death and look at the slowdown whenever I'm channeling out a layer of Long Death. The game like halves in frame rate. When the dragon hits the fan? I wouldn't want to see a dragon shit on a fan. So, Tyler 1 definitely needs a bearded dwarf. So, what do I name it? Quote me if Tyler 1 hits insane. And chat, what kind of job do we give him? Are you a swordmaster? Probably. You've been training for like 3 years straight. You are, in fact, a swordmaster. And you're not pissed. I don't really want to do tavern performers currently. It's your decision. Name it Jaden. All right, I'll call it Jaden. But chat decides what job it is. Chat, so what job do we give to Jaden, the dwarf? Military? Angry? Well, it's not Tyler 1, but... So chat, we have crafts dwarf. We have woodworking. We have no metalworks because they have no beards. We have many farmers. Jade Inn is in fact a gem setter, yes. Definitely a gem setter. Do I have bearded? None of them are bearded though, so that's a no-go. Manager? I think my manager's named. Yeah, that's Frazier. Milk? Oh no. How about the mechanic? Got a mechanic. Cheers, Momak plays. Well, thanks for watching. I'm kind of liking this. Let's go with this mechanic. I think that's how you spelled that. Jaden the mechanic, 81 years old. Strong, altruistic, disdains leisure time. Is currently having leisure time. 81 years old. Art is life, he says, and is currently worshiping. Finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and is trusting, often feels envious of others and is quick to form negative views about things. This checks out. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations and work to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He tends to not reveal any personal information and he finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He tends to think before acting and tries to do things correctly each time. He is moved by art and natural beauty, and he has trouble by this since he dislikes the natural world. He winks when he's nervous and cackles when he's nervous, and when he's nervous and cackles when he winks when he's nervous and cackles when he's nervous, and becomes very focused during conversations when he's trying to remember something. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and is a hardened individual. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds leisure time wasteful, respects perseverance, and doesn't particularly care about craftsdwarfship. He likes nice bismuth bronze, clear garnet, sheep's wool, low boots and gems and donkeys for their stubbornness and giant pythons for their great size. You must like Angie Noodle. And he prefers to consume thornback ray and water buffalo cheese and Canwa beer, and he hates slugs. Relations-wise, you have a deity and no friends, and that's about it. You're making a traction bench. I'm sorry, what? Fuck a slug? Do you want to play cards with this dwarf? Man, I want tavern games so bad, chat room. So bad. Steal statues. Make 20. Make him noodle bait? Noodle bait? Why would I do that? Thank you, Captain Walmart. You know, it's really kind of funny. It's like the Twitch chat's always just like, thank you for the content. You're so nice, blah, 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 blah. Or like, you do a great job here and all like these nice things. And then like YouTube comments are just like, I hate your voice. It's just like, man. Hi, YouTube, exactly. That's just YouTube. I know, but it's just funny. Get better, you. YouTube is pretty toxic. But yeah, I mean, I also get like equal numbers, really, 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 really nice comments from YouTube, right? I ain't joking. What about like channeling being laggy. It's always been laggy. Alter ego! What kind of dwarf would you like? You just saw us going through the list, I assume. We are kind of limited on variety right now. Hopefully that'll get better over the next day or so. Nice Gerba. Good Gerba. Alright, let's check in on Kyra Asylum. What are they waiting for? Gems, shining bones. Okay. Let's slaughter some pickles. Or something else. Dwarves are rolling in today? What, in the fort? You'd like a cook? Beard does not matter. Okay, I do know for a fact we have a cook. So that we can let him cook! Let's find one who's happy. It's a dyer. Looking for someone with a nice big smile. Okay, all the cooks are pretty good moods. Let's go with... Chat, Adil Asmil Zas Didok Ereth or Volbach. Alright, no, not Ereth or Volbach. Those aren't cooks. So, Dedok, Zas, Asmil, or Adil. Who gets it? Zas? Zas is a good name. The YouTube comments things you've had in your replies in your old tutorial videos, like you sound like you think you know more than me. You're paraphrasing. It's like a tutorial. It's like, so yes. Why did you come to my tutorial? Yeah, I know that feeling. I mean, it is D-Duck. He's D-Duck. He quacks. That dwarf gift redeem was an amazing idea. What, just like forcing dwarves on random people? It is pretty good. I'm also working on a setup where I'll be able to trigger giveaways for a dwarf, so it's just like a giveaway thing, but that'll be pretty infrequent. Maybe like once a stream or something. Alter ego. I can leave the numbers out, I assume. Let me know if the numbers are important, otherwise we will leave them out. You are currently watching a cooking demonstration, and you are an adequate cook. He lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace, and he is very polite. He observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible, and he is moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this, since he dislikes the natural world, rarely feels discouraged, and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He does not often feel lustful, and he does not go out of his way to help others, and rarely is happy or enthusiastic. He is conflicted by this since he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and has an active imagination. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He personally values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, respects power, and values eloquence, and doesn't feel strongly about the law, and doesn't particularly value loyalty, and dreams of mastering a skill. He likes native gold, platinum, and black zircon, llama wool, bucklers and quivers, and ballista parts, and giant warthogs for their short tempers and the bad steering, and the sight of the amethyst of song. And when possible, prefers to consume bloated tubers and quinoa beer, and foxtail mullet flour, and hates worms. You're also hanging out with Silent Potato, looks like, and Jaden. Look at that. You're married to Captain Walmart. So there's that. You're 28 years old. You were a member of the Long Key. So you were previously a member of Ironshore. Life finds a way. What? Everybody deserves love, okay? Some way or another. I always kind of love it when it's just like, by the way, you're married to other member of chat who's here right now. Have fun. It's always funny. Has Thanos found love? Oh no. I don't think so. I think Thanos is just pissed. Okay, not as pissed as they were before. Hold on, let me find. There you are. Okay, Thanos not that pissed anymore. No, but Thanos does have a kid. What else do you need here? Okay, so he's got rock salt and gems. I'm assuming it's bones. Just like the stories foretold. Yeah, I know, I saw the movie. I love it when I receive an email about cleaning of parking stalls for my building from my landlord. I don't own a car. They're just like, please move your car. I'm like, uh-huh. Sure. I can't remember if I redeemed this Embark or not, but isn't someone in the dwarf list, if there's a copy of it, there's in the dead or missing list? Actually, hold on. I can filter by name. The dead dwarves in this fort are Rex, Claiborne, Cold-Blooded, Fading the Edges, Flubbort, Great Padinsky, Kimmy M420, Momokitis, Semtexagon, Transfem, Wompin Stompin. So no, you didn't. God, that features. It's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to make that into floors. Yes, we are still waiting. Actually, let's see. Did that dwarf run off? Yes, they did. Okay. Is there a way to properly manage bins? Bins are kind of just a pain. They work, and they're not as buggy as they used to be, but they're still kind of just a pain. Okay. So he's muttering now. It's interesting. Rock salt, baguette cut, dendric, agates, and stray piggy bone. Steel bridge. Let's expand the size of this to down here. Going to and those rock salt blocks walls by a little bit. And I only have one right now. What's the value of this currently? Well, it's gone up a little bit. Or it needs more legendary trapdoor. I mean, they might. They could also, well, yeah, they might make a trapdoor. I mean, I got this one. So what's the value of that thing? 2,000? quite the guild. 29 members. So currently I'm not going to have a particularly consistent way of draining this, which is suboptimal, but for the most part should be fine. I'm just going to melt a bunch of stuff in here. That's kind of fine. I don't care if I destroy this copper halberd, and this is going to just seal off. Aw, toy for the kids! That's adorable. Kyra Asylum, the Count of Sizzletongs, has created Okang Migid, a rock salt mini forge, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Ushuair Iron Realm. I want to know who Ushuair Iron Realm is, because it's had a lot of art. They've had a lot of artifacts dedicated to them. This is a rock salt mini forge. All craft ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with pig bone and encircled with bands of oval dendric agate cabochons. On the item is an image of cushion cabochon in rock salt. Simple, but kind of awesome. Simple, but kind of awesome. I like it. It's a good one. Starting to think that we should just move this. You know, chat, I think I'm going to build the Farmers Guild right here, actually. Because I was going to, you know, make that into the Farmers Guild, but I'm looking at this and going, it's probably wise to just build this into the Farmers Guild up here and put the Farmers Guild where the farming is, you know? Instead of down there. I think that this would be much smarter. And I just think that this would be much smarter of a way to do things. Put it up here and then set that area down there to like the Count's dining room. What about the Cheesemakers Guild? No, we don't worry about that yet. That don't exist. So when that exists, you call me. Also, they're the first ones to die if something like Adam smashes through this floor. And then this whole area fills up with lava. So hopefully that don't happen. Hopefully. That'd be a little awkward if it did. Your slide? Huh. It's the slide of your. All right, well, it's almost time to fill this. I'm looking forward to this. I don't know about you guys. And of course, we'll be able to go onto this and edit it later and change things. You know, I wonder, actually, something I want to test. Does this remove this water? Because if I don't need to, like, what's the word? If I don't need to, like, get obsidian out of this area, that would be a massive benefit. I'm just curious. Does this get rid of the water? It looks like it. Well, I can see. I'm just severely visually impaired. WFTH KTTN. Wait, what are we talking about, chat? Last time I looked at chat, you guys were talking about the cheese guild, and now we're talking about cheese bread? What's up? I'll take some. 2 pieces, please. Can anyone tell you if you can export the world map in Steam version? I don't think so right now. Pretty sure you can't. I think that functionality is currently disabled. To be re-enabled sometime in the future, TM. You know what's pretty good on toast that I think is like maybe the next big hipster thing to put on toast that's severely underrated? Sauerkraut. Sauerkraut on toast is pretty fucking good. And also, you haven't lived until you've put sesame oil on a grilled cheese sandwich. Peanut butter and bacon? I don't like peanut butter. But that's just a me thing. I could see it. I would have to like peanut butter. My older sister is anaphylactically allergic to peanut butter, so I didn't actually eat peanut butter until I moved out of the house. Just waiting for this dwarf to finish this one tile. I think they're just hauling a fucking boulder for it. I just said use whatever's closest. No, you're using willow logs. Yeah, I could see it. Like a sweet, like a kind of a savory, sweet, salty thing. I could see it. Then we've just got this to finish and this to finish. And we're done. Then we can turn this thing on. I can't wait. And then what we're going to do, you see this right here? This is going to be a catcher for us firing minecarts through here, probably. So I'm going to have, like, basically a rail gun that goes this way, that goes voom and fires minecarts. So it's going to be kind of a two-pronged defense, I think. Is the roof done too? No, the roof ain't done. But it doesn't need to be done. The roof is optional. It's great listening to these TF streams before bed. Yeah. That sounds terrifying. I don't think that firing lava-filled minecarts at my own fortress is maybe the best design decision, but watch me. So ads are about to run. I'm going to run the ads before we turn this thing on. Currently, I have no way to drain the lava, no. But I will be building a way to drain the lava. Don't need to do that initially. Remember to save? The game just saved. I mean, I don't know what could possibly go wrong, RNG. No idea. It's doomed? Yeah, I'm aware that I said Quill 18's slogan. I mean, I know I don't need to do the science. The science has been done. So all that we need to do now is wait for the ads to end. Lock this door. And then pull this lever. So chat, just let me know when you're through the ads. Dwarves grabbing burning logs. Oh, I'm just going to forbid everything in there. Chat, are we ready? We through? Ads done? Okay. Pull the lever, Dwarf. Your body is ready? Good. My ready is body. Someone's coming to pull the lever. You're burning. That's maybe not good. You should go see a doctor about that burning. Here come Dwarf. Holy fuck balls, that went fast. Hold on a second. Oh, that's steam. Cool. All right, that's maybe a bit much lava. Maybe a bit much lava. Maybe a bit much. I mean, it's working. That's a little bit of surface burning between friends, right? Oh, what's with... Man, that looks cool. Lava's escaping? It's not escaping. Where is it escaping? What are you on about? Temperature is on. Why would I turn it off? Numeric liquids. Where's temperature? Enable temperature. Of course temperature's on. There it is. See? Yeah, it's not flowing too far back. That's fine. Prevents fires. Also prevents fires from burning out? Oh, that seems bad. I'm just kind of curious. Look at that. Looks good. Lots of steam. Hey, look, trade caravan. I mean, we're in midsummer, so that would be mighty strange. Steam version. Hey, guys, Dwarf Fortress is on Steam. Did you know that? Don't think I dug this too wide that it won't work, so it should be fine. Oh yeah, it's still going. Oh my god, it's full of stars? Yes. Hey, look, something's burning. And just exploded. All that steam is water contamination, mostly. Oh, I know, but I've definitely, like, filled up chambers like this that have been too big. But I'm sure you're talking to chat, not me. Greetings. Thank you for all the tutorials on YouTube, and the Steam release in your tutorials means now you have put 250 hours in the game. Well, I mean, how many hours do I have in this game? I've only got 316, so you're doing almost as well as me. And I had a head start. Do dwarves like Steam? No, Steam causes burns. I'm sorry, was that a giant raven? Yes, it was. That's a large bird. Good lord. Have you turned it off, Gobsnack? do you never turn your computer off? Someone just pauses the game. I think the game's probably been out for about 1,200 hours or so. That's a dinosaur? Probably. I gotta say that the marble construction here, near to this, like on top of this, just looks awesome. Your computer heats your home in the winter? Gotcha, okay. Yeah, that about checks out. It is real pretty, yeah. It's not actually a defense right now, though. Wow, look at the fire burning up all of that, cavern moss. You can see the ashes burning up. It's interesting that, like, the grass doesn't burn, but, like, the moss does. Why is the grass not burning? It's a good question. I don't know. I do not know. It's about 40 C. I mean, it would hurt. You wouldn't want to walk on it, but it's probably no hotter than, like, concrete in the summer. Making sure it ain't leaking anywhere. No, but brush fires can catch wooden floors and walls on fire. Why is there lava everywhere? Because I put it there. It's flowing from my lava duct, which is over here. Pumping from down here, which is filling from over here, which is filling from down here. It's filling from down here, going up to here, which is going over to here, which is going up to here, over into here. Wooden walls can catch fire. There's a few ways they can catch fire, but I would recommend avoiding it. I may actually need to drain this to stop those from smoking. Otherwise, they might do that for a bit. Convict. Convict. Dwarf keeps on committing crimes. The lower layers are because it's very thin here. I mean, it's only 1 of 7. It'll stop being 1 of 7 after a bit. Throw the perpetrator into the lava? I mean, I could. We could just keep thwacking him. It's funny, because, like, this is supposed to be the front door, right? Currently, the front door is actually just this. This is the front door right now. I just need this to fill enough so that I can build the other half of this bridge. Could use the criminal as noodle bait? That's torture. Torture is against Dwarven ethics. There we go. Stuff's starting to stop steaming. That's kind of where the lava's falling, right here. So let's see if I can start constructing. Oop, some migrants have arrived. Well, fortunately, we have a back door, migrants. Oh, nope. Don't want to do that. I want to select the material. Oh, that's steel. All right, we'll have to use steel for both sides then. You embark somewhere where there doesn't seem to be any coal underground. Any advice besides burning a bunch of wood? You could use lava. I mean, my furnaces are right above a little lava flow right here. So these are my furnaces. There's lava down here. The way these work is quite simple. There's one tile of open space beneath these, if I can find it. It'd say open space. Downward slope. There it is. So right here, there's a hole in the top corner of this, which leads down to this with the lava right beneath it. And then it just has infinite fuel. Any trick to finding lava? Dig down deeper. Probably pretty deep for you. This migrant wave brought a cat, I think. Yeah, named Shem. Doesn't belong to anybody, though. Is a citizen of the constructed orb, though, and a very important one. Yeah, I'm going to wait until this is like 3 deep or so, and then I'm just going to turn the whole thing off. Shem's a good cat name. It is a good cat name. It's like Lycott. You know, honestly, if I'm... Why did they all suddenly start steaming again? What's happening? Oh, I see. It's because it's raining. That's why. It's because it's raining. If I were to ever own a cat, I would probably name him something from Dwarf Fort. Like name it Eurist or something. Not much of a pet person, though, if I'm being honest. Can't find any either. To be blunt, it's really difficult to find coal. And it's not a guaranteed thing that spawns on your map. Clearly the laws of thermodynamics work or something. You're not a scientist. Yeah, well. I'm not a scientist. I just play a lot of Dwarf Fort. It's time for you to head to bed. We'll see you later, Mez. We'll be on tomorrow. Same time, same channel. You know, it's funny. Like, I look at my stream time. It's like, I've been streaming for 5 hours. I've actually been streaming for 8.5. Or, well, looking at the clock. Just over 8. Like, 8 hours and 5 minutes or so. Actually, like, weirdly tired today. No, it's staying on this layer. It's not actually moving up. So it's fine. I don't know if the wagons can go across these grates. I assume they can. Or are we talking about kobolds? Language? This? All right. I think that this fort right now to me is proof that, like... So the way I used to always play hard embarks in Dwarf Fort was I would simply set my population to a pretty low number. until the fort was like ready to go. And then I would increase it to whatever. This fort very much proves to me that instead of doing that in this version, I will just turn off sieges until I'm ready to go. Because it just makes the game 1,000 times more fun if you're actually able to build the cool shit that you want to build. Especially if you're in a place like this where you just get sieged fucking 15 times a year. Okay, so what I'm going to do, this is like 2 across, getting the 3s. I'm sorry, what? Woodcraft was found dead. Why are you in a traction bench? No treatment scheduled. Been stitched. Okay. What the heck happened to that dwarf? Punishment gone too far. Oh, maybe. This one is also that super stressed dwarf that keeps tantruming. But this one, I'm not sure. That's unfortunate. Yes, but you have to remove every single piece of support. So, like, as an example, Spect Girl or Gertel, one block can hold up an entire mountain. I mean, some dwarves like being in traction for the pressure. I don't know where I'm going with this. All right, that's plenty for right now. I need this thing to drain. Well, not the whole thing, but I need parts of it to drain specifically. But I do need this top bit up here to drain. I need this to drain so that we can walk through. I think it's kind of neat that these are just spraying with steam because they're getting rained on, so they're wet. They have water contamination. And then the lava flows over. It's also kind of nice how, like, perfectly it flows down. Look at this. That's kind of neat. Yeah, there's a pretty. I think everybody who plays this game has a pretty long list of "I wish we could" features. You know what I mean? Kind of neat, yeah. Okay, so they are now inactive. They've been disabled, so this thing's gonna start draining now. Another thing I could do is I could put like floodgates in here so that they would just stop. Is it justice time? I'm not throwing that dwarf into the lava pit. Although, it would be kind of amazing to just like make these the prisons. You sit here and you think about what you did. But yeah, we're going to extend the size of this a little bit. It's going to go around the back. I really wish... in front of the wood stockpile? I mean, there's no elves in my fort, so how would I imprison them exactly? We'll see when we see a Bastet. When the sieging continues. Oh, we won't take any prisoners. That's very cute of you to think that we're going to take prisoners. We don't do that here. Gonna melt the soles of your shoes? These are dwarves! Come on! Also, what kind of shoes are you wearing that they have soles? It seems unwise to me. I would make sure that my shoes don't have a sole. If and when I'm given the option. I'd have to make sure that my shoes are just like, you know, gingers or something. They might run off. Exactly. New player here. This game is a lot more zen than you thought it would be. In a good way or a bad way? The thing is, this game can be extremely zen, but it can also be extraordinarily stressful and anxiety-inducing and, like, traumatic and, like, fast-paced. But it highly depends on both the world that you happen to be living in and also what's close by. It can be super zen, but it can also very much not be. Soaps, what's up? Thanks for the 17th month. Welcome back. Zen becomes stress very quickly, yes. But there was somebody in my chat who mods for a pretty big RimWorld streamer who was saying that they like watching this game because it's like watching RimWorld minus the constant anxiety attacks. Jess, thanks for the raid. Welcome, Warriors. Mods, could I get a shout out for Jess, please? Hi, Jess. How's things? We'll be saying hi to you in a few days, I think. But if you guys don't know Jess, Jess is part of my stream team. She's been streaming a lot of dwarves. So definitely go give her a follow for when you're looking for a slightly different flavor of dwarves. Speaking of chill, how was your fort today? Was things entertaining? We are filling this little thing up with lava. That's been the project for today. We built a little lava duct over here. So we are pumping lava into this big old hole. What's your flavor of dwarf? Yeah. Exciting, chill, zen, loud, stabby. Lava duct. Do you not know what an aqueduct is? Although I guess technically this would be like a magma duct, not an aqueduct. Ambitious architectural engineering project. I don't know how ambitious this is. Well, it's going to become ambitious pretty soon. Right now, it's just an architectural engineering project that's about to become very ambitious. What's the green thing in the lava? It's definitely a ghost, yeah. That's Zuglar, the ghostly trapper. It's Zuglar galley orbs. The game claims that there's no ghost, but I beg to differ. Doom duct? It's like a Mars duct? This is like very dangerous right now because it just like occasionally dribbles some lava down instead of consistently dribbling lava down. But it's also like basically draining right now, so pretty much done. So now we're just waiting on them to finish building this bridge. Hopefully they get it done before the end of the year. What exactly are we doing? Making a lava moat. Very slowly and very carefully. And also building a bridge across it. Very slowly and very carefully. What are we building? A lava moat. Hey, Vervolts, what's up? And I'm trying to do this in such a way so that I don't accidentally flood my fort in lava. Did everything just happen all at once? Okay, Vervolts, thank you very much for the 2nd month. Welcome back. Lightning Roger, let me know what kind of dwarf you would like, and whether or not you'd like them to have a beard. I don't have any metalworks industry right now. And I will read the word story. Give me a sec. Oh, I don't actually have that much to read, so I will scroll up a little further. Chat, jump into the Discord and go to the Add a Word Stories room and add some words to create somewhat coherent sentences. Where's the fun fact? I don't know. Everything happened all at once and my brain empty. I'm waiting. What do I think of the 3x3 stair design with a waterfall in the center? As long as it's not a square with no separations, it's fine. Oh, jeez. Semtaxigon, you're dead. Sorry. Didn't do it intentionally, I'm sorry. Hi, Infinity, how are you? You had a dwarf in this fort and they're dead. I'm informing you that you've died. Yeah, that's one of the many reasons I don't use dwarven reactors. Because they make your frame rate go brrrr. Because the game's not designed to do that. Yes, it did. Lightning. So I'm waiting for you to let me know what kind of dwarf you would like. All right. Lemons make standing carps realize why they fear the fire. Necromancer zombies power batteries like hamster wheels. Take my beer. Bananas stink like old musty grannies. That is silly. Arboretum ceiling vegetation has not met sentience meat. I want dwarves to defenstration, and they drink reptilian peppermint menacingly. Orbs are blinds. Pet. All caught up. I win. Don't worry about it. Fishing livestream Ellie. Chat did it. So, what kind of dwarf would you like? Thank you. Twitched out. I mean, that's normal. Dwarven child. Beard or no beard? Dwarven reactor is when you use water wheels to power a pump. But it's very much an unintended exploit and makes your game run like ass on sandpaper. And I don't know if you've ever seen an ass try to run on sandpaper, but it doesn't work very well. Kind of ends with a lot of scrapes. Depends on the... eBay. They also missed out all the water every few years, which is annoying if you're just bucket brigading. Yeah, I don't like water reactors. So you just want a dwarven child, no preference on beard, I gather. Okay, so I will give you the happiest child. Can I help you? You lost your fort. You lost a fort and you're new to the game. You had a bag with strawberries in your embark, and the dwarves refused to move it, or unpack it, or dumped it, and acted like it didn't exist for this still. Bag of strawberries. Was it a bag of strawberries or a bag of strawberry seeds? Probably a bag of strawberry seeds, I would guess, because they don't put strawberries into bags. They put strawberry seeds into bags. I tend to agree, old Zwari. Well, no, they can store seed bags in barrels for in the case of cooking. So there is actually, it's not a bug, it's an intended feature. But no, they don't put strawberries into bags, so they would ignore it if you're trying to brew it because it's just seeds, not actual strawberries. So there is that. I'm also kind of just waiting for the ads to end before I really talk. You guys are very mature, chat. I'll just note that. He is impervious to the effects of stress and can be very happy and optimistic. He seeks out exciting and adventurous situations and lacks confidence in his abilities. He has a strong tendency towards privacy, and he is conflicted by this since he dislikes this sort of concealment in the abstract. He finds helping others to be very emotionally rewarding and tries to do things correctly each time. He is quick to anger, and he is quite ambitious and often acts with compassion. He is conflicted by this since he sees these tendencies as an impetus to the quest for power. What a kid. He is quite, for the quest for power, he finds obligations confining, and he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He is curious and eager to learn, and he's not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. So he's like kind of a nervous kid who wants to rule the world, basically. But also has no effects of stress and is super optimistic. It's basically like a cartoon character from like a kid, from like a TV show. He has little interest in joking around, and he is quite polite and often feels lustful. He tenses up when he's nervous and always takes a deep breath whenever he's surprised. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly. Mildly. In crappy weather. He personally sees concealment of emotions as a betrayal and tries his best to never associate with such secretive fools. Sees cooperation is very important in life and strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best. He finds moderation and self-control to be very important and respects power, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important, and dreams of mastering a skill. And he likes alabaster, rose gold, and black opal, platypus leather, and giant snail shell, and the color emerald, toy boats and horses for their strength, and capuchin men for their social nature, and soft wheat for their beer, and the words of the meditation of orbs and the sound of the meadow of summer, and when possible prefers to consume brook lamprey and sheep cheese, and artichoke wine, and he hates mosquitoes. Mood. I agree. His dad's Thanos. And his mother's one of our swords dwarves. But they're not married, I don't think. Unless it's like mother by... Oh, no, mom's dead. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. Hey, Cilantro. Thanks, Clino. Ah! Well, found mom. Mom is a skeleton on the front lawn. Deep gift. Thanks for that Prime sub for a 4th month. Time to become a Disney princess. Not a vengeful spirit. All right, 2. Just, you know, digging out lava. His wife left him, for the giant ravens. Oh, that's rough. More like the elves, actually. I think that particular siege died to, Bear people, primarily. Made a world that you're happy with. There's a nice volcano, but when you zoom in, it's simply not there. Any help? Look around. Can you screenshot the volcano and then screenshot the zoomed in bit and put them both on the Discord? Because they should just be there. Someone calls Smokey the Bear. For some reason, my brain always confuses Smokey the Bear and Yogi Bear. Like, to me, they're just, like, the same character, and I know that that's not true. Wow. This requires a lot of steel bars. I'm quite happy with how this moat looks. Quite happy. So now, the next dumb project is this. I did say I was making a railgun, so it's time to make a railgun. Only you can prevent forest fires? Yogi is a nudist, what? Bowser would be proud, what, of the tiny little castle with the lava entryway? A weapon to surpass Metal Gear, the Dwarven Railgun. Well, Dwarven Railguns are literally just a long minecart track that is extremely powered. And by extremely powered, I mean a lot of rollers on one minecart track. Sounds like your floodgates are working as intended, Gobsnack. With Mark's dwarves? I mean, there's a lot of, like, imagine if things that you could do with this fort, Oldswari. More power, more fun? More power, more faster! It's like any gate can be a floodgate if you have enough attitude. If you commit hard enough. Will this shotgun a bunch of swords? So what it's going to do is I want to try something. I have no idea if this works. We're just going to be shotgunning minecarts. But the minecarts are going to go... Okay, so I'm going to reroute this up here. Same design as this, except it's going to have an alternate route that goes this way, okay? That dumps a lava fall straight down, I don't know how far. Maybe just like all off the map or something. Something's collapsed on the surface. That's fine. Anyway, essentially it's going to shoot a minecart really, really fast along rollers. Nothing fancy. Through the lava waterfall, which theoretically should fill it up with lava, and then straight into any forces that are walking down this walkway. But that's one of two defensive ideas I have. The other one is, and I've never tried this before, I want to know if I can make a mist generator with lava. I want to know. I've never tried it. So, I'm going to make a mist generator with lava. And just see what happens. Because I know it works with water. Eh? I mean, the recklessly, foolhardily suicidal thing is the way that I've designed this. The smart way would be to fire them from this side. But instead, I'm just going to lock the front door and fire them at my front door. So, like, the idea is, once they get around, like, around the edge of this, if some of them make it through the mist, then I just fucking railgun them. That's the idea. And I have a year and a half to finish it because I turned the enemies back on in the year 250. So, chop, chop, get to it. No solicitors. Solicitors will be blasted. Do you have a black screen or is your room just dark all the time? Well, I mean, it's dark outside right now. Well, not dark. Actually. It's dark out. Like, it's like pitch dark outside. But, here, I'll ruin the magic for you guys an office tour. Ugh. Let there be light. That's not the right one. That's the right one. Yeah, these. So even when, like, the light's off, it looks dark in here. Even if it's, like, super sunny outside or something. To mist generator? No. Because if I were to repurpose the minecarts into a mist generator, I would still be shooting an iron or steel minecart directly at my dwarves. Which is enough to kill a dwarf. You thought I just lived in the abyss? I do. In your mind. Also, I super duper duper forgot to make this into the farming guild, so the farmers guild is probably pissed. You never noticed the guitar case before? Yeah, I haven't been able to play since diabetes. Because my fingers hurt all the time, and it's not very pleasant to play. Unfortunately. Yeah, I've been too busy building a goddamn railgun to, like, make guild halls for my dwarves. I'm focusing on important things, is what I'm trying to say. I played cello for far longer than I played guitar, though. I never got particularly good at guitar. I am quite good at cello. And that's not even like a humble brag thing. That's just like kind of a fact. But again, haven't played in ages because fingers hurt. Mr. Progressor, who am I giving a dwarf to? Oh, I know that about the dwarves dropping rocks into magma thing. So if I can't make a mist generator, I can still try. Old Zwari already had. Why does everybody always want to give Old Zwari a dwarf. Old Zwari has a dwarf. Like, in this fortress, Old Zwari literally has a dwarf. Why are you just like everybody's favorite dwarf or something? The funny thing, like, is it doesn't have to be somebody who's in this stream. Like, you could, like, give one to, I don't know. I was gonna say Jesus, but maybe... maybe let's not name them after, like... I mean, yeah, I guess theoretically you could name one Amaranth. Name him George. Science Scarlet Steve. They don't even have to follow you? I mean, just name somebody in chat who doesn't have a dwarf. Could name it Kevin. I mean... like, maybe not political figures. But, like, and, like, be reasonable, but... like, nobody who's, like, super problematically racist or something. God damn it. Another ghost. And they still haven't finished that? Oh my god. Still thinking? There's more ghosts than 1989's Manhattan. Or current Manhattan. And the Archangel's god's named Timmy. Oh, that's funny. I'm pretty sure the Archangels have like what's it called? Their own generated language too. You're at analysis paralysis right now. Chat, if you would like a dwarf, tell Mr. Progressor why they should give you a dwarf. I'm sure this won't help your analysis paralysis at all, but it will entertain me, so... Team Gift's like, I just gave you a sub. We bribing now? Is that how this goes? Pay to win? I mean, thanks for the sub. Literal bribe. Yeah. I mean, I never said it was against the rules. I wish that there was a select all button. I'm gonna say that again. Maybe one day I'll say it and it'll be there. We're gonna have to give the dwarves new clothing soon anyway. Well, it wasn't really a select all button, it was shift enter, but yeah. check the Discord. You ain't giving up. I don't know. Huh. Are you sure you're looking at the right island? That's... Huh. That is interesting. Chat, where's this volcano? Eh. 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 Is it in the ocean somewhere? I mean, I would just like see if you can embark on the whole island and see if it's somewhere there. Otherwise, it's clearly elsewhere. The mayor, Gobsneck, meets with the outpost liaison. They empower, they raise our ranks in the realm, and then they ask us what we would like, and I say steel anvils, okay, thanks, bye. And then they say they want crutches. I think that this guild hall is going to need some food and booze. This guild hall is no longer going to be this guild hall. It's now going to just be well, actually not a meeting area. It's going to be a dining room. Well, actually, let's make this an office. It's going to be kind of an open office design. This is going to be the office for our royalty. Because damn it, they've earned it. Cairo Asylum now has office, which they're actually quite happy with. And that's their throne. Oh yes, the count is very much royalty. I mean, it's lesser royalty, but it's still royalty. Ast Alath. N-A-S. Let's just make sure there isn't another one that I've missed. All right. Oh, no. That sort of happened to me earlier. Devilish potato, except my power went out. Minnow guy, what up, dude? Yeah, I lost quite a bit earlier today. Yeah, they're nobility, not royalty. They're a noble, they're not a royal. It's me using the wrong terms. Orange? Why are you just, like, smacking Bob for no fucking reason, my guy? What did Bob do to you? Bob's like, hey, chat, I'm back. Bang. Just fucking insta-gibbed. What the hell? The fuck, man? Look at these people I trust with all these powers just, like, smacking people for no good reason. Hi, Bob. Bye, Bob. Orange is here to kill you, apparently. Anyway, hi, Bob. How's things? Well, and welcome back to the stream. Lemons finally got him. I don't know. We compared orange to apples just too many times, and he's finally just come around on it, and he's just like, well, fuck this shit amount. Orange is taken by a mood, fell and terrible. You're so fucking sorry. This is just way too funny, man. Quick, everybody, make mod feel guilty. So, in other news, we still haven't given a dwarf to anybody. You'll go with really Swifty because his reasoning seems okay. Okay, so really Swifty is getting a dwarf. So chat. Since really Swifty is getting a dwarf, what kind of job does really Swifty do? Chat, what do you think? Someone always says Gelder. Like, Gelder's like some sort of curse or something. Hey! The Chef's Guild is finally working. Look at all these cooks. The first sleeping dwarf on the list? Almost? I mean, like, Swifty does in fact sound like a tavern keeper gig. You serve fast? All right, serve fast, fight young, or serve fast, die young. That doesn't work. I'm gonna actually make my tavern a little bigger because I just realized it's not actually as big as the flooring, which is a bit offensive. Which means the full possible dance floor is currently not being utilized. I'll give you a tavern keeper. And if anybody dies mysteriously in the tavern, it's your fault. We're going to give you the skilled negotiator and skilled liar dwarf. There you go. You're currently performing a dance. So you're getting Swifty. Really? Swifty. Really Swifty. You're sickly. And an emotional obsessive, by the way. Why is there so much lava? It's fine. It's supposed to be there. We put it there. He revels in chaos and discord and encourages it whenever possible and finds strong emotional bonds with others at times to his detriment. Never feels... Party time. Partying for the new tavern keeper. Also, there's an ad. For fuck's sake. Excusing that shit. So, really Swifty. Tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and tends to not reveal personal information. Is quite polite and has a greedy streak and occasionally overindulges. He's assertive and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and is currently more fearless. He's walking away from the tavern. He's going to go to bed. He personally strongly values tranquility and quiet due to seeing an elf's dead body, respects the law, and doesn't care about art one way or another, dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. And likes pitchblende, silver, and amethyst from gems and warhammers, and quivers and flasks and water buffaloes for their wallowing, and onion plants for their bulbs, and the words of the Tomb of Dying if impossible prefers to consume giant roach. Ew. And yellow bullhead, and sweet potato wine, and absolutely hates mussels. He's friends with McDerby. It's a bad planet. A bug planet. And he's just like, delish. Probably need to make more bedrooms. Yep. Goddamn good track. I still say that Windrose needs to do a cover of that song. And we need to go trade. There we go. Made some more beds. Your dwarf is friends with everyone. Look at you, you social butterfly. Well, that's a lot of value. Buy the musical instruments, the chains. The toys, because they brought toy boats. Buy the barrels. Don't need the buckets. Buy the battle axe, why not? Buy the shoes and the boots. Buy the bags. Buy the anvils, buy the meats, buy the fish, buy the plump helmets, buy the fruits, buy the bilberries, buy the thread. Wow, they brought some discs. Wonder if they got Doom on them. Flints, crutches. Bunch of random pieces of paper, which I'll buy. And we'll trade. And there we go. You have a feeling I'm selling an artifact? Oh, I know for a fact I'm selling an artifact. Is this high enough value yet? Yes. Perfect. All right, so. Oops, that is not what I wanted to do. Fancy guild hall? I mean, the farmers demanded it, so thus I gave it to them. I think that's probably enough distance. There's fighting. I think I need to build proper prisons. Let's just do that because I haven't gotten around to doing that. I remember talking about like doing something around the edge of this. So why don't we real quick make this into a bunch of prison cells, because it's an easy opportunity for us to run around this and do this safely. And also mine out a bunch more stuff. Because I need more of that gold and other metals. Also, in regards to that interview with Bay 12 on the 19th, I've confirmed now that my co-host for this episode, or this round, will be the developer of the game Odd Realm. So hopefully we'll bring some interesting conversation, because I've basically given him like the go-ahead to bring some questions of his own. So there will be audience questions, but the first chunk is going to be basically him getting to, you know, talk with Zach and Tarn about whatever he wants. Be fun. Slash magma boarding? I don't know about magma boarding. That's maybe a bit intense. But certainly, like, cells. Yep, should be fun, Happy Salt Dwarf. Make a guard post in the center. The problem is the guard post, if I put a guard post in the center, it's going to occasionally get showered with body parts. Because this is my trash disposal. My trash disposal is a minecart that sits up here at the top, all right? And if I click on this, it slowly gets filled with trash, which is then fired out into the lava. So, with disposal floor drawbridges? Nah, I'm not. I don't do that. Old Zwari. The only person in Dwarf Fort that can assign capital punishment is the goddamn king. And last I checked, I'm not the king. Well, thank you. But unfortunately, you saying, you're my king, doesn't matter. This is where chat goes, Streamer, you roleplay too hard. Or I roleplay when it's inconvenient. Matters to you? Sure. You haven't encountered anything and all the positions are filled? If there's a tantrum or if somebody is plotting something, you kind of have to pay attention. But crime happens quite frequently. If there's unruly dwarves. Nope. Tropic Communist. Asmog Black has been found dead? Good fucking Christ. I really hope that hospitals are fixed at some point. Because I do not like the way these work. They just don't seem to work. Oh, I see. I don't have a surgeon. Well, guess that explains it. That's unfortunate. Don't doctors do surgery? No, one of the changes I actually really don't like about this version of the game is the way, like, the hospital setup works, because it's fucky. It was way simpler in the older version. It used to literally just be you assign dwarves to the doctoring skill and make a hospital zone, and then doctoring would just happen. The way it used to work. Now it's like all fucky. I'm not a huge fan of that change, to be honest. Yeah, that, and then it just straight up doesn't work sometimes. I'm very familiar with how the bug works because Putnam explained it to me. I guess you didn't listen to the interview then. Days of Tim. But it's also like a change that I just, even if it was working the way it's supposed to work, I would still feel the same way about this change. I prefer the old system. Grunty Thirst, what kind of dwarf would you like? Let's get rid of those. Get rid of these. Get rid of that. There's 2 of them. Did I not? The fuck? N-O-G-L-E-S. I'd swear there's like 3 memorials. No slabs. Okay. I'd swear that I engraved multiple slabs for this dwarf already. I got a metal crafter. We don't really have much in the way of a metal industry currently. I basically just make furniture sometimes, so like nobody's really focused on it. That works? Okay. Grunty is currently stressed and unconscious because they're sleeping. It's moved by art and natural beauty and is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She does not often feel lustful and generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. She isn't particularly curious about the world and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She tends to consider what others think of her and doesn't handle... Cold-blooded is named a sword. Cool. And doesn't handle stress well. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She personally sees the concealment of emotions as a betrayal and tries her best to never associate with such secretive fools. She strongly believes that tranquility and quiet. She strongly values tranquility and quiet, values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and respects the development of a skill and dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. She likes bismuth, bronze, tapazolite, giant narwhal leather, llama wool, hemp fabric, and warhammers and weapon racks and animal traps and dogs for their loyalty. And prefers to consume gazelle, brown bullhead, and fisher berries and fisherberry wine. Absolutely hates purring maggots. And is good friends with the mayor. Really want a way to collect engraved instead of doing it this way. At least we got that front done now. Means I can cut off this side. Hey, Malachite, thank you very much for that Prime for a 3rd month. Boo indeed. Boo indeed. This shouldn't randomly torch anybody, and if it does, well, I'll be sad for a second and then forget about it. Lava moat? Yeah. Lava moat with a really dumb side project. You burnt yourself out on DF quite heavily? I mean, you've been playing almost as much, if not more than me. I would take breaks from any video game. I mean, I know that you've been working on a pretty, like, insane mega project. Take breaks, dude. People take breaks from video games? Yeah. All smart people do. People shouldn't wait, what are we talking about, Poplio? Do you have any advice on how to get a library rolling? You have choirs and scrolls and a bunch of scholars and scribes, but nothing is getting written. Is year 9? What year is the world on? And are the scholars thinking? Because they need to discover things. They need to ponder things for a while before they write anything down. Some more migrants have arrived. Also, yes, there is in fact a layer that will stop you from going deeper. Unconscious? Okay, you're fine. But yes, there very much is a layer that will stop you from going deeper in Dwarf Fort. Oh, you're 9 of the world. Okay, yeah, no, just let them keep thinking. Make sure that they have tables and chairs. Otherwise, they can't write. Which I feel like should be pretty self-explanatory, but really isn't. That too. You do also need coffers in the library. Rex has finally been put to rest. Apparently, I finally ran out of marble. Which is what I've just, like, decided I'm building everything out of, apparently. Which is maybe not the best material to make everything out of, but hey. Let's make some rock salt rooms back here. Go around the edge. And mine out a bunch more stuff. No, that's fine. We'll use this bottom. We'll do this bottom layer first. There is no guaranteed anything on any embark. Except for adamantine and hidden fun stuff. Outside of that, nothing is guaranteed. So there is no... Every embark has this. Because no. No problem. Dwarf Fortress is very much a game about, like, not giving you all of the tools, and you kind of have to work within your means. Although if you generate a world that has the default resource amount, I would be surprised if you didn't have everything you need. Purely because the default resource amount has been made significantly more lax than it was in older versions of the game. Coal is in sediment layers, which can be non-existent in a lot of locations. Not just some locations. Because they might be stealthed. Have you had some show up on your map or something? Oh my god, that's a lot of crimes against Obok. Okay, let's just get a prison layer this prison layer that I've started finished. We'll pretty it up later, but right now it's just going to be a bunch of iron chains scattered around this area. And there we go. So let's see, how many chains do we have in this? There used to be a screen that would say... Okay, there we go. We got 16 cages now ready to go. Convict, go. Convict, go. Wow, Obok's pissed. Holy shit, Obok's pissed. Oh my god, Obok's pissed. What are you, Catan? Maybe this will be a fortress I can finally do a justice system tutorial on. Good morning, Stone. What's up? We're kind of building a railgun. So essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to redirect this. Oh, I see. Got stairs construction there. We're going to redirect this. I'm going to build a optional redirect for this. So I'm thinking I make... Oh, I've got an even better idea. Well, Captain of the Guard got a little bit enthusiastic. Benefit. We don't have them as a problem anymore. Oops. Mubby. Yeah, I mean, at least they weren't named. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove these. And essentially the idea here, I've never built something like this before, by the way. I've built railguns, but I've never built something exactly like this before. What this is going to do is it's going to fire a minecart down this track extremely quickly using rollers. And this is going to be a lava waterfall, or a lava fall. The lava is going to be falling over here, down through this zone. The idea is, and there's going to be, what's it called? Grates down at the bottom of this. The idea is it flies down the hallway really fast. Traps that don't jam. Days of Doom. Flies down, or levers that make dwarves really happy when they see them. Flies down this hallway really fast. Hits these fortifications and fires a fireball. That's the idea. I don't know if it's going to work. The railgun's real. Yes, I am actually making a railgun. I don't know if it's going to work. And the reason I don't know if it's going to work is because I don't actually know if falling liquid will land in minecart. That's the problem. I do not actually know if falling liquid will land in minecart. Well, we'll know soon enough. Yeah. Why is there just like a random artifact up here? Excuse me? Asfornzo? Thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Cheers, friend. Well, thanks for hanging out, Rickson. We'll be on tomorrow. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays are streams. Although Thursday's stream is going to be a little bit short. I'm going to end right after the chat with Bay 12. And cards as projectiles? No! Why would I fire animals? That's horrible. hilarious, but horrible. So the other way that so there's two ways I can speed this up. And I think I might just use a combination of both. Way number one is I make a really big hill and we push it down the really big hill. And it goes whee down into the bottom. That's way number one. Option number two is I just let it sit flat and we build a bunch of rollers. Or I can do both. Big hill require effort? Not that much effort. It does require more materials, though. The puppers would die on impact, dude! But hello, Fagoth. What's up? But literally, like, that's a really good way to kill all your dogs. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of just, like, a really long, flat rollers. So I think that's what we're gonna do. Nope, that's up. I want it to go down. And it'll just flow off the map right there. So it's a sticky gun? What is that, like a grape shot sticky cannon or something? Yeah, rail ramp. It's railgun versus rail ramp. Yeah, I'm kind of with you. You like my Colossus trap video? I'm glad it works. I mean, this will definitely turn into an ideas video if it works. Which, like I said, I'm not certain it will. Why is there a cave spider up here? How did you get here? The hell? You're not where you're supposed to be. I think I might bring it up one layer, just so that there's like a little platform, and then they kick it down the platform, and then it goes boom. You know what I mean? As long as it doesn't go over the speed of 10,000, otherwise it won't be there long enough to be filled. Yeah, that's gonna be tricky, because it has to be above the speed of 5,000, but below the speed of 10,000. This is gonna probably take a couple test runs, I think. But that's just old-fashioned science, you know? Oh, this is gonna look so cool when there's just like lava flowing this way. Oh. This has been a fun fort chat. I could actually just do it like that. And run the minecart through the center so that it has two potential spots where the lava could flow through. Gotta check the VODs. 2 streams ago, I think. It's VOD number 4 went up this morning. It was the only thing I put up this morning because I took yesterday off, basically. I needed a break. But I mean, this is all part of the like constructed orb world, so. You're glad I had a me day? I mean, I needed it, like I said. All right, How much power are you generating? Oh, this is plenty, and it's right here. How convenient. Look at these. Although there's a pond in the way. That's not super convenient. Jelly Belly withdraws from society. Chat, you guys follow Jelly Belly while they make an artifact. I'm going to withdraw from stream for a minute and go take a piss. I'll be right back. Ooh, particularly secretive. Skeletons. Yeah. It's always goddamn skeletons. Quarry, rough gems, gold bars. All right, it's definitely skeletons. All right, it's time to murder some puppies. Probably pigs, actually. Yes. We'll slaughter a boar. Bacon's on the menu, boys. This is Patrick. I don't even know what Patrick sounds like, I'll be honest. But you know what's the craziest thing to me, chat room, about all of this? Weird gain in fame that I've had. Still above 2,000 subs. Fucking bananas. Absolutely fucking bananas, chat room. That was pack-a-date, Patrick. More like... I feel like the only voices I'm good at doing is if it sounds like they smoke a pack a day. Look up. Like, move up one layer is how you tell if it's an aquifer or a pond. If there's water above it, it's probably the pond. I deserve it? Well, I mean, people seem to really, really, really like the emotes, and holy shit, Simtaxagon. The fuck did you build, man? That's all what? The fuck is that? Well, chat, would you guys judge me if I skipped the, like, waiting queue for forts for that one? But seriously, please don't burn yourself out on Dwarf Fortress to, like, finish a fort just to make me look at it in a video. That's silly. Do it now? I'll do it tonight for a video. You'll judge me regardless. I respect the honesty. Where are you going? Oh, you're grabbing a rough gem. Okay. I'm entitled to showcase forts in the order I want. Yeah, but I don't want to play favorites. Aiming another steel short sword. But you're probably right. It had to be that gem, yes. You gotta go, Lumi. Well, you have a good night. Thanks for swinging by. Thanks for hanging out. Also, Stone's here, so I have to note that this dwarf is 67 years old. And, they've begun their mysterious construction. So it's a magma forge. And they've claimed magnetite, rough crystaphrase, which I'm probably butchering, magnetite, willow logs, stray boar bone, and gold bars. So it should be cool. I should hope. Game, I'm digging. Do you have to save right now? Come on, me, make something useful. I'm kind of hoping that we'll slowly build out a full suit of gold armor, because so far we have a gold gauntlet. I would love like a golden helm or a golden shield and just give them all to the captain of the guard. Golden bed? Ah, come on. Why a bed? Golden door would be pretty great, actually. Golden nappy time room. Golden chain. Just put it in the prison. Okay, so I've kind of screwed up here a little bit, but that's okay. I can fix it. Golden Warhammer. Careful, I don't want to be sued by Games Workshop. Careful, you might make politicians excited, Safaro. Give a full set of gold to the hammer, and then you have to call the punishment guy the Midas touch. I mean, actually, I just call it catch me if you can. But anyway, Noble's getting this. Jelly Belly, the brewer, has created Focas Cheresis Delethimush, a gold sarcophagus, and offers it to the chunky orb. That is pretty badass. Ooh, it's got funny little dots. Wow, it's expensive. For 17,000? That is a king level tomb. I do have an artifact crown that I'm waiting for a king or queen. This is a gold sarcophagus. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned magnetite cabochons and studded with gold and encircled with bands of willow. This object menaces with spikes of pig bone. On the item is an image of rose-cut gems, and magnetite. On the item is an image of Mistim, Wiretuft, the dwarf, and dwarves in Christophrase. Mistim is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Mistim to the position of queen of the constructive orb in the year 155. Really is a royal artifact. Do you want to be buried in a gold sarcophagus in real life, or? Because I'd rather be thrown into a volcano. More use. So the question is, do we give this to our count? Or do I give it to somebody else? I kind of want to just give it to the count. Wait for the monarch? Well, I'm making the count's tomb anyway, so we can we can put them next to each other. I mean that can be the monarch. Another artifact with you on it. This is true. Zwari. This is in fact true. That's going to be the Monarch, and that'll be the, you know, the other one. You dig a waterway too wide and fill it with water. Is there a way to make it not so wide? You have to remove the water, probably, I would assume. Oopsies, wrong button. That's the one I was looking for. Yeah, you'd have to remove the water somehow. There's plenty of way. There's always a way to remove water. Removing the water is the tricky part. Yeah, just like building the baby is the fun part, right? There's just a few random ass animated movies that I just like reference sometimes that probably sound really strange if you don't know what I'm talking about. Like, for some reason, I love referencing the film Robots. It's one of my favorite Robin Williams movies. Building the baby's the fun part. Robots is a fantastic movie. That's a movie of all time, that's for sure. I think it's kind of an underrated movie. I mean, you could remove like the water with buckets. You haven't seen it in so long. I just remember a few key scenes. Yeah, rest in peace, Robin Williams. I'm not as beat up about that one anymore, but still sad. You're used to liking underrated films? Yeah. Tangled was better than Frozen. I don't even like Disney movies, but Tangled was better than Frozen. Flubber is your all-time favorite? Yeah, Flubber's up there. Flubber's pretty good. You just hate musicals? Yeah, that's fair. It looks like everybody's getting paid to play Surviving the Abyss right now. Interesting. You know, this isn't like even a dig at my friends, but whenever a game like Surviving Mars or Surviving the Abyss or any Paradox published game or game that's going to have a lot of money behind it, suddenly everybody streams it. You can tell real quickly if it's actually a good game if they keep playing it when they're no longer getting paid. You don't watch movies alone? I watched Blade alone last night, and I'll have you know, Blade is still good. Hell yeah, Phology. Blood Rave best scene? It's top, like, I would say Blood Rave is top 5 best 90s rave sequences in an action film. It's like up there with the Matrix rave scene. It's like, I was looking at some comments on the trailer on YouTube for Blade. And somebody said, this is my favorite movie where badass dude beats the shit out of a whole bunch of MCR fans. And it's like, yep. They just didn't know they were MCR fans yet. Oh, I should rewatch The Birdcage. It makes them slightly more valuable, but I don't like the aesthetic as much with the two thick walls. You lost 2 dwarves? Oh no! Wait, are you telling me you had no boulders? That's actually kind of impressive. I quite like the graphite coffins. Nope. No, 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 no. Okay. I have to leave it paused to do this. Otherwise, it's just going to keep assigning it to dwarves that I don't want it to be assigned to. There we go. Duke of Sizzletongs. Not quite happy with it, but we can make you happy with it by simply putting a bunch of statues in there. Or a statue, I guess. You're out for the night. We'll see you when we see a Space Goose. For only 110 dwarves? I mean, nothing wrong with massive scale. It's so flammable. It's also flammable. I do know that graphite is flammable, yes. One of those materials that burns for a ludicrously long time if you set it on fire. Speaking of huge fires, do you guys see that tire fire that's happening in Paris right now? Because those are dangerous. This is a pretty hot fort. Big fan. It's gonna burn for a while? Yeah, it is. It's a disco inferno. Quite literally. We need to basically pop up right there. You saw someone use a blank job details, marked military men based on their skills and traits. Sticks out better than that, I reckon. Oh, probably. But my system works for me. Other people can use a system that works for them. I'm not actually sure if they can get down here. Or they won't be able to in a minute. Because it's the way the building mechanics work, I think is the only way to actually answer that question. Like, literally, like, the only way to answer that question is because that's how it works. "20 minutes, I will have been streaming for 10 hours today. I don't think I'm going to finish this project today. Tomorrow, though. Tomorrow we'll finish it. Another name. So there's going to be two options. There's going to be push the lava to the right and push the lava to the left. If we push the lava to the left, then that's what we're going to use for filling the minecarts. If I had any big attacks on this fort, so I've actually disabled invaders because this world is so at war, which sounds weird. This world is so far gone and at war with everything, with everyone, everywhere, all at once. I can't actually survive because it gets sieged. We were getting sieged about twice a season, usually with a siege and a vile force of darkness, immediately followed by an ambush. which means I can't trade, can't get migrants, can't get anything. So gave up and turned off invaders. So I'm expecting big sieges. Your time appreciates long stream? I mean, that's what I do the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, and apparently Saturdays now too. It's not just gobos, it's gobos, humans, and elves. And one of the elven factions, from what I can tell, is like 80% just bear people, which are barely defeatable. How does that even happen? World Gen just decided they didn't like the dwarves in this world. Neat thing about this world, though, is it's in the Age of Heroes. A faction of cocaine bears. Pretty much, yes. But that's why I'm building a railgun. You know? I mean, what else can I say? This world's being mean to me, so fuck it, we're fighting back. The bear folk bared arms? Yep, and we barely know how to handle it. Imagine if you could launch a bunch of siege ammo across the world map. So tactical nukes have been a meme on the Dwarf Fortress forums since like 2008. When are we going to get the tactical nukes? Just for reference. It's like the 6th stream we made that joke. If you watch me a lot, you'll start to learn that I make the same jokes over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And also talk about the same things and tell the same stories because I stream for really long hours. But I'm not like a particularly interesting person, so I run out of shit to talk about. Orbital ion cannons? You know, one of my favorite episodes of DF Talk is the one that has Brian Becklew on it. Purely because there's a line where he says that I can't remember which one of the hosts is asked. I can't remember if it's Captain Tastic or Rainseeker, but one of them just says, "Yeah, but do you have tactical nukes?" And he goes, "We don't have tactical nukes, but we do have handy nukes, which is a handheld nuke, and you can fire it out of a rocket launcher or like." Put it on the ground with a detonator and run really quickly." Which is like, yeah, that is a thing that Caves of Cut has. Intergalactic ballistic trees, yes. Intercontinental ballistic trees. Any advice on someone gearing up to begin streaming? Don't sign the affiliate contract until you make $100 in the first month. Because otherwise you're just giving Amazon free money. And have fun. I don't know. I've been doing this since 2012. Streaming was a lot harder and more complicated when I started because the internet wasn't as available and the software wasn't as ubiquitous and I don't know. Streaming's really easy now. Just stream, have fun, but treat it like a hobby. If you treat it like a job, you'll just learn to hate video games. And I've seen many people ruin video games for themselves because they treat it like a job right off the bat. Don't treat it like a job. Treat it like a hobby. It's the best hobby you'll ever have. What, iced tea? I don't know if I would say Ice-T is a great rapper, but definitely a rapper of all time. If you love what you do, right? You probably got thirsty. It's a very long walk to get all the way there. Revolts. Speaking of, I'm going to put some food stockpiles in this area. Just kind of making this into a large banquet hall thing, which is the Farmers Guild. Obviously, the Farmers Guild would have great food. I'll be honest, I don't think I could name a single Ice Cube song. It's one of the he's one of those artists where if you show me an Ice Cube song, I'll be like, okay, I've heard that before. But if you ask me to name an Ice Cube song, unlike, you know, somebody like 50 Cent as an example, where I can name at least one song. Also, it's very much not my genre of music. I'm like a jazz, classical, death metal kind of guy. And like I've had brief like flirtations with hip hop, but it's not something I've ever really obsessed over or listened to in any great deal. And most of the hip hop and rap and R&B that I do enjoy is way more on the kind of goth pop side of things. I mean, I certainly listened to like Eminem when I was 12 because everybody did, but I don't like Body Count at all. I have actually listened to Body Count. Body Count is just kind of garbage. If I want to listen to garbage music, I will just listen to Dope or Fear Factory or like Static X, and the difference there is I'll actually enjoy listening to it. I don't like ICP. Like at all. I think the aesthetic is kind of hilarious, but I don't like ICP. Dope is garbage, but it's you know how sometimes people eat shitty pizza? Dope is garbage that I enjoy listening to. You misheard that as Beer Factory? I mean, I'm in. But yeah, Dope is really bad, but it's really bad that I enjoy. One good song and it's a remake? Burn's pretty fucking good. Most of American Apathy holds up as far as I'm concerned. But like I said, that's just because I like them. Iron, great, is what I need. Who am I giving a dwarf to? Oldswari. Also, Juniper Maps. Thank you very much for that prime. My game crashed. For a second there, I thought my power went out again. Because I was like mid-blink and the music stopped, and I was like, fuck. Vervolt's redeemed a dwarf. When did the game last save? Early winter? I mean, I've just been building and digging and building and digging. First person to guess a number between 1 and 10, that's where he is thinking of. Chat, type in a number between 1 and 10. Okay, that's not so bad. That's not so bad. Kind of sucks, but... Question is this before or after that artifact? It's before. Oh, that blows. No more golden coffin. Okay, so we're going with the gifted dwarf first. Vervolts, think about what you want. Can you have a happy bearded miner? I don't think I have a bearded miner. Unless one has just walked in. No, I just have the 4. But, chat. What kind of dwarf do we give? Trying to figure out who. Happy Salt Dwarf. Chat. What dwarf does Happy Salt Dwarf get? That's the important question of right now. I don't have any gelders. I'm just going to keep saying this. I don't have any gelders. I don't gild enough animals in this fort to have anybody skilled in gelding. I also don't have a single bee in this fort, so obviously we have no beekeepers. You guys have been staring at this all day. You should have some idea of what kind of dwarves we have at this point. It's a lot of crafts dwarves, a lot of cooks. No, man cane. That's not part of the deal. Could give him a swords dwarf. Got a sword master. Like 3 of them, in fact. I do, in fact, have like 3 of them. The most unhappy cook. Don't really have any unhappy cooks. Like, there's lead. Well, it's not that unhappy. Also, Gordon Ramsay's pretty happy. Don't kid yourself. Good luck with that, Stokill. Since, I actually do have a Gelder. All right, fine. We'll give this dwarf that Gelder. Happy salty dwarf. No, not salty, just salt dwarf. Happy Salt Dwarf. Happy Salt Dwarf is very friendly and always tries to say nice things to others. She generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions, and she is currently more shameless. She has a sense of duty, and she is quite ambitious. She tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and she is assertive, and she is brave in the face of imminent danger. Currently more fearless. She thinks she's fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and she tends to assume that the worst of 2 outcomes will, of course, be the one that comes to pass. And she does not easily fall in love, and she rarely develops positive feelings. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at cruddy weather. She personally deeply respects skill at arms and doesn't really see the point of working hard. And we got a golden armor stand this time, which is still fine. I'm just kind of sad we didn't get a tomb this time. And she does not care about family one way or another and dreams of mastering a skill. She likes Dolomite, Tin, Morian, Giant, Warthog Hoof, Oriole, Tooth, and Low Boots, and Anaconda Men for their great size. And the word of the Tomb of Dying and the sight of the clear heather. And when possible, she prefers to consume banana beer and absolutely hates purring maggots. Who didn't have the balls to leave her? Oof. Next. Hervolts, you requested a dwarf. I could give you a, I could make somebody a miner and give you the miner Vervolts. Yeah, I see this. I could make somebody a miner if you would like a bearded one. Let's give this papermaker mining. This dwarf. Vervolts. Your name reminds me of the game Revolt. He's rarely jealous and is not careful with resources when working on projects, often spends unnecessary effort and has an overinflated sense of self-worth, tries to do things correctly each time and occasionally overindulges. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He tries to keep his things orderly and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this since he values artwork and its creation and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Personally finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting and sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions and doesn't care and doesn't see cooperation as valuable and doesn't particularly value loyalty. And likes Sylvite, zinc, red pyro, guinea fowl, leather, and gems and crutches and pigs for their sense of smell. And the words of the meditation of orbs and the sound of the fuchsia silkiness and the sight of the tress of rhymes, and when possible prefers to consume river spirits and caperberries and hates lizards. You have a pet sheep, who I know for a fact is alive because I just saw it in the list, and you're 72 years old. It's also on Steam now. You can like go buy Revolt for like $8. Although it doesn't have online connectivity, which kind of sucks. All right, chat. The last thing I need to do is read this. This is a gold armor stand. All craft dwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval magnetite cabochons and studded with gold and decorated with pig bone, and encircled with bands of rectangular magnetite cabochons, and this object menaces with spikes of crystal praise. And on the item is an image of a decahedron in willow. It's not as cool as the last one. I liked the other artifact more. But, I mean, this can still be given to royalty. We'll place it over here in this here room, or rather to the noble. The noble. Oh, did I misclick? Well, I mean, actually, I need to give you some weapon racks anyway, because they really like having them. This past summer, in fact, you've had to do around 20 in your life. Wait, what? What, gelding? That's interesting. It's one of the reasons I always try to give the person in chat Cyrillac a leather worker in Dwarf Fort because they're a leather worker in real life. Well, hey. Sometimes jokes mimic reality, I suppose. All right, chat room. I've been streaming for 10 hours, and I'm starting to energy fade a little bit, and reading chat's getting difficult. So I think that means it's time for me to say thanks, everybody, for hanging out. So it's time for you guys to say goodbye, YouTube. And don't run off, because we're going to raid somebody.